2. Having their own political party, and 3. Any other method. An overwhelming majority of the respondents supported the first method. Among ethnic groups, 92% of whites, 86% of blacks and 94% of British Asians supported this method. We also asked about the reasons for encouraging ethnic minorities to take an active role in British politics. The majority of the respondents, whites, British Asians, and other ethnic minorities, felt that it was good for integration and for providing equal opportunities for ethnic minorities. It is interesting to mention here that in the 1979 survey, 71% of British Asian electors, compared with 58% of whites, felt that ethnic minority participation in elections should be encouraged. However, 32% of white respondents at that time were opposed to their participation, as were 6% of British Asians, Anwar, 1980. Therefore, the attitudes of both British Asians and whites after 20 years have shown a very significant positive change. The 1979 study also included a survey of candidates, which showed that candidates of all three main political parties were generally in favor of encouraging ethnic minorities to participate in politics. Only 6% of conservative candidates and 2% of liberal candidates thought they should not be encouraged to participate. See Table 4 for details. The survey of candidates at the 1997 general election showed that for the same question 95% of the respondents said yes, ethnic minorities should be encouraged. As shown in Table 5, the only major difference between the responses of the candidates of the three main political parties was the comparatively greater percentage of Conservative Party candidates who said no. Like the electors, the vast majority of candidates agreed that participation should take the form of getting involved in the present political parties. Altogether, almost 95% of candidates in the survey supported this method, and there were no significant differences between the three main political parties. The results from the survey of candidates at the 2001 general election are similar. Electoral participation. The settlement of British Asians has been largely an urban phenomenon and focused on a number of regions. See Peach, this volume, Ali, this volume. It is in this context that we now examine the participation of British Asians in British politics, for which registration is a fundamental prerequisite. Registration. In the early period of South Asian mass migration and settlement, very few Asians were registered. Deacon, 1965. A sample survey in 1974 of 227 British Asians and Afro-Caribbeans and 175 whites showed that, despite improvements, ethnic minorities were still 5 times more likely not to have registered to vote than whites. Anwar and Kohler, 1975. It was found that only 6% of whites, compared with 27% of Asians and 37% of Afro-Caribbeans, were not registered. However, further research in 2 areas, Birmingham and Bradford, where fieldwork had been undertaken in 1974, showed a great increase in the registration levels of Asians. In Birmingham it was found that 5% of Asians and 13% of Afro-Caribbeans were not on the electoral register, compared with 4% of whites, and in Bradford 9% of Asians were not registered, as against 5% of whites. Anwar, 1979. It appeared that this change had occurred because of the efforts of the then Community Relations Commission, CRC, the 2 local authorities, local community relations councils, political parties, and also some ethnic minority community groups. The ethnic minority press had also played an important role. In 1979 a survey in 24 parliamentary constituencies showed that 23% of British Asians and 7% of whites were not registered. Anwar, 1980. Another survey in 1981 showed that in inner London British Asians had double the non-registration rate of whites, 27% and 12% respectively. Todd and Butcher, 1982. And in 1983 a survey showed that 21% of British Asians, but also 19% of whites from the same areas were not registered. Anwar, 1984. The fieldwork for this survey was undertaken in inner city wards, where registration levels are generally low, and there were wide area variations due to the policies of the local electoral registration officers, AROs, and the efforts of others concerned. Another national study of registration still showed that gaps existed, with 15% of British Asians, 24% of blacks and only 6% of whites not registered. Smith, 1993. More recent research in 5 local authority areas, undertaken in 1998, found that registration for British Asians and whites was fairly similar, but non-registration among black respondents was still very high, 26%. See Table 6. However, even within the British Asian category there were differences in the level of non-registration: Indian, 24%, Pakistani, 17%, and Bangladeshi, 13%. It is interesting to compare these figures with the findings from the question of whether they were registered. In the same 1998 survey, 9 out of 10 respondents aimed that they were registered to vote. Anwar, 1998b. Sagar, 2000, also found that in 1997 96.9% of Indians, 90.2% of Pakistanis and 91.3% of Bangladeshis claimed they were registered to vote. It must be pointed out that there are always area variations in terms of registration levels, which are sometimes linked to the policies and practices of the registration offices and sometimes because of the interest taken by British Asian organisations and political parties in persuading and helping people to register. It is expected that with the new rolling register, introduced from February 2001, the registration levels will improve. It is now updated each month and people can register to vote in the weeks before the election, though not once the election has been called. As a result, there was an increase of 1.3% in the number of those registered to vote between the 1997 and 2001 general elections, the Electoral Commission, 2001. However, a study by Mori on behalf of the Electoral Commission showed that 15% of non-voters were not registered. Some would argue that if individuals could register to vote on the day of the election, as happens in the United States, the turnout could increase by at least 10% and possibly 15%, Leifart, 2001. Reasons given for non-registration among British Asians include language difficulty, alienation, concern about anonymity and confidentiality, fear of harassment, fear of officialdom, administrative inefficiency, and doubts about residence status. Voter turnout. If British Asians are on the electoral register, do they come out to vote? Monitoring of various local and general elections in the last 28 years has shown that, on average, the British Asian turnout is generally higher than that of non-Asians from the same areas. For example, at the October 1974 general election, a survey in Bradford and Rochdale showed that the turnout among British Asians was 57.7%, compared with 54.6% for non-Asians. Anwar, 1980. At the 1979 general election, British Asian turnout rates, in 18 of the 19 constituencies monitored, were higher than non-Asian, on average, 65% for British Asians and 61% for non-Asians. In 1983 once again we found that the British Asian turnout was higher than that of non-Asians, overall 81% for British Asians and 60% for non-Asians. Anwar, 1984. A survey at the 1987 general election and another in 1991, before the 1992 general election, also showed that there was a greater likelihood of British Asians turning out to vote. Asian Times, June 11, 1989, Ammon and Richardson, 1992. A similar pattern, a higher turnout of British Asians, was discovered in various surveys undertaken at local elections. El Ilahi 1975, 1984, Anwar, 1986, 1994. The trend was confirmed at the 1997 general election. A survey in 6 parliamentary constituencies across the country showed that the British Asian turnout was higher than non-Asians, with area variations as shown in Table 7. Another study at the 1997 general election, based on the British Election Survey, also confirmed that British Asian turnout levels were higher than those of non-Asians. Sagar, 2000. It showed that 82.4% of Indians, 75.6% of Pakistanis and 73.9% of Bangladeshis compared with 68.7% of Black Caribbean, 64.4% of Black Africans and 78.7% of whites claimed to have voted. It should be pointed out that the author's calculations are based on marked registers and not the recall method. Therefore, like the claim about registration, which is normally higher than the actual situation, the same could apply to turnout. Our survey of 5 areas, which asked respondents to state whether they would vote in the 1998 local elections, found that 64% of British Asians were likely to vote compared with 52% of blacks and 55% of whites, Anwar, 1998b. The survey also found that British Asian respondents were also the most likely to have voted at the 1997 general election. At the 2001 general election we undertook another survey of turnout by using marked registers in 4 parliamentary constituencies. The results are presented in Table 8. Once again the results show that on the whole the British Asian turnout was higher than non-British Asian. A study by Mori for the Electoral Commission confirmed this trend. It showed that over 85% of British Asians compared with 80% of whites claimed they had voted in the 2001 general election on June 7, Electoral Commission, 2002. If higher levels of registration plus higher levels of turnout are seen in relation to mobilization and participation, then British Asians are capable of being more reliable voters and, consequently, in a better position to influence the outcome of elections in their areas of settlement. Voting patterns. This section deals with the voting patterns of British Asians and other ethnic groups, including whites, in general elections since 1974 to see what changes have taken place over time. Analysis also includes expressed voting intentions before some general elections. However, we start with the 1972 parliamentary by-election in Rochdale, an interesting case study of British Asian participation where the part played by Pakistanis appears to have been a decisive factor in the election result. Anwar, 1973, a victory for Cyril Smith of the Liberal Party. In 1974 both the Labour and Liberal parties worked hard to gain Pakistani support in Rochdale. Anwar, 1975. At the February and October general elections of that year, in Rochdale over 50% of the British Asians voted Liberal and over 40% Labour. However, in Bradford West over 70% of British Asians voted Labour and only 2% Liberal. Anwar and Kohler, 1975. These differences were clearly linked to very special local situations. A survey in 6 parliamentary constituencies showed that there was strong support among ethnic minorities for the Labour Party. Anwar and Kohler, 1975. For example, 49% of British Asians compared with 41% of whites claimed to have voted for the Labour Party at the February 1974 general election, and 61% of British Asians compared with 45% of whites were inclined to support the Labour Party at the October 1974 general election. At the 1979 general election, an exit poll in 24 parliamentary constituencies revealed that 86% of British Asians, 90% of Afro-Caribbeans and 50% of whites voted for the Labour Party. Anwar, 1980. However, in some constituencies like Rochdale, up to 50% of British Asians voted for the Liberal Party candidate, while in some other constituencies over 15% of British Asians voted for the Conservative Party. At the 1983 general election, a national exit poll showed that the majority of ethnic minorities had voted Labour, 57%, but 24% and 16% had voted Conservative and Alliance respectively. Anwar, 1986. However, it appeared that while the solid support for Labour among Afro-Caribbean voters remained, British Asians were slowly moving towards other parties as well. For example, the highest ethnic minority vote, 93%, for the Labour Party was recorded in Bristol East, with a mainly Afro-Caribbean population. For the Conservatives the highest was in Croydon North East, 27%, and for the Alliance in Rochdale, 54%, the last two with a predominantly British Asian electorate. This trend continued. At the 1987 general election, 66.8% of British Asians intended to vote for the Labour Party, 22.7% for the Conservative Party and 10% for the Alliance. Asian Times, May 1987. An exit poll confirmed this pattern, showing that 61% of British Asians had voted for Labour, compared with 20% for Conservatives and 17% for the Alliance. Once again there were area variations. Decrease in Labour Party support among British Asians was also shown in a survey carried out by National Opinion Polls, NOP, before the 1992 general election. It showed that 55% of British Asians intended to vote for the Labour Party and, while 18% of respondents were still undecided, the others were likely to vote for the Conservatives and Liberal Democrats. Overall, surveys between 1974 and 1992 showed that the vast majority of ethnic minorities voted for the Labour Party. However, over time the growth of a significant minority, particularly of British Asians, that voted for the Conservative Party and for the Liberal Democrats, could be noted. Anwar, 1994. This trend was confirmed at the 1997 general election. Table 9. Voting patterns by ethnic group, 1997 general election survey, %. Lab * con Lib Dem other white 61.2775 Black Caribbean 94.24, Black African 96.3, Black other 88.246 Indian 72.1844 Pakistani 55.3914 Bangladeshi 83.1313 Other 67.2434. On polling day the author undertook a survey in 5 parliamentary constituencies: Birmingham Edgbaston, Birmingham Ladywood, Birmingham Sparkbrook and Small Heath, Bradford West and Walthamstow, to identify how ethnic minorities and whites from the same areas had voted. Anwar, 1998b. Voters were asked, in a totally voluntary and confidential process, to record again their votes on duplicate ballot papers which they then placed in a box. It appears from our analysis that the majority of ethnic minorities voted for the Labour Party candidates, 60% of British Asian, 92% of Black, but a significant minority also voted for the Conservative Party candidates and a yet smaller proportion for the Liberal Democrat candidates. However, there were area variations and different trends for different ethnic groups. For example, in Bradford West our survey suggested that the majority of Pakistanis, 61%, voted for the Conservative candidate, Mohammad Riaz, compared with 35% for the Labour Party candidate, Marsha Singh. For the Indians the pattern was just the opposite, 74% voted for the Labour Party candidate and 23% for the Conservative candidate. Overall, out of the total sample of 3,232 voters, more than 2/3 of whom were categorized as ethnic minorities, 65% voted for the Labour Party, 27% for the Conservative Party, 4% for Liberal Democrats and 4% for other parties. Anwar, 1998b. See Table 9 for details. Another survey at the time of the 1997 general election showed similar voting patterns for ethnic minorities. Sagar, 2000. This study showed solid support for Labour amongst Afro-Caribbeans, 93.5%, similar support for the Conservatives among Indians, 17.5%, to that recorded by our survey, less support for the Conservatives among Pakistanis, 7.1%, and more support for the Liberal Democrats among Bangladeshis, 10.3%. These differences can be explained thus: our survey was in 5 parliamentary constituencies, with a larger sample of ethnic minorities, while the Sagar survey was part of a wider study of the 1997 general election, and had a smaller sample of ethnic minorities. For example, there were only 85 Pakistanis and 39 Bangladeshis in the Sagar sample, while in our survey, in the constituency of Bradford West alone, there were 704 Pakistanis in the sample. A survey by the author on polling day at the 2001 general election, in 5 constituencies with a sample of 2,837 voters, showed that overall 62.3% had voted for the Labour Party, 13.2% for the Conservative Party, 12% for the Liberal Democrats and 12.5% for smaller parties and independent candidates. Voting patterns of various ethnic groups are presented in Table 10. This table again confirms the downward trend of British Asian support for the Labour Party and the continuing solid support for the same party among blacks. However, due to the Iraq War, a significant number of British Asian Muslims voted against the Labour Party in the 2003 local elections and 2004 local and European elections, and consequently many Labour Party candidates were defeated in inner-city areas where the party had previously had safe seats. As a result, the Labour Party lost control of local councils in many important areas such as Birmingham, Leeds, and Leicester. The Liberal Democrats have benefited from this shift. Generally, the Labour Party activists claim that this is a temporary phenomenon and that the vast majority of these British Asians would in due course come back to support the Labour Party. One reason why the majority of British Asians and ethnic minorities still vote Labour is the perception that it is more sympathetic to ethnic minorities and supports the working class. A similar perception affects the pattern of voting in the United States, where the Democratic Party has always received the majority of the black votes. Kavanagh, 1984. Nevertheless, it appears from our research evidence that in Britain a variety of important factors are involved in attracting electoral support from British Asians: the policies of the political parties, the organization and mobilization of British Asians at local and national levels, the candidates' personal contact and familiarity with British Asian communities, and the presence of British Asian candidates. In this context, it is relevant to discuss the policies and initiatives taken by the parties to attract British Asian support. Political parties' responses. The participation of British Asians in the political process is also affected by the policies and initiatives taken by the political parties. These include special arrangements to attract British Asian support, manifesto commitments at elections, and the number of British Asian candidates and elected British Asian MPs and councillors. It is also clear now that initiatives to attract the electoral support of British Asian and other ethnic minority communities can be taken by parties and their leaders without the fear of losing white voters. Hence the number of set UPs arranged to do just that. The Conservative Party set up an ethnic minority unit in the Conservative Central Office's Department of Community Affairs in 1976. Its objective was to make party members aware of the growing importance of British Asians and other ethnic minority electors, to influence party policy, to improve the image of the party among British Asians and other ethnic minorities, and, as a result, to seek their support. The unit helped form an Anglo-Asian conservative society through which it recruited British Asians directly into the party. It had about 30 local branches. The formation of the Anglo-West Indian Conservative Society followed with the same objective. However, more recently these societies have been replaced by a national organization, the One Nation Forum. Nevertheless, some Anglo-Asian and Anglo-West Indian societies continue their activities at the local level. Members of these societies and the One Nation Forum get involved in election campaigns as Conservative Party workers, and some come forward as party candidates in local, parliamentary, and European elections. Leaders themselves have also made direct overtures towards British Asians. For example, in a February 1997 speech, Michael Howard, the then Home Secretary, voiced his appreciation of the role of British Asians in making Britain prosperous and stated that since Asian values were closer to the philosophy of his party, British Asians were natural Conservative Party supporters. And William Hague, the Conservative Party leader, speaking as chief guest at a dinner for Asian millionaires at the Café Royal, expressed the hope that one day an Asian would be Conservative Party leader, adding, "Though you'll forgive me for saying not quite yet. As far as I am concerned, I see Asians as no less British than the Scots, the English, the Welsh and the Northern Irish." Daily Telegraph, April 22, 1999. He also announced the creation of a cultural unit at the Conservative Central Office to attract more British Asians. Mr. Hague said he wanted more British blacks and British Asians playing a full part in the mainstream of our national life. Not just in business, the professions, sports, the arts, or in the media, but also in politics. Similar sentiments were expressed by another Conservative Party leader, Ian Duncan Smith, at the time a deputy chairman of the party. Shailesh Vora was British Asian. Clearly the party is making an effort to attract support from British Asians. The British Asian vote is also clearly valuable to the Labour Party. The Labour Party Race and Action Group, LPRAG, was set up in 1975 as a pressure group to educate and advise the party on relevant issues. There was also a long campaign to set up black sections in the Labour Party, Shukra, 1990, Jeffers, 1991, and although this issue was defeated at several Labour Party annual conferences in the 1980s, the Labour Party NEC finally set up a Black and Asian Advisory Committee, followed by a Black Socialist Society, similar to the party's women's and local government committees. The society's primary objective is to obtain and maintain ethnic minority support for the party, and an officer is also appointed at the party's national headquarters to deal with ethnic minorities. In September 1995, following pressure from Pakistani and Kashmiri Labour supporters, including Labour councillors, the party agreed a policy on the Kashmir issue. Labour Party debates, September 1995, and in the following month the party leader, Tony Blair, met the then Pakistani Prime Minister, Benazir Bhutto. During her brief stopover en route to the United States, he was the only leading British politician to do so and received appreciation from Bhutto for the party's approved policy. Regarding Kashmir, with his wife, Blair also visited the Regent's Park Mosque in London in February 1997 when the Muslim community celebrated Eid al-Fitr, a move some saw as an initiative to garner Muslim support ahead of the 1997 general election. Between the 1997 and 2001 general elections, Tony Blair, now the Prime Minister, was again seen to attend several events organised by various British Asian groups. The Liberal Party, for their part, used to have a community relations panel in the 1970s, which included ethnic minority members. It met regularly to discuss relevant issues and formulated not only policies to attract ethnic minority members, but also election campaign strategies specially directed towards them. The Liberal Democrats are following a similar arrangement. In June 1991, the Asian Liberal Democrats was formed to attract British Asian support. One British Asian was also a member of the Liberal Democrats' national executive. The leader of the Liberal Democrats has also held important meetings with Asian businessmen and others to attract both financial and electoral support. More recently, an Asian, Lord Kalya, became the president of the Liberal Democrats. The Scottish National Party, SNP, is also trying in various ways to secure British Asian support. The organisation Asians for Scottish Independence has been formed. British Asian candidates were put forward at the 1997 and 2001 general elections, and some have also contested the Scottish Parliament elections. One way to examine the response of the political parties to the participation of British Asians is to examine the number of British Asian candidates put forward in general elections in the last 30 years, although of course MPs from the Indian subcontinent were elected to the House of Commons even before the Second World War. The first, Dadabhai Naoroji, was elected in 1882 as a Liberal, with a majority of 5, at Finsbury Central. The second, Sir Mancherjee Bhownagri, was twice elected as a Conservative for Bethnal Green North East in 1895 and 1900. The third, Shapurji Sayklatvala, was also twice elected, for Battersea North as a Labour candidate in 1922 and as a Communist in 1924. All three were Parsis. In the House of Lords there was one member from the Indian subcontinent, Lord Sinha of Rajpur, 1863 to 1928. At a local level, in 1934, Chanilal Kashal, a medical doctor, was elected as a Labour councillor in Finsbury, North London, and in 1938 he became the first British Asian mayor in Britain. Krishna Menon, a teacher, was also elected in 1934 as a Labour councillor for St Pancras Ward in London, and in 1936, another doctor, Jainti Sagar, was elected as a Labour councillor in Dundee and served for 18 years. And these were not the only Asians elected by their mainly white electorate. Similarly, Asian women took an active role in politics, for example, participating in many suffragette organizations at the beginning of the century, Sophia Duleep Singh, who lived in London, being just one example. After the Second World War, the first Asian candidates elected by a major political party was Sardar Ksn Aliwala, who contested Willesden West for the Liberal Party in 1950. At the February 1974 election, the Labour Party put forward an Asian from Glasgow to contest East Fife, and the Liberal Party selected an Asian for Coventry South East. There were no Asian candidates selected by the main political parties at the October 1974 general election, but at the 1979 general election 3 of the 5 ethnic minority candidates put forward by the main political parties were Asians, 7 others stood for the minor parties, 2 Conservative and 1 Liberal. This was the first time since 1945 that the Conservative Party had selected ethnic minority candidates. In the event, all the British Asians and other ethnic minority candidates lost, because they had contested seats where there was no chance of winning, irrespective of the party. At the 1983 general election, 2/3 of the 18 ethnic minority candidates who stood for the major political parties were British Asians. However, as in 1979, none contested a winnable or safe seat. Nevertheless, the main parties continued to attract British Asian electoral support, and selected 18 British Asian candidates at the 1987 general election. A total of 27 ethnic minority candidates were selected that year. Only one, Keith Vaz, Leicester East, was returned for the Labour Party. Another Asian Labour Party candidate, Mohammed Aslam, Nottingham East, lost by only 456 votes, because Labour Party support was divided over his selection. 3 Afro-Caribbean Labour MPs were also returned in this election: Paul Boateng, Brent South, Diane Abbott, Hackney North and Stoke Newington, and Bernie Grant, Tottenham. The 3 London MPs were all elected in safe Labour seats. However, Keith Vaz won his seat with a swing of over 9% from the Conservative candidate. Aside from this, the general performance of British Asian candidates was like that of other party candidates in the same regions, proving that British Asians and other ethnic minority candidates were certainly not vote losers and, in some cases, improved the party position by attracting more votes. One clear indication of white voters' acceptance of British Asian candidates came in the November 1991 parliamentary by-election for Longbourg, an area in which only 0.7% of the voters were from ethnic minorities. With a swing of 3.6%, Dr. Ashok Kumar, Labour, took the seat from the Conservative Party, increasing the number of British Asian MPs to 2. At the 1992 general election, 16 of the 23 ethnic minority candidates selected by the main political parties were British Asian, 4 Labour, 6 Conservatives, and 6 Liberal Democrats. In one constituency, Ealing Southall, 2 British Asian candidates stood against each other, one for the Labour Party, the other for the Liberal Democrats, P.R. Cabra, Labour, being the eventual winner. Of Labour's sitting MPs, although Dr. Kumar lost his seat by a small margin to the Conservative candidate, Keith Vaz managed to gain re-election. At the same time, Nirjay Deva, Brentford and Isleworth, became the first British Asian in recent times to win for the Conservative Party. Of the 22 constituencies contested by ethnic minorities as a whole, 6 had ethnic minority populations of less than the national average of 5.5%. Political parties were obviously now prepared to put forward British Asian and other ethnic minority candidates in predominantly white areas. Table 11 shows the details of the British Asian candidates' constituencies and their respective parties, ethnic minority population in 1991, and the political parties' majorities at the 1987 and 1992 general elections. At the 1997 general election, Of the 40 ethnic minority candidates representing main political parties, 26 were British Asians, 8 Labour, 8 Conservative and 10 Liberal Democrat. 5 British Asians, all Labour, were elected, as were 4 blacks. Although Nir Jadava was defeated, the 2 other British Asian sitting MPs Vaz and Pra Kabra improved their vote significantly, as shown in Table 12. M. Sarwar won Glasgow Govan, a Labour Party-held seat, and the first seat in Scotland to be won by a British Asian. He was also the first Pakistani and the first Muslim to enter the House of Commons. M. Singh, Bradford West, was the other new British Asian MP. Dr. Ashok Kumar's Lab performance in Middlesbrough South and Cleveland at the 1997 general election, where he turned a 1,401 Conservative Party majority at the 1992 general election into a Labour Party majority of 10,607, together with the evidence presented in Table 12, shows not only that British Asians are now accepted as party candidates, but that even in opposing safe seats that have full party support, and even in areas with very few British Asians and other ethnic minorities, they can win. In 2001, the number of British Asian candidates put forward by the 3 main political parties had increased to 13, 12 represented the Labour Party, 7 of whom were elected, see Table 13. All were in safe Labour seats. Of the 12 British Asian Conservative candidates, none were elected. Although Shaleshvara in Northampton South was considered to have had a good chance, he lost by 885 votes to the sitting Labour MP. None of the 15 British Asian candidates put forward by the Liberal Democrats stood any chance of winning. Despite the advances, the number of British Asian MPs still does not reflect the presence of the British Asian population in Britain, nor even the electoral support that the Labour Party, in particular, received from British Asians at the 2001 general election. It is also worth noting that so far no British Asian woman has been elected to the House of Commons. Overall, the electoral performance of British Asian candidates was generally in line with the regional vote share for the relevant political parties. Nevertheless, some British Asian candidates did increase their share of the vote while others saw theirs fall by small percentages. This was due either to local factors, including controversial selections, or the intervention of independent candidates, several of them British Asian. Although such independent candidates, and British Asian representatives of minority parties, generally performed poorly, suggesting that outside the main political parties British Asian candidates have little chance of winning, they can clearly influence the voters. For example, in Birmingham Small Heath and Sparkbrook the People's Justice Party, PJP, received 4,770 votes. This was 13.02% of the total vote cast, almost equal to that received by the Liberal Democrat candidate, 13.2%. This party, PJP, already had 5 local councillors in Birmingham and was supported mainly by British Pakistanis. The importance of the concentration of a large number of Pakistanis in this constituency and their support for the PJP is clearly reflected in the result. On the whole, the representation of British Asians in the House of Commons did not change dramatically between 1997 and 2001 and still does not reflect their numbers in the population. 30 British Asian MPs would be a more accurate representation. In the House of Lords the number of British Asian members has increased to 15, 2 of whom are women. However, as in the House of Commons, the total number reflects neither the diversity nor the number of British Asians in society. Of British MEPs in the European Parliament 4 are British Asian, 2 Labour and 2 Conservative, one of whom is a woman. There is no representation of British Asians in the Scottish Parliament or in the Welsh Assembly. At the local council level, it appears that slow progress is being made over time. In the London borough elections in 1974, only 12 British Asian and other ethnic minority councillors were elected, while outside London in the 1973 local elections only 6 British Asians and other ethnic minority councillors were elected, of whom 1 was Liberal and the rest Labour. However, in the London borough elections of 1986, Of the 142 ethnic minority councillors, 68 were British Asian, and in 1994 the number increased to 139. Outside London similar progress was made. For example, in 1982 Birmingham had 5 British Asian councillors out of 117, but in 1992 the number increased to 14 and in 2002 to 18. Other areas with a significant number of British Asian councillors are Bradford, Leicester, and Luton. In 2005 the number of British Asian county councillors was 30. 3 points are worth making regarding local elections and British Asian representation. 1. Nationally the number of British Asian councillors changes every year with local elections taking place in different areas. 2. The number of British Asian councillors is estimated to be over 350 nationally, out of almost 21,000 local councillors, including Scotland, and over 80% of them belong to the Labour Party. 3. The number of British Asian women councillors is less than 5% nationally and in some areas non-existent. Once again, if we compare the number of British Asian councillors with the total British Asian population, the number is very small. It is clear that all political parties and British Asian communities need to do more to achieve fair representation. Antriism or racism. In 1990, as part of a wider study, we interviewed party agents, Anwar, 1994. Like the party candidates, the party representatives did not want British Asians and other ethnic minorities to have separate parties, but wanted them to join the existing political structures. Both the Labour Party and Conservative Party representatives said theirs was the best party to represent British Asians' interests, and claimed they had the support of most of the British Asians in their areas. However, Labour Party representatives were in a better position than other parties to give examples of British Asian members and British Asian elected councillors and candidates. They were also better placed to provide examples of their regular contacts with British Asians. One respondent suggested the fear of rejection and/or discrimination as a possible problem limiting the involvement of British Asians and other ethnic minorities. More recently, several examples had been reported of many British Asians, particularly young British Asians, who felt they had been banned from becoming members of the Labour Party or that problems had been created for British Asians standing as candidates. For example, in the 1990s some British Asian Labour Party activists had tried to increase the membership by recruiting more British Asians, but some constituency parties had been suspended and inquiries had been set up to delay the selection process. Areas in which this happened include Small Heath and Sparkbrook in Birmingham, Bradford West, Nottingham East, and Manchester Gorton. All these constituencies have a significant British Asian presence. During that period several sensational headlines appeared in the press fronting stories that suggested British Asians were trying to take over parliamentary constituency parties. Examples include, Muslims bought anti-Kaufman votes referring to Gerald Kaufman's parliamentary seat of Manchester Gorton, The Times, October 4, 1994, Entryism or racism, Labour turns down 1 in 4 Asians for party membership amid fears of a local takeover, Independent on Sunday, September 25, 1994, Labour alarm at Asian takeover, also in the Independent on Sunday, Asians seize on safest route to Westminster, The Times, September 30, 1994, an editorial, Labour's Asians. Deselection, Democracy, and the New Labour Party, also in The Times, and so on. The Manchester Gorton selection of the parliamentary constituency, in which a British Asian, a Muslim, and an ex-Labour councillor from Brent had challenged the sitting MP, in fact ended up with an inquiry by the Labour Party's NEC, and the Labour Party being taken to the High Court by 3 British Asians who accused the party of blocking the membership applications of 600 Bra Shians in the constituency. There was also a BBC television programme on this selection, which concluded that without the intervention of the Labour Party and the Labour Party NEC, there had been an equal chance of the British Asian candidate, Mr. Shahzad, winning the selection. There were several other examples of local wards and parliamentary constituencies where British Asians felt they were not being treated equally by the political parties, and some had even accused the parties of racial discrimination. In particular, many young British Asians had expressed such views. In this context, a complaint against the Labour Party was also made to the Commission for Racial Equality, CRE, in which some British Asian members in Birmingham accused the party of possibly exercising discrimination in the membership and selection process. It was reported that as a result some discussions took place in 1996 between the legal director of the CRE and Labour Party officials. Younger British Asians are also in the forefront of the campaign to increase the representation of British Asians at both national and local levels. A new group, the Association for Active Asians in Labour, AAAL, was formed in March 1995 to fight racial harassment and racial discrimination within the Labour Party. In October 1994, 211 British Asians resigned from the Conservative Party, alleging they had encountered racism there. Muslim News, October 28, 1994. The Conservative Party had also been accused of barring British Asians from the Hayes and Harlington Conservative Association, The News, November 2, 1995, and the sitting MP, Terry Dix, highlighted this problem by saying that the association's treatment of British Asian people, who represent a stronghold of 10,000, was unfair. It appeared that due to overt racism, a former party branch chair, Linda Reid, was forced to resign after 20 years. She said, "When I recommended a good local Conservative who happened to be Asian for the 1994 council elections, I was told it was out of the question and me and my Asian friends would not be welcome." The News, November 2, 1995. The Conservative Party chairman had been urged by Nir J. Deva, the only Conservative Asian MP in Britain at the time, to investigate the allegation. The Conservative Party was also accused of blatant racism in their selection of candidates. The Times, September 27, 1995. In November 1993, the Tower Hamlets Liberal Democrats were accused of distributing a leaflet, as part of their campaign in the area, which was condemned by the Liberal Democrat leader as racist. Daily Telegraph, November 11, 1993. Following an inquiry relating to this and another leaflet, it was recommended that 3 local Liberal Democrats be suspended from the party. There was also a feud about playing a race card between the local Labour Party and the Liberal Democrats in Tower Hamlets, Anwar, 1994. It is clear from various reported stories of racial harassment and racial discrimination within the political parties, and from the author's interviews with British Asian activists in all 3 major political parties, that there are still some obstacles, such as procedures, practices, and less favourable treatment of British Asians and other ethnic minorities, to achieving equality of opportunity within the various parties. Also, when race is seen as an electoral advantage, it is used by political parties without due consideration to race relations. At the 1992 general election, all 3 major political parties included statements concerning migration and race relations in their party manifestos. They used different terminology and put different emphasis on various issues in this context. Although it was generally assumed that in 1992 immigration would not become an election issue, it was made so by the Conservative Party towards the end of the election campaign when they felt they were behind in opinion polls. It appears this move won them some white votes, which perhaps made some difference in the outcome of a close election contest. The facts of immigration did not justify the rhetoric of the then Home Secretary and others in his party. The issue also revived the debate about the numbers and presence of ethnic minorities in Britain. It is worth adding here that, before the 1992 election, the debate was renewed by the speeches of Conservative MP Winston Churchill, who made non-white immigration an issue. At the 1997 and 2001 general elections, the immigration card and race card were used mainly by the National Front, NF, and the British National Party, BNP, candidates. In the local elections in May 2002, 3 BNP councillors were elected in Burnley and a 4th one was elected in a by-election in Darwin in November 2002. This ward is in the constituency, Blackburn, of Mr. Jack Straw, the Foreign Secretary at the time. In 2004 the number of BNP councillors nationally had increased to 16. Overall it appears that all three main political parties have failed to integrate British Asians sufficiently in their structures. If parties do not radically improve involvement and representation of British Asians, it is possible that British Asian voters will switch off from the electoral political process. However, through their organizations the British Asian leaders might find ways of promoting participation of their communities in the institutions of British society, including political participation. There are several hundred British Asian organizations throughout the country. These include religious, social, welfare, educational, political and professional organizations at local, regional, and national levels. The role of British Asian leaders and British Asian organizations is very important in the political process, and their activities in terms of pressure groups and political participation are ongoing. However, their presence is more noticeable at election times when they often organize their members and mobilize support for political parties. Some events have also made British Asians more determined to mobilize. For example, the Rushdie affair has made Muslims in Britain more politicist and, as a consequence, they have been mobilized by community leaders on other issues as well. Many Muslims have realized that they are not being treated equally as a religious community, and as a result some young Muslims have recently become more ardent supporters of the genuine demands of the Muslims in Britain. Some in particular point to the tiny representation of Muslims in the House of Commons and the House of Lords. This is seen as deliberate by some and as anti-Muslim policy by others. It is clear that the concentration of British Asians in some areas of Britain has maximized their statistical significance in the political process. The evidence presented in this chapter shows that the participation of British Asians in the electoral process has increased over time. As in previous elections, British Asian turnout increased at the 1997 and 2001 general elections, but that their representation has made slow progress. The voting patterns of British Asians show that a majority of British Asians still vote for the Labour Party, but a significant minority are also voting for the Conservative Party and Liberal Democrats. No doubt there are area variations in terms of Labour Party support among British Asians. Overall, the Conservative Party and Liberal Democrats have not done enough to increase their share of the vote among British Asians and need to do more to attract them, in particular, by taking positive action to provide representation for British Asians. At the same time, the Labour Party has not done enough to increase the number of British Asian people in the decision-making process to reflect our multi-ethnic society. No doubt at the local level there are several British Asians who have become mayors or Lord Mayors, council leaders, and a few chairmen and deputy chairmen of committees, or more recently, members of local authority cabinets. But at the national level no elected or appointed British Asian member currently holds any ministerial or other senior position. Having said that, one British Asian, Keith Vaz, served as the Minister for Europe for a short period before the 2001 general election. The number of British Asian candidates for the main political parties increased from 26 in 1997 to 39 in 2001. However, the number of elected British Asian candidates at national level is still only 7 out of 659 members of the House of Commons. This does not reflect the number of British Asians in the population, nor does it reflect the results of our 1997 survey of electors and candidates that showed that over 98% of ethnic minority as well as 91% of white electors agreed that there should be more elected representatives from ethnic minorities both at national and local levels. In the same survey 90% of candidates also agreed with this. Our survey at the 2001 general election shows similar results. In this context, it is worth mentioning that the overall performance of British Asian candidates has been in line with the regional party share of the vote. British Asian candidates, therefore, are accepted as party candidates, and if they are given safe or winnable seats to contest they can win, even in areas with very few British Asians and other ethnic minorities. There is also overwhelming support, both among electors and main political party candidates, for encouraging ethnic minorities to participate in the existing political parties rather than having their own ethnically based political parties. At the same time, there seems to be more willingness among British Asians to get involved in the main political parties. However, there seem to be some problems in terms of opportunities for British Asians and other ethnic minorities in this context. Therefore, it is the responsibility of the political parties to increase the number of British Asians in the decision-making process. The candidate selection process is the crucial gateway into the House of Commons. But while the positive action taken by the main political parties such as training, zipping or the additional member system, AMS, for the Scottish Parliament, and the Welsh and London Assemblies has focused on promoting women, no such action by the political parties has been taken so far regarding British Asians and other ethnic minorities. Despite this, it appears that overall British Asians are likely to have an increasing influence in British elections and politics. Brown economy. Enterprise and employment. Shindeer Esthandi. In March 2003 Eastern Eye produced their 7th annual list of Britain's richest Asians, entitling it Success to reinforce the point about the increased visibility of British Asians in the business field and to dispel the stereotype of the overworked, struggling Asian corner shop owner. By focusing on the top 200 wealthiest business families, the publication itself tries to create the myth of success of Asian business across the board, when in effect there is great polarization and unevenness in business success rates across different British Asian communities, and when an overwhelming majority of businesses, numerically at least, still remain small and family-run. A similar hype could be manufactured about British Asian labour market experience. British Asians have benefited greatly from upward social mobility, and their labour market experience is now almost comparable to the majority community. Such representations, well-meaning and important for building a positive image, are useful for understanding the contribution of British Asians to the British economy, both in terms of participation and in generating employment and entrepreneurial activity, especially at the local level. However, there is a danger that they may camouflage serious structural difficulties faced by British Asian labour in Britain. There is a need to address the paradox of apparent success and growing differentiation. Are British Asian entrepreneurs really not glorified corner shop owners, or has there been real and considerable achievement and breakout both in terms of scale and diversity in sectors? The main purpose of this chapter is to provide an evaluation of the British Asian labour market experience, especially of British Asians' participation both as employees and as employers. This will enable us to build their socio-economic profile and assess their labour market achievement. The main focus of the first part is to examine the different types of economic activities that British Asians are engaged in and their labour market experiences and outcomes. The second part discusses factors in the rise of British Asian business, their main characteristics, the different sectors of involvement and the constraints on future growth. The chapter combines empirical material with theoretical debates to enable the reader to make an assessment of the contribution of British Asians to the British economy. However, there are other important reasons for evaluating the labour market achievement of British Asians, especially given the contemporary British context. Issues pertaining to social exclusion and community cohesion have assumed increased importance in British political discourses and have posed important challenges for public policy. First, there is the growing recognition that if certain ethnic groups appear to be significantly disadvantaged in the British labour market, this leads to a higher incidence of unemployment and a widening earnings gap. These in turn have negative effects on economic opportunities and social mobility, contributing to even greater levels of social exclusion. Second, achievement of some ethnic groups may be disappointing, especially when considering their experiences of employment to education returns. For instance, many British Asian groups may have benefited from higher levels of education, but show poorer rates of return as indicated by low productivity and underutilization at both individual and economic levels. Third, for some groups, discriminatory behavior by employers in particular sectors may act as a deterrent for further entry into those sectors and may lead to excess entry into others. This acts as a distortion and results in lower earnings across the board for all. Fourth, significant differentials in labor market achievements can have an impact on wider relations between different ethnic groups. Poor achievement among some groups in the labor market may lead to cultural and ethnic stereotypes within and beyond the workplace. So, for instance, a relatively poor performance among some young Pakistani and Bangladeshis may generate negative stereotypes of Pakistanis and Bangladeshis in general. This will have the effect of suppressing both the aspirations of these young people and others' expectations of their potential. This can perpetuate the cycle of disadvantage and discouragement and lead to even further social exclusion, alienation, and diminished trust. As recent studies on the race riots in some northern English towns have illustrated, this may act as an important factor in increased incidence of civil disorder. The apparent social and economic causes of civil disorder and limited social cohesion may well be rooted in persistent failures to deal with ethnic minorities' labor market differentials, especially in employment. Collectively, these reasons pose a strong challenge for public policy makers. British Asian in the labor market: participation, experience, and achievement. Deindustrialization, rise of knowledge-based economy, and British Asian labor. British Asian employment prospects, along with those of other ethnic groups, have been profoundly affected by changing patterns in the British labour market. Employment growth has been very uneven over the last 10 years. The business services sector has seen the largest growth in jobs, 29% growth since 1991, followed by distribution and transport and non-market services. Also, new jobs have been created in design, finance, and leisure services, where skill requirements are both higher and different than those in manufacturing. The manufacturing sector, on the other hand, has continued to shed employment, over a third of a million jobs between 1991 to 9, as has the primary sector. Especially in the manufacturing sector, the decline in jobs has come in areas such as the North West, West Midlands and London, where a majority of the British Asian communities have traditionally been located. Thus, changing labour market demand and skill requirements have led to an acute mismatch between these and the characteristics and location of British Asian labour. Another important change in labour market conditions, which has had a disproportionate impact on British Asian labour, has been the change in work patterns. While there has been a decline in full-time shift work in the male-dominated manufacturing sector in favor of part-time and flexible work, there has also been an increase in new growth sectors where female and part-time jobs predominate. The emergence of a knowledge-based economy and employment growth in ICT-related services has particularly disadvantaged Asian male labor. Assessing British Asian labor market experience: how well do British Asians achieve? Traditionally, labor economists have used a number of indicators to assess labor market achievement. Below we consider 5 main indicators to assess British Asian labor market achievement using data obtained from recent labor force surveys. 1. Economic activity rates. According to the June 2002 labor force survey, at the end of 2001 there were 3.1 million members of ethnic minority groups in Britain over the age of 16. Of these, 1.7 million were in employment. British Asian workers numbered 841,000, split 63% male and 37% female. As Table 1 shows, the overall economic activity rates are lower for British Asians than for whites, and this is especially more pronounced for women. According to the table, Asian or Asian British women only had activity rates of 48% compared with white women at 74%. It is in fact the lowest among all ethnic minority groups. There also appears to be a significant gap between Indian and Pakistani and Bangladeshi women, both in terms of activity rates and income. Data provided by Labor Force Surveys and Youth Community Service also shows that a significant proportion of certain ethnic minorities are not in employment, training, or education. For instance, for age group 16-18-year-olds amongst British Asians, the highest percentage not in education, training, or employment is the Bangladeshi group, approximate 17%, followed by Pakistani, approximate 13%, and then Indian, approximate 3%. Available research shows that risks of non-participation increase if parents are poor or unemployed or they belong to certain minorities. In other words, younger groups entering the labor market already start from a disadvantaged position. 2. Occupational attainment. This indicator enables us to look at the extent of success in upward mobility in the labor market. Looking across all ethnic minorities, data shows there has been some overall improvement in occupational attainment, usually measured in terms of number in professional/managerial employment. Indian men, for instance, appear to have similar attainment to whites, but Pakistanis and Bangladeshis lag behind markedly. Although no precise data is available to confirm this, rough calculations indicate that it is 28% for Indians, 17% for Bangladeshis and 15% for Pakistanis. Similar differences emerge for women, although their overall percentages, in terms of attainment, are lower. Figure illustrates the basic occupational structure among British Asian labor. It indicates that around 35% are in the managerial and professional categories, both high and low, and if we exclude those who are self-employed, 12%, the majority of the remainder are in routine or semi-routine jobs or unemployed. 3. Unemployment rates. Data indicates that unemployment rates for Asians or Asian British stand at 10%, which is just over double the rate for whites at 4.7%. These rates have persisted over a long period of time, indicating there is a pattern of unemployment risk associated with certain ethnic minorities. Disaggregated data shows considerable variation in unemployment rates among British Asian communities, with Pakistanis and Bangladeshis experiencing the worst rates. More worrying, available time series data shows that unemployment rates for some British-born second-generation ethnic minority groups have worsened compared with unemployment rates of first-generation migrants in the 1970s. For example, for Pakistanis, unemployment rates are twice those of whites of the same age group. So although the second generation may appear to have closed the gap in terms of occupational attainment, this is far from the case with respect to unemployment. 4. Earning differentials. If we consider those in work, data shows there is a marked difference in earnings levels of ethnic minorities and their white counterparts. In fact, almost all ethnic minority men, less so for Indian men, earn less than white men. But there is a significant variation in earning power between ethnic groups. Figures show that in terms of earnings, Bangladeshi men are the most disadvantaged and Indian men the least. Furthermore, labor force survey data reveals that whilst just over 25% of white households had incomes at or below the national average, the comparable figures are 80% of Pakistani and Bangladeshi households and 40% of Indian households. These confirm the results of other findings that British Asian labor tends to be concentrated in low-paying occupations. Given these low household incomes, certain British Asian communities will also suffer the long-term effect of labor market disadvantage, the double jeopardy effect of lower private pension coverage, due to low contribution, and a shift to pension provision towards the private sector, due to withdrawal of state pension. In such circumstances, this will only increase British Asian communities' dependence on means-tested benefits in later life. 5. Rates of self-employment. Although there are popular perceptions about high levels of self-employment among British Asians, figures show that of all ethnic minorities, the Chinese, in fact, had the highest self-employed rate at 24%, followed by the British Asian groups at 14%. But the British Asian rate is higher than both the whites and the average rate among all ethnic minority groups. However, again, there are significant differences in rates of self-employment among British Asians. The 1998 to 2000 figures show that Pakistanis had the highest rate at around 25%, Indians next at around 14% and 8% for Bangladeshis. If anything, the figures show that the trend for the latter two is one of decline, although there are no apparent reasons why this should happen. To summarize, it appears that in certain areas, occupational attainment, earning power, and unemployment rates, there are clear signs of low achievement in the labor market. The evidence also shows that there are significant differences between different British Asian groups. While the above indicators are useful in measuring overall labor market achievement, there are still other dimensions of labor market experience that they do not adequately capture. Two other factors are also important influences on labor market achievement. The first of these is geographical location. Figures show an overwhelming majority of the British Asian population is concentrated in larger urban areas of Greater London, West Midlands, Greater Manchester, and West Yorkshire. Employment rates do vary according to location and among different British Asian groups. They are the highest in Greater London and lowest in Greater Manchester. There are also major differences at sub-regional and at local authority levels. Evidence indicates that Pakistanis and Bangladeshis are the most disadvantaged. Peach, this volume. The second factor relates to the fact that British Asians tend to be overrepresented in some sectors and underrepresented in others. All British Asian men, as with all ethnic minorities, are underrepresented in primary related sectors but overrepresented in others. Indian men, for instance, are overrepresented in engineering, textiles and clothing, distribution, transport and communication and public health and education sectors, and Indian women are overrepresented in engineering, textiles, clothing and distribution. Pakistani men are overrepresented in textiles and clothing, 10% employment for this group compared with 1% for all men, distribution and transport and communication, and the same applies for Pakistani women. Bangladeshi men are over-represented in textiles and clothing, 9% for this group, and distribution, 60%. If we look at the industry level, the variations increase even further. For instance, 52% of Bangladeshi male employees and self-employees are in the restaurant industry, compared with 1% for white men, and a third of them are cooks or waiters. Looking at Pakistani male employees and self-employees, 12% are taxi drivers or chauffeurs compared with the national average of 1%. Looking at Indian men, 5% are medical practitioners, almost 10 times the national average. Unfortunately, no comparable figures are available for Asian females. This data reinforces the point made earlier that most British Asians tend to be disproportionately concentrated in declining sectors with large labor turnover, since they are most at risk from forces of international competition and lowly paid. British Asians and the labor market. Evidence presented above clearly demonstrates low levels of labor market achievement among British Asians in Britain. However, a more detailed look at the structural characteristics of the labor markets in which ethnic minorities operate will provide a better understanding of British Asian labor market disadvantage. This entails looking at both the demand and supply forces and how they operate to disadvantage British Asian groups. The factors suggest the prevalence of significant imperfections in the labor market, which results in discrimination against British Asians. They also suggest British Asian labor operates in highly segmented markets that may be secondary or informal, and where mainstream legislation on wage and working conditions may have little relevance. There are a number of factors operating on the demand side of the labor market that limit the demand for British Asian labor. Since most British Asian communities are located in inner-city districts, where there is a low level of business activity, labor demand remains low. Furthermore, whatever business activity does exist, it tends to be of a small size, limiting both job opportunities and low career progression. For example, around 70% of the Bangladeshi working population is in the catering industry, where most workers are not able to progress above the cook or waiter status. Another important factor, also highlighted above, is the radical change in the industrial landscape of Britain. Deindustrialization and restructuring towards a post-industrial economy has meant a change in demand from low to high-skilled labor. If British Asian communities happen to be overrepresented in the declining industries, as is the case with the high concentration of male Pakistani labor in the textile industry in Oldham, Kalya, 2000A, then the impact of restructuring will have a disproportionate effect on this community. The spatial mismatch, concentration in geographical areas where jobs are declining rather than being created, can have serious social and political consequences too. Evidence also suggests that ethnic minority small businesses are mainly concentrated in areas of ethnic minority settlement. See discussion on ethnic enclaves in the second section. But ethnic minority businesses, many of which depend on family labor, expand slowly and thus only produce a nominal increase in demand for labor. Furthermore, Very rarely do these businesses employ labor across ethnic lines. For example, an Indian-owned business would only employ Indian labor, a halal butcher unlikely to hire a Sikh, and Hindu or Christian or Sikh associations unlikely to hire people of other religious denominations. These cultural and religious barriers are a reality in business practices and have the overall effect of reducing labor demand and also employment across ethnic lines. Nor do these businesses expand very much given their limited capital and problems with getting start-up finance. As they tend to be clustered in a small space and in a small range of sectors, they are often engaged in cutthroat competition, and in such a context expansion is hardly a priority. Survival and sufficient profitability to sustain security in family income remain primary objectives. In any case, evidence suggests there is a higher failure rate among such businesses. Government statistics show that around 56% of ethnic minorities live in the 44 most deprived local authorities in the country, Social Exclusion Unit, 2000. These are areas that suffer from multiple deprivation, especially from poor levels of public infrastructure, education, transport, and social services. This leads to a cycle of economic deprivation, low business development and low employment generation. Successive governments have attempted to tackle this problem, but no tangible results are permanently visible. Surveys also continue to show that, despite financially bigger and newer initiatives, British Asian businesses make little use of professional advice and information services or business links, but instead rely heavily on community networks. The private sector does not have a good track record either when it comes to recruitment from areas of British Asian settlement. Many companies simply do not use local agencies for recruitment, and evidence from company recruitment practices suggests that British Asian job applicants are disproportionately likely to fail to get jobs they have applied for even when class, education, and location is accounted for. This can only be explained by direct or indirect forms of racism or lack of cultural awareness. Some writers have argued there may be a form of unwitting discrimination built into recruitment systems, for example, major companies not recruiting from new universities the source of most British Asian graduates, or companies expressing a preference for experience over qualification, which British Asian groups may lack. On the supply side of the labor market there are also a number of important factors that continue to inhibit both the quality and quantity of labor. Evidence shows that different British Asian communities have different endowments of human capital, level of education, skills, language fluency, and so on. Research reveals that differences in labor market outcomes are linked to educational qualifications. Among British Asians, educational qualifications, measured by 5 GCSEs at A*C grades, do vary, with the Indian group at around 60% and Bangladeshis/Pakistanis at around 28%. Studies also show that although British Asians have disproportionately higher rates of participation in higher education compared with whites, a vast majority of them are concentrated in the new post-1992 universities. For instance, in some of the new universities in the Midlands region, British Asian students may comprise up to 40% of the total population, and on some courses, especially computer science, business studies, and finance, British Asian students may account for up to 80% of the total course enrollment. If the major employers only visit traditional universities or they discriminate against new university graduates, this acts as a disadvantage for British Asian students. There is also the issue of attainment of non-academic employability skills among some British Asians, despite the fact that overall they tend to experience longer periods in post-school education. Analysis of skills attainment shows marked differences across different British Asian groups. Figures show that individuals from Bangladesh, 24%, and Pakistani, 19%, backgrounds are considerably more likely to hold no qualifications at all. Only Indians do slightly better at 10% compared with whites at 12%. Figures also show that only 28% of Bangladeshis and 39% of Pakistanis are qualified to NVQ level 3 or above, or its equivalent, compared with more than 50% of whites. These low levels of skill attainment among some groups act as significant barriers to entering and remaining within the workplace. The situation appears to be even worse for post-school 16-year-olds, as they are more likely to be unemployed and not on the many government-financed training programs. Research indicates that there is a divergence in performance, especially between Indians in one group and Pakistanis and Bangladeshis in another, but also within each particular British Asian group. Whilst quite a large number do well in the workplace, there is a significant minority of youth from British Asian backgrounds who simply fall out of the system. They become discouraged, demoralized, and alienated, affecting their chances of employability even further. Some have suggested that differences in the class profile of different British Asian groups have an important bearing on labour market achievement. It may well be that Indians are more successful in managerial and professional jobs because of their relatively wealthier socio-economic background, including homeland occupations, compared with other British Asian groups. However, this is a rather simplistic explanation given the very complex interplay between the many processes at work and the different types of labour markets in which these groups participate. British Asians and social capital, the colour of money. Although it has been suggested that cultural and religious factors may be at work in inhibiting both the quantity and quality of labour supplied and labour market experience, measuring the influence of such factors is extremely difficult. According to the very limited research examining economic activity rates by different religious groups, Brown, 2000, Muslim men and women were the least likely to be in paid work, while Hindus were the most likely. Looking at employment profiles and income differentials, Sikhs and Pakistani and Bangladeshi Muslims show particular underrepresentation in professional employment, whereas Hindus and Indian Muslims dominate. In terms of earnings, Muslim men and women are overrepresented in the lowest income band, with almost a quarter earning less than £115 per week compared with only a tenth of Hindus and Sikhs. While this may be an interesting way to connect religion and differences in labour market outcomes, it becomes impossible to demonstrate any causality between them. Social capital metrics attempts to measure the connectedness of individuals to their local communities. Measures of social capital are usually divided into two types, bridging and bonding. Bridging social capital consists of formal and informal networks that link the members of a given social group with the wider society, whereas bonding social capital connects members of the social group with each other. Putnam, 2000. Therefore, bridging social capital would be far more important in understanding labour market experiences and outcomes. Thus, an isolated community, which lacks bridging social capital, is not likely to benefit from employment opportunities. According to this view, geographically concentrated communities such as Pakistanis and Bangladeshis may develop high levels of bonding social capital but lack bridging social capital. The former provides the basis for a successful local economy, as reflected in the rise of Pakistani-owned businesses, and contributes to group economic success via that route. Bonding capital is thus partly compensating for the lack of bridging social capital. The corollary of this should be that ethnic minorities who are considered to be less exclusionary would be able to acquire bridging capital, but the example of Britain's Caribbean population demonstrates this is not the case. Economists have offered a variation of the above argument to explain labour market experiences by using the concept of human capital externalities. Basically, the argument states that people are influenced not only by their own individual human capital, acquired through their own education and work experience, but also by that of their co-ethnic associates. In other words, the stock of human capital should be seen as a collective resource, a form of public good, for the ethnic community as a whole. Evidence from research on educational attainment among British Asian groups does indicate that processes such as peer group pressure or demonstration effects are at work. Thus we would expect to find the smallest disadvantage for those groups who have a high collective stock of human capital, and higher disadvantage for those with lower collective levels of human capital. Superficial and anecdotal evidence may suggest that this is a reasonable explanation for different outcomes among British Asian groups, but this view requires further investigation. There are a number of other factors that may also act as a barrier to labour market participation. For example, for females, poor access to child care, due to location, socio-economic status, and affordability, may be an important factor. For others, a poor state of health may be an important barrier. Evidence shows that, compared with whites, British Asians tend to suffer disproportionately from certain kinds of ailments, for example, diabetes and coronary heart disease. See Atkin, this volume. Poor public infrastructure of inner-city areas, poor housing, poor transportation, and lack of mobility can also act as an important supply-side barrier. Taking into account all the observable and quantifiable variables, on both the demand and supply side of the labor market, a reasonable assessment of the extent of disadvantage experienced by British Asian communities compared with their white counterparts can be made. These variables can also explain the significant differences that persist in labor market outcomes among British Asian communities themselves. However, the explanatory variables do not account for the disadvantages completely, and even after allowing for them, significant differences still persist. These net differences in employment, occupational attainment, and earnings, between British Asians and whites, can thus only be explained by unobserved or unquantifiable variables. Table 2 shows that there is a significant difference between the gross and net values in labor market achievement, especially for Pakistanis and Bangladeshis. For example, looking at earning power, figures show that Pakistani and Bangladeshi male workers earn £129 less than their white counterparts, even after allowing for the possible observable explanatory variables. The net differences, sometimes referred to as ethnic penalties, illustrate a persisting disadvantage for ethnic minorities as a whole, even after key observable variables have been taken into account. Carmichael and Woods, 2000, Berthud, 2000. An important explanation for this remains the existence of racial discrimination in the labor market towards ethnic minority communities. Indeed, wide-ranging evidence suggests that although the more overt forms of racism that existed in the 1950s and 1960s may have become less visible, various complex and institutionalist forms of racism still remain. Much of the evidence on the existence of racial discrimination is qualitative, gathered from the personal experiences of the minorities, employment tribunal decisions, and public opinion polls. This indicates that racial harassment and discrimination takes many different forms and has a negative influence on both the ability and motive to participate fully in the labor market. Thus, this still remains an important explanation for the persistence of disadvantage for British Asians in the labor market, despite the fact that anti-discrimination policies have been operating for over 30 years. BRRASIAN Business Enterprise, Rhetoric or Reality. Profile of British Asian business, its significance in British economy. Earlier it was mentioned that British Asians have high levels of self-employment compared with whites. Indeed, there has emerged a strong, diversified and vibrant British Asian business sector, which has even led to the creation of specialist business directories of ethnic minority firms in major cities and in the emergence of annual Asian rich lists compiled by leading Asian newspapers Eastern Eye and Asian Express. As the period of British Asian settlement has increased and the communities have grown and matured, the numbers of British Asian businesses have also grown, and especially rapidly in the last 20 years. Despite the fact that ethnic minorities only comprise about 6.4% of the British population, ethnic minority businesses comprise about 10% of the total business start UPS. One estimate puts the annual income of ethnic minority businesses at £10 billion per year, NatWest, 2000, indicating their significance for the British economy. As nearly half the ethnic minority population is concentrated in the Greater London area, it is not surprising that ethnic minority businesses should be concentrated there too. According to one estimate, LSFU, 1999, there were 62,000 ethnic minority businesses in London, representing 19% of all businesses. The same source estimates that ethnic minority entrepreneurs own over 50% of New Start UPS and around 7% of all small businesses. British Asian-owned enterprises account for the majority of these ethnic minority businesses, thriving in all areas of British Asian settlement, with many now becoming national labels. There is now substantial literature exploring their emergence, the sectors in which they operate, the major constraints they face and the various national and local government initiatives providing them with support and networking opportunities, Barrett FA/. 1996. Explaining British Asian enterprise. Why is there a higher propensity for self-employment among British Asian communities, and among ethnic minorities in general? Are ethnic minority communities more entrepreneurial than white? Are some ethnic minority communities more entrepreneurial than others? What motivates the British Asian community towards self-employment? There have been several mainstream theories of entrepreneurship, each emphasizing an important single factor of motivation, Aldrich and Walding, 1990. Factors identified range from the profit motive, risk-taking under uncertainty, greater access to information or knowledge that can be exploited, and the desire to innovate and create new products. Although these are all sound economic and psychological reasons for motivating business entry, they only emphasize the positive. There may be circumstances in which individuals or families have, or feel they have, no option other than self-employment, for example, having encountered personal experiences of racism or having perceived obstacles to upward social mobility or career advancement. Mainstream theories of entrepreneurship clearly fail to acknowledge these negative or reactive reasons for business entry, and are therefore of limited value here. But an explanation based on a wholly negative experience would have equally limited value, since that on its own may not be a sufficient condition for business entry. Early research on ethnic enterprise emphasized the combined role of negative experiences, including exploitation encountered in the labor market and the resulting social cohesiveness. Yvonne Light, 1994, for example, argued that the greater the hardships and frustrations experienced by immigrants, the greater was their propensity to seek self-employment and develop stronger economic and social bonds within their own ethnic community. Nascent informal business networks or social capital essential for developing the exchange of market information, sources of credit, a loyal consumer base and a steady supply of co-ethnic labor strengthened the capacity and sources of competitiveness over time and enabled ethnic businesses to compete successfully in the market. Another explanation, that continues to be popular, characterized ethnic enterprises as the middleman minority. Bonasich, for instance, observed that many of the ethnic groups active in business were historically trading peoples of minority status. The group's cultural characteristics and traditions and their greater tendency to be sojourning abroad gave them the reactive social solidarity that helped to support, perpetuate, and reproduce its economic success. The middleman minority concept was applied quite widely to explain the business success of different immigrant groups across the globe. However, following the Weberian tradition, it was essentially a culturalist argument, which focused on the group's system of beliefs, attitudes, and patterns of behavior to explain their business success. Its major weakness lay in its inability to explain the business success of those groups who had no historical tradition of entrepreneurship. The argument was also tautological in nature. Members of certain ethnic groups were entrepreneurial because they were by nature entrepreneurial. Some of the early research in Britain on British Asian entrepreneurship, for instance by Werbner, 1990b, suffered from this same limitation. Further research into ethnic enterprise offered other explanations of why and how ethnic communities organize themselves economically and socially. Michael Pior's work, Birds of Passage, was extremely influential in developing new theoretical understandings of how ethnic minorities are incorporated into the local labor market and why ethnic enterprise emerges. According to his approach, ethnic minorities, along with other disadvantaged native workers, encounter a segmented, two-tiered labor market, the primary and the secondary. In the primary market, job selection is based largely on skill and educational qualifications, and there are clear and established labor contracts that specify pay scales, performance criteria, and formal channels for career advancement. The secondary segment, in contrast, uses selection criteria that emphasize employment or immigration status and ethnicity, rarely uses formal labor contracts, generally pays poorly, and offers virtually no opportunities for career advancement. In this perspective, ethnic minority communities would typically be found in the secondary segment, where their lack of marketability in the primary labor market and their willingness to work for low wages made them attractive to employers. Given the difficulties of crossing over into the primary labor market, ethnic minority communities would largely remain confined to the secondary segment, with its long-term implications for socio-economic mobility. Indeed, the preceding section of this paper has shown how such may be the case for some British Asian communities, especially in the textile, hosiery, and catering sectors. Ports, 1995, extended this theory by arguing that under certain circumstances migrant groups will create their own ethnic enclave in which their economic and social activities dominate. These ethnic enclaves have several distinctive features: geographical concentration, often in inner-city areas, interdependent networks of social and business relationships or embeddedness, and an informal and localized labor market. This enclave functions almost as a substitute, self-sufficient unit that keeps ethnic minority communities protected from the vagaries of the wider economy and society. Aldrich et al. 1981. The positive dimensions of this enclave include a path towards upward mobility. Employment in ethnic businesses provides a good training ground for developing, and an environment that inculcates and nurtures, entrepreneurial qualities. One could argue that business success in ethnic neighborhoods is not simply the aggregate sum of the attributes of individual businessmen, but is a tangible outcome of social capital created in such communities. This supports the argument discussed above regarding how bonding social capital and powerful demonstration effects or peer influences can lead to positive outcomes for some British Asian communities. Most of the explanations given above argued that immigrant business success was due either to qualities inherent in the ethnic group itself or to a reaction to the harsh external socio-economic environment. These explanations began to be questioned when they were used to try to explain differences in rates of business participation among different ethnic groups. Rafik, 1992, Metcalf et al., 1996. Waldinger, 1990 and 1995, proposed a more interactive model, that overcomes the either/or deficiency of the earlier ones, in which ethnic entrepreneurship results from a wide range of factors such as market conditions and ethnic social networks that generate, encourage, and impact upon such activity. The complexity of British Asian entrepreneurship is best captured in a synthesized interactive model adapted from Waldinger and reproduced in Figure 2. In this model, the opportunity structure facing prospective entrepreneurs is determined both by the prevailing market conditions and by the ability of British Asian groups to access or own businesses. Some of these opportunities may be very apparent, for example, supplying the daily needs of the local ethnic population. Thus one would expect to see British Asian groups owning grocery stores selling ethnic foods and vegetables, newspapers, and other culture-specific goods from their country of origin. Most of these businesses would be expected to have low start-up costs. Over time, there would also develop British Asian-owned businesses, providing a range of specialist services in fields such as travel, law, tax, and accountancy and property. However, over time these businesses need to grow and achieve economies of scale. Typically, some of the more profitable businesses will exploit the possibilities of setting up a supply chain link with businesses in their homeland, with a view to serving a larger market and moving up the value chain. Among British Asian businesses, food retailing and female ethnic clothing serve as classic examples. In the former case, companies such as East End Foods, Natco, Tilda, and Patak all started on a small scale and expanded and diversified into importing, packaging and distribution, and also into domestic manufacture. In the latter case, a number of boutiques catering for female fashionable clothing, supplying bespoke, designer or customized sal/war kameez suits or /injas, and located in prime sites in major areas of British Asian settlement, have developed transnational production and distribution chains. Bachu, 2004. Although the opportunity structures are very important, the interactive approach also emphasizes that British Asian groups are both predisposed to create economic opportunities for themselves and able to draw upon a variety of ethnic forms of social capital. Some important factors here are the high savings rates and frugal living among British Asian groups, use of family labor and getting financial help from friends and family. Formal and informal channels, often taking the form of business and traders' associations, may develop, facilitating the exchange of market information and lobbying for mainstream and local resources. Despite the lengthy existence of British Asian enterprise, there is still a severe lack of data on self-employment or economic activities that ethnic groups are engaged in. Hence the assessment of their overall contribution to the economy is difficult to measure. One major problem is associated with the procedures used by surveying agencies. The data collection agencies try to slot individuals into one job per individual, but a common feature in some British Asian communities is the participation of individuals in both the formal, the main occupation, and the informal part-time economy: taxi driving, helping in family grocery store, other part-time work and, for females, home working, providing child care facilities, cleaning and laundry services, sewing, etc. None of these informal activities are captured in national statistics, yet they are important sources for household income and may even be beneficial in training for future entrepreneurial activities. Statistics therefore tend to underestimate the contribution of British Asians to the economy. It would be wrong to suggest that the British Asian entrepreneurship and enterprise narrative is a one-dimensional success story. No doubt there are many rags to riches stories, especially associated with pioneering migrants. But it would be simplistic to assume that the major players in British Asian business today fall mainly into that category. Certainly, quite a few of them are truly transnational entrepreneurs, but many have thrived because of their extensive associations with, or because of assistance from, other business friends and families. Also, the vast majority of British Asian businesses are small, family-owned and suffer from not only the same constraints as any other small businesses, but the additional ones arising from operating in deprived areas with the limited clientele base they cater for. Many continue to survive through long working hours, generating profits that are just enough to provide economic security for the family. Basu and Goswami, 1999, Jones et al. /1994. In many cases, priority attached to economic freedom and independence overshadows the need for material gain. For some, then, life on the margins is better than subjecting oneself to the humiliation and drudgery associated with working in lowly paid, dead-end jobs. This is the aspect of British Asian business life that becomes marginalist in the continuing hype of British Asian business success and which public policy needs to acknowledge. The overall position of British Asians in the labor market has undoubtedly improved over the past 40 years, as shown in the data on labor market achievement. Some groups aside, British Asians are not the most recent migrants to Britain and therefore would not be expected to be found in 3D jobs that immigrants tend to take around the world. However, success is not universal across British Asian groups and, as demonstrated in this chapter, they experience significant differences in labor market achievement. While many of the relatively poor outcomes can be explained by economic, social, and demographic factors operating on both sides of the labor market, there is still a large residual that remains unexplained. This points to the operation of both direct and indirect forms of covert discriminatory practices in the labor market. Despite many years of anti-discrimination legislation and specifically earmarked support for ethnic minorities, many British Asian communities remain disadvantaged. Although British Asian business success fits in neatly with the larger narrative on cultural, gastronomic, and musical Asian cool, that success is, numerically at least, confined to a very small segment of the total British Asian business sector and even more marginally relative to the total British Asian population. There is a growing polarization between the small group of transnational entrepreneurs, which all political parties want to appropriate for their own political agendas, and the vast majority of British Asian businesses that engage in the daily struggle of survival. For many of them, the concepts of expansion, growth, or breakout, which have become the mantras of business support agencies, don't have much relevance, as they continue to provide vital services in localized communities knowing full well that the odds are stacked against them. Newham. Danwant Rai. The London Borough of Newham, located in East London, has the most ethnically diverse non-white population in England and Wales, Census 2001, with a fairly equal spread of different ethnic minority communities. The population of ethnic minority communities has increased significantly, from a total of 43% in 1991 to 61% in 2001, an increase of 18% in 10 years. This trend is expected to continue. British Asians comprise nearly a third of the total population in Newham, up 6% in the 10 years from 1991 to 2001. The largest change has been among the Bangladeshi community, which has more than doubled. The Indian population, on the other hand, has decreased by 0.9%. Table 1. Table 1. Newham population by ethnic group. 1991 census compared with 2001, percent. 199 census 2001 census white 57.4 39.4 white British, 33.8 white Irish, 1.3 other white, 4.3 white and black Caribbean, i.e. white and black African, 0.7 white and Asian, 0.7 other mixed, 0.8 Indian 13.0 1231 Pakistani oi, 8.5. Bangladeshi * 8.8. Other Asian 3.0 SL. Black Caribbean we 7.4. Black African J/1A. Other black 1.6 thick. Chinese 0.8 1.0. Other 1.4 IRM. Compares the distribution of ethnic minority groups between the 1991 and 2001 censuses. Although the 2001 census categories are somewhat different from those of 1991, and hence exact comparisons are not possible, variations affecting British Asian communities are marginal. From the mid-19th century, Newham experienced a rapid growth of industry, the docks and riverside industries in the south and railway lines in the north, which had declined by the 1970s. Over the years this attracted workers from various backgrounds, for example, Irish, German, Scottish, Lithuanian, African, Indian, Chinese, Jewish and Italian. African seamen settled with their families in the south of the borough, and by the 1930s Newham had the largest African population in London. The migration of other communities followed, and by the 1960s and the 1970s Indians and Pakistanis followed by Bangladeshis in the 1980s had begun to settle in high proportions. Newham has been a cosmopolitan area for over 100 years, with different communities settling over different time periods. The settlement patterns of British Asians in Newham reflect the general patterns of migration of British Asians into Britain, with generally Indians migrating first, followed by Pakistanis and Bangladeshis. This is reflected in the proportions of each born in their country of origin, Indians 39%, Pakistanis 46% and Bangladeshis 53%. Bangladeshis also have a much younger age profile, 40% aged under 16 years compared with 34% Pakistanis and 26% Indians. Newham average is 25%. With 25% of the total population being Muslims, Newham has the second largest Muslim population in a borough in England and Wales. The closure of the docks and the decline of industry associated with the railways, which were historically the main sources of the jobs in the area, led to major unemployment in the borough, with around half the jobs disappearing between the mid-1970s and the mid-1980s. Much local employment had been based on unskilled tasks, the availability of which was limited elsewhere. Only in recent years have new firms and new types of employment been established in Newham, mainly in the retail and service sectors. Newham is ranked the 11th most deprived borough in the country and the 4th most deprived in London, the English Indices of Deprivation, 2004. Poverty, unemployment, poor housing, and poor health are among some of the challenges faced by the local population, and some ethnic groups face more hardship than others. However, there are some interesting statistics regarding British Asians in Newham which are likely to be reflective of the national pattern. A high proportion of Indians live in owner-occupied housing, 71%, Compared with 55% Pakistanis and 38% Bangladeshis, Newham average is 45%. Pakistani and Bangladeshi people in particular experience high rates of labor market disadvantage compared with other groups, and employment rates are lower among these two. Lower educational qualifications and lower levels of skills combined with discrimination in the labor market are likely to account for these variances. Despite experiencing relatively high rates of disadvantages, particularly Pakistani and Bangladeshi groups, Asian people in Newham have made a significant contribution to the local economy through the small retail sector. Newham is known for its vibrant Asian retail street, Green Street, dubbed as one of the best shopping streets for British Asian goods in Europe. Aside from its excellent Asian restaurants, a few of which have received acclaimed reviews in magazines and papers, it houses some of the best clothes and specialist fashion accessory shops and is also the base for some of the best Asian clothes fashion designers in Britain. Green Street attracts a large number of mainly Asian customers from both outside and within Newham, who all make a positive contribution to the local economy. The political context. British Asians in Newham have taken an active part in local politics for many years. About a quarter, 16 out of 60, of all elected members are now Asian. All of these are from the Labour Party, which is the predominant party in the borough, 59 out of 60 members. One of the contestants at the mayoral elections was a British Asian, indicating an active British Asian engagement in local issues and in the political management of the borough. However, there has been a number of successive British Asian ceremonial mayors from the elected members. Newham is interestingly juxtaposed in terms of race relations. While a relatively high proportion of Asians tend to say that different communities in Newham get on well together, Newham Annual Residence Survey, 2004/5, Metropolitan Police records in the borough show one of the highest rates of racial incidents in the country. The majority of Asians are residentially polarized in the northeast of the borough, whereas high proportions of the white population live in the southwest and south, and a high proportion of the black population live in the west. Community activity addressing issues of racial harassment appear to have lessened since the mid-1990s, perhaps reflective of the pattern across the country. The council has adopted an all-inclusive approach, addressing race, gender, disability, religion, and sexual orientation inequalities under the equalities policy context, while at the same time adopting the notion of celebrating diversity, which appears to be the trend across the country. This current thinking of amalgamating two conceptually different approaches is perhaps resulting in limited active intervention to address inequalities and discrimination. Newham is fast improving through large-scale physical and social regeneration programs. These initiatives are likely to improve employment opportunities and related benefits for local people. It remains to be seen how the Pakistani and Bangladeshi groups in particular benefit from regeneration activities to move them out of their highly disadvantaged positions compared with other groups in Newham. Policing diversity. Racialization and the criminal justice system. Virinder Kalya. The police are not an intrusion into that society, but a threat, a foreign force, an army of occupation, the thick end of the authoritarian wedge. It was once held that the British police were governed more by popular morality than the letter of the law. There is no criticism of them they would brook, no aspect of society they do not pronounce on. Shivanandan, 1982, 49-50. This observation came after the policing of the 1980s civil disturbances and clashes with police in inner areas of England, from Brixton to Blackburn. Those events were racialized in terms of a rampant black, mainly African Caribbean, male youth out of control and ready to undermine all that was cherished in British societies. In contrast, the presence of British Asians in these events, especially in Birmingham and London, has all but been erased by selective recording and the differential operation of racist stereotypes. The image of British Asians as passive and law-abiding fulfills one of the central fantasies of colonial control of the docile Orientals, and the configuration of racialization in British society, see Alexander, 1996, with African and African Caribbean heritage people, especially males, being seen as the greatest threat to law and order. In this chapter, the relationship of British Asian young people with the key state institutions of the criminal justice system, and the police in particular, is put under scrutiny. Systematic racialization of British Asian young people has been a routine aspect of policing these communities since their arrival in Britain. This process has often been subsumed within the more urgent discourse of dealing with the extraordinary levels of racism against African/African Caribbean peoples, although the recent exposé of police racism in the northwest of England highlighted how Pakis were the prime target. Racialization is a central mechanism operating within the police force, which mediates experiences of the criminal justice system in specific ways, and hence the police play a key role in shaping that mediation. The process of differential ethnic marking of groups in the criminal justice system is primarily through the mechanism of policing, but there are both continuities and changes in the way this process has developed over recent years. The way in which the criminal justice system operates differentially towards racialized groups with varying effects is not a new feature of the implementation of law and order in Britain. Indeed, the police and courts' response to the civic disturbances that marked a number of England's northern towns in the middle of 2001 is evidence as much of a continuing differential marking of populations, as of any new shift. However, a novel if not entirely new feature of that marking process concerns the shift of target from African Caribbean to British Asian Muslim males. The situation prior to the 1990s could be described as an overzealous application of the law and police activity in relation to African Caribbeans, as demonstrated by statistics on stop and search, arrests and prison population. By contrast, British Asians were marked by an underzealous application of the law, demonstrated by low levels of arrest for racial intimidation and attacks perpetrated against them. This crude set of distinctions serves to illustrate that diverse outcomes have long been a reality for different racialized groups in Britain when engaging with the criminal justice system. What the Northern riots achieved was to balance the equation, with an overzealous application of sentences to both the British Asian young men accused of rioting and the white young men involved. However, before considering these events and their outcomes in detail, a background check on the workings of the criminal justice system was in order. Racialization in the operation of the criminal justice system. A mass of quantitative evidence shows increasing discrimination in the workings of the criminal justice system since the 1970s. Both academic and policy literature points to many discrepancies at all stages of the workings of the various aspects of the law. Indeed, an analysis of the workings of the police, judiciary, and prison service shows a consistent pattern of differential treatment. Following the Criminal Justice Act, 1991, the Home Office has been obliged to collect information that can help to tackle discrimination in the performance of the criminal justice system, and perhaps the most comprehensive collation of statistics in this regard was published in the document Statistics on Race and the Criminal Justice System 2000, Home Office, 2000. A summary of some of the main findings of this document illustrate the extent to which the criminal justice system works differentially in terms of both ethnicity and gender, and impacts on the way that British Asians are treated and perceived by the criminal justice system. Perhaps the best starting point is the outcome of this process, the prison population. Table 1 shows that about 3% of the male prison population and 1% of the female population can be categorized as British Asian. However, while for male Indians and Bangladeshis the prison population in percentage terms is slightly greater than their population as a whole, for Pakistanis it is almost 3 times as much. From the 2001 census and see Peach, this volume. This is not the case for females. However, this is much less than the overrepresentation of African and African Caribbean males and females in the prison population, when compared to the general population of England and Wales, British nationals aged 15 to 64. Black males constituted 12% of the prison population and black females a shocking 19%. The data is complicated by the troubling fact that the Home Office uses the same ethnic category for foreign nationals and British minority ethnic groups, rendering British-born people in the same ethnic category as foreign nationals. Since a large proportion of those categorized as ethnic are actually foreign nationals, 4,490, 30%, males and 680, 5%, females at the end of January 2002, this tends to inflate the proportion of prisoners from minority ethnic groups as compared with the general population. However, we should also note, in the context of the distinction between British and foreign ethnics, that a considerable number of settlers of British Asian origin, i.e. those with rights to stay in Britain, have not taken up nationality. From 1994 to 1999 the ethnic proportion of the prison population has remained quite stable despite increases in the overall population of prisoners. The only notable rise has been in British Asian groups, mainly an increase in Pakistani males, Home Office, 2000. This apparent racialization of Pakistani males raises the important question of whether British Asian Muslims are a new target for police harassment. The Home Office also considers religious difference in its monitoring of prison populations. In the year 2000 Christian denominations accounted for the majority of the prison population, 57%, while 7% were of the Islamic faith. Table 6.6 of the report The Prison Population in 2000, Elkins and Olagundoy, 2001, gives a detailed breakdown of the prison population by ethnic group and religion, covering a large range of faiths, from Buddhists through to those with no religion. According to the 2001 census, Muslims represent 2.7% of the national population, revealing a stark overrepresentation in prisons where Muslims account for 7% of the population. This is in contrast to the Sikh prison population, which is proportionate to its national population, 0.7%, and the Hindu population, which is underrepresented. However, these religious populations do not map directly onto ethnic groups, especially in the case of Muslims, where the majority are from the black ethnic group, Elkins and Olagundoy, 2001. Indeed, Arab Muslims make up a much smaller percentage of the prison population than their general numbers. The increasing criminalization of Pakistani males, as evidenced by the prison population, does, however, have resonance with the previous association of black males with mugging. The association of black Caribbean young people with crime was used as a political tool to mobilize against immigration in the 1970s, Hall et al., 1978, Solomus, 1989. In the most recent analysis of the statistics, Bowling and Phillips conclude, using self-reporting studies by offenders, that the volume of offending echoes the official view of 30 years ago that the African Caribbean crime rate is much the same as that of the white population and that the rate for British Asians is much lower. Bowling and Phillips, 2002, 106. The perpetuation of the official view on African Caribbean offending is an example of institutional racism in the workings of the criminal justice system. Quite possibly Pakistani males are a new target for this process of criminalization. An examination of stop and search operations might reveal whether this is the case. More than any other form of police activity, stop and search, or SUS as it was then known, was cited as one of the key factors behind the alienation of black youth in the build-up to the 1981 and subsequent civil disturbances. Keith, 1993. Under the Police and Criminal Evidence Act, 1984, PACE, police officers have the power to stop and search any person either suspected of having carried out a crime or acting in a suspicious manner. This factor obviously allows for the subjective experience of officers to play a large role in determining whom they consider suspicious. When the perception of officers is that black people are more likely to commit crime, the conditions for a cycle of harassment are created. Bowling and Phillips, 2002. Anecdotal evidence gathered by the BBC for the documentary The Secret Policeman, 2004, in areas such as the Northwest certainly illustrates how police officers' prejudices inform their decisions for stop and search. Filmed secretly by a BBC journalist, the officers were explicit in their targeting of Pakis, seeing this as a fairly entertaining part of their role. This anecdotal evidence is confirmed by the general figures on stop and search from Home Office research, which once again illustrate a pattern of differential treatment. Of all stops carried out in 1999/2004, 4% involved British Asian suspects, 8% black suspects, and 1% other non-white. More stark are figures for searches and arrest rates. Black people are 5 times more likely to be searched than white people, while the figures for British Asians vary widely by force. While the general reason for deploying SUS related to stolen property, for British Asian and black people the most cited reason was drugs. Notably, however, the proportion of those arrested from a stop and search were 13% for white people, 17% for black and 14% for British Asians, with a further 17% of other ethnic groups also facing arrest. These national figures, taken on regional inflections, depended on the population of racialized minority in each part of the country. Riots and criminalization. With regard to policing, the weight of statistical evidence provides a particular understanding of racialized groups, especially young people from these groups. In simple terms, black young people are seen as pathologically criminal, while British Asian Muslims are overly involved in fraud and drugs. The diversification of statistical analysis therefore allows for the development of nuanced stereotypes. But the central conundrum remains. If heavy-handed policing was partly to blame for the 1981 riots, what role did it play in the 2001 disturbances, when the evidence given above still shows much lower rates of criminalization for British Asian Muslims than black groups? There is an element of conjecture in this, as at the time of the 1981 riots there were no statistics available on stop and search by ethnicity as there are now. Indeed, it is perhaps the concentration of a certain type of policing in certain areas, as brilliantly described by Michael Keith for the Metropolitan Police in the book Race, Riots and Policing, 1993, that leads to unrest, rather than broad levels of discrimination. While the statistical data only weakly indicates an emerging pattern of criminalization of British Asian Muslim youth, recent ethnographic work, Alexander, 2000, and the few voices heard in the reports into the disturbances, 4 in total, from Oldham, Burnley, by Ted Cantle and Lord Denham, offer a different picture. Here British Asian Muslim young people are alienated both from the police and from community leadership. Segregation and poor employment opportunities, rather than racism in housing and education, have led to a resentment that has found no other avenue of expression. Kundnani, 2001a. Although these reports suggest the social conditions that create resentment are largely similar to those of black Caribbean/African youth of the 1970s and early 1980s, the criminalization suffered by this group still far outweighs that of British Asians. This might explain why interactions with the police were not highlighted in respect of the more recent disturbances, while Lord Scarman's 1981 report recognized a clear link between the impact of policing and civil disorder. For Scarman, the riots were essentially an outburst of anger and resentment by young black people against the police. Scarman, 1981, 15. No such clear connection has been made in any of the reports following the disturbances in 2001. Indeed, in the Burnley report the police authority had a major role in its editing, and in Oldham the police were only subject to minor criticism, and were in the large exonerated for any role they may have had in perpetuating the conditions that led to the riot. The Burnley Task Force was set up after the June disturbances and was chaired by Lord Tony Clark and consisted of a wide range of representatives, primarily local, from the voluntary as well as statutory sector. Differential treatment by the police is invoked only in claims of them favoring the British Asian population. For instance, there is a perception in the town that the police and the council fall over themselves to protect them, the Asians. Burnley Task Force, 2001, 63. Another quotation argues that all people should be treated the same regardless of race. No mention is made in any of the submissions of the possible criminalization of certain sections of the British Asian population. A similar story appears in the Oldham Independent Review led by David Ritchie, a career bureaucrat. Only one chapter of the final report related to policing, but the central philosophy underpinning the approach is highlighted in its opening paragraph: the police do not create the environment in which they work, but need to influence it, reflect it, and respond to its problems. Oldham Independent Review Panel, 41, 2001. This populist view, of the police as an agent that is somehow above society and not susceptible to its norms, is generally contradicted by most of the policies on policing that have emerged from the Home Office in recent times, Bowling and Phillips, 2002. Of most significance, perhaps, is the fact that the report does not mention as an important factor the alienation of British Asian young people by the police force. This is despite the overwhelmingly negative attitudes towards the police revealed in the views of the Oldham British Asian community old and young summarized in Appendix 7 of the report. While the report attempts to tackle the source of this distrust, it does so within an overall thesis that highlights segregation as the main cause of social unrest. While the role of the local authority in providing housing and education is identified as contributing to segregation, the role of the police in creating and maintaining it is dismissed. Instead, while the focus has been on deprived social conditions, the police are viewed as outside agents, acting as referees imposing regulation on communities of which they themselves were not a part. Missing from the picture is a clearer appreciation of the police's role as active agents in the creation of the conditions that led to the rioting rather than as the passive recipients and controllers of social disorder created due to deprivation and social poverty. However, the racialization of British Asians, and British Asian Muslims in particular, has progressed to such an extent that they are now viewed as the new pariahs. The furor that erupted following the BBC documentary The Secret Policeman largely failed to address the underlying issues that promote racialization as a method of policing. Indeed, one racist officer in the program remarked that policing is impossible without some element of discrimination. The relationship between the police and British Asian Muslim and white young males is often assumed to be structurally similar. However, both groups maintain the police discriminate against them. This suggests the police are caught between these two groups, rather than having a particular institutional position in relation to the British Asian Muslim youth, which consequently places the riots firmly in the context of debates about maintaining social order. A number of commentators have played on this argument, suggesting the bottom line was the problem of thuggery. See Kundnani, 2001b for a critique of this. The natural response to this should be an extension of police powers to tackle the issue of youth criminality. But the reality of the UICERTers in Oldham and Bradford indicate these were not about conflict between British Asian and white youth, but between British Asian communities and the police. The Burnley case was an exception in that a white mob essentially attacked the British Asian community and targeted hostility towards asylum seekers. A consideration of the disturbances in terms of those arrested and police injured, as shown in Table 2, clearly indicates that the main conflict, especially in Bradford, was between the police and British Asian young people. Overall 395 people were arrested during the riots, the majority of whom were British Asian young men. Sentencing varied from between 3 to 5 years for serious offences, though concern has been expressed regarding the length of sentences handed down to those with first-time offences. This alone is evidence of differential treatment, but when compared to the sentences given to the white young people arrested, there is much more cause for concern. Only 12 white people were arrested following the Oldham riots and they were given sentences of 9 months each. One of these is an active member of the far-right, neo-fascist, British National Party, who was instrumental in inciting the rioting. The distinction in terms of sentencing between the British Asian and white youth rested on the judge ordering the jury to disallow the charge of riot due to lack of evidence. This was also the case for incitement to racial hatred, despite CCTV footage showing racist chanting. The conflation of white and British Asian youth as disenfranchised yobs fails when encountering the criminal justice system, which one's well able both to distinguish and to discriminate between minority racialized and racist youth. Policing the Crises, Racializing BRASIAN Youth. Written in the 1970s, the seminal volume Policing the Crises, Stuart Hall et al., 1978, indicated how the nexus of media coverage, police manipulation, and racist institutions created and propagated a close linkage between mugging and African Caribbean youth. At its most general level, this is an example of what Keith, 1993, calls police lore the routines and customs that the police apply when dealing with people that marks certain groups for special treatment, in this case negative. This has an impact on how that group and other groups involved in the same process perceives itself in relation to the police. This lore is not static. As argued in this chapter, British Asian Muslim youth are increasingly considered new targets for the operation of police lore. Changes in attitudes and changes in policy can result in different outcomes for different groups, and changes in police lore can either ease tensions or produce new pariahs. This relationship with the police in turn creates a whole set of negative relations with the criminal justice system that leads to the disproportionate presence of blacks and Muslims in Britain's prisons. Writing in the 1970s, Hall et./1978, drew a clear link between the police as representatives of the state and black youth as targets for repression, justifying racist language and serving class antagonism. In the 1980s, urban unrest was also linked to the role of the police and their treatment of minority racialized groups. The civil disturbances of 1981 were followed by the Scarman Report, which, as previously indicated, explicitly focused on role of police and their relations with black youth. Subsequently, a whole range of government programs were enacted to deal with what were perceived as the problems of the inner cities. This was a euphemism for trying to deal with the problem of black, African Caribbean, young people, who were perceived as alienated. Throughout the 1980s, a range of measures were put in place aimed at quelling discontent, which to some extent succeeded in creating a lower middle class, predominantly public sector located black, African Caribbean, strata. Nonetheless, there was an understanding that the police had an ongoing and explicit leading role in creating the conditions for the alienation of African Caribbean youth. Indeed, the Macpherson Report into the death of Stephen Lawrence was, in some respects, the product of the culmination of years of resistance to the misunderstanding of African Caribbean youth and, to some extent, an exposure of the depth of racism within the British police force. The urban unrest of 2001 came 2 years after the Macpherson Report, and the rioting took place in those areas that had been the recipients of numerous regeneration initiatives. Certainly many more reports have been produced about these disturbances than those of the 1980s, but still some of the key questions about the relationship between the police and British Asian Muslim young men appear beyond the serious questioning of public policy. Following the 1980s unrest, Stuart Hall declared his difficulties with speaking at yet another conference following yet more urban unrest, which he considered part of a recurring cycle in which a problem is followed by a conference followed by research. The research reinforces what we already know, but in elegant and scholarly language. Then nothing happens. There is another problem. Everyone expresses surprise, and calls another conference. Hall, 1987. 45. In the 1990s there was a change in this pattern, as the focus shifted northwards and the population rioting began to become increasingly British Asian Muslim. There have been fewer and fewer conferences. Indeed, academia and the research community have found it almost impossible to take this round of urban unrest with the same commitment as that of the 1980s. The possible explanations for this are myriad, but conjecturally, the emergence of British Asians as a target for police activity coincides with a resurgent nationalism in English society that has little tolerance for those who fall outside the narrow confines of a post-religious liberal individualism. British Asian Muslims in both the local and global context are therefore somehow not able to be integrated and therefore not subject to the processes of civil society response that Stuart Hall outlines. Rather, it is state intervention and police control that are seen as the only possibilities for tempering the difference that these communities represent. However, there is a difference between these attempts at control and the earlier ones. While in the 1970s the targeting was limited to Britain's urban areas, in the post-9/11 climate there is a transnational dimension that cannot be contained within the relationship between the nation-state and its citizens. It may be argued that this is the reason why the civil society opposition to the treatment of those British Asians imprisoned for rioting in 2001 has been mute. Indeed, this also allows for a level of repression of British Asian and specifically British Asian Muslim communities by the police, using measures such as the anti-terrorism legislation, which has hitherto not been witnessed since the era of extrajudicial killings in the north of Ireland. Healthcare and Brosians. Making sense of policy and practice. Karl Atkin. At the beginning of the 1990s, government policy acknowledged the importance of providing accessible and appropriate health and social care to minority ethnic populations living in Britain. Department of Health, 1990. Since then there has been considerable activity aimed at reducing health inequalities and establishing equitable public services. Mason, 2000. However, what this has actually meant for South Asian populations is less clear. The disadvantages experienced by South Asian people and the process of racist service delivery are now reasonably well understood. Atkin, 2003. Nonetheless, the translation of this understanding into improved health outcomes and better service support has been slow. Mir and Nokan, 2002. This chapter, using a combination of theoretical and empirical debates, will make sense of this tension and explore its implications for the present understanding of healthcare and South Asian populations, and in doing so will unravel the discursive practices that have contributed to our understanding thus far. This is important for orientating future debates and ensuring we learn from previous mistakes. Policy discussions, by presenting inadequately contextualized accounts, can, for example, perpetuate disadvantage and discrimination by encouraging ill-advised service developments. See Ahmed, 2000. There is also a more general need to provide those working in public services and local communities with a critical understanding that will enable them to tackle, rather than be overwhelmed by, the problems of providing accessible and appropriate health care in an ethnically diverse society. Anayanwu and Atkin, 2001. We begin our analysis by briefly reviewing the changing explanations, over the past 50 or more years, of ethnic, racial and cultural differences in Britain. If nothing else, this acts as a reminder that understanding occurs within a historical context, subject to shifting definitions and solutions. The chapter then offers a broader theoretical introduction to institutional racism, the current framework used to explain the failings of public institutions to respond to the needs of minority ethnic populations. The chapter concludes by arguing that future work must further sensitize our understanding of institutional racism, first by critically evaluating what we mean by ethnicity, and second by linking our awareness and understanding of discriminatory outcomes to a transformation of public policy and practice. Difference and diversity. An historical account. Mass immigration from the Commonwealth began in the late 1940s and early 1950s in response to the needs of the British economy. Post-war reconstruction led to labor shortages in key industries, which was beginning to jeopardize economic growth. However, little consideration was given to how welfare provision should respond to these changes in the makeup of the British population. Cashmore and Troina, 1990. There was perhaps a vague understanding that these people would return home, once their work was done. Mason, 2000. Otherwise, if immigrants and their families did settle, they would become assimilated into British society, adopt British values and thereby lose their identity as distinct ethnic groups. Solomus, 1992. This crude understanding informed social policy for nearly 20 years and explains why public services, including health and social care agencies, did little to respond to the needs of an emerging diverse society. Ari, 1988. If ever ethnic difference did emerge as an issue for welfare provision, it was either ignored or assumed to be a temporary phenomenon, as immigrants adjusted and accommodated themselves to the British way of life. Cashmore and Troina, 1990. Furthermore, familiar racist discourse still operated and informed debates. Immigrants were suspected of being inferior to the general populations and hence were encouraged to fill unskilled or semi-skilled jobs. Mason, 2000. There were also debates about the threat that minority ethnic populations bore to the well-being of the general population, with the British Medical Association, for instance, regularly calling for health checks before immigrants were allowed to enter the country. Ahmed, 1993. Nonetheless, assimilation represented the convenient policy solution, which meant public services did not have to address the issues raised by the influx of immigrants with cultural and religious values different to those of the general population. See Rex and Moore, 1967. Throughout the 1970s, mainstream policy and practice still failed to engage with the consequences of a multi-ethnic society, although there was a gradual realization that public services were failing the needs of minority ethnic populations. See Rex and Tomlinson, 1979. However, there was no coherent policy framework in which to make sense of these problems, and the more theoretical explanations of disadvantage and discrimination had little impact on policy and practice responses. Mason, 1986. This slowly began to change with the rise of multiculturalism, which reached the height of its influence during the early to mid-1980s, and the emergence of its antithesis, anti-racism. Atkin, 1996. Debates, in which these two opposing positions engaged, dominated the policy and practice agenda well into the 1990s, and, as we shall see, their influence is still evident today. Multiculturalism and anti-racism. According to multicultural approaches, diversity in language, religion, and cultural norms hindered effective communication between the majority and distinct minority communities. Promoting awareness of each other's culture was seen as helping overcome linguistic and cultural barriers and preventing misunderstandings. This, it was argued, would result in more sensitive and responsive service provision. See Atkin, 1996 for a review of these debates. However, the relationship between ethnically distinct minorities and the majority white society was seen exclusively in terms of cultural practices, in which white culture became the norm. Gilroy, 1987. This approach to difference diverts attention from the wider power relationships within society, and in particular fails to recognize that the dominant white culture and the distinct minority culture do not meet on equal terms. Pearson, 1986. The situation of South Asian people cannot be understood solely in terms of cultural artifacts. The political, social, and economic position of minority populations is equally important. Ahmed, 1989. This was the starting point of anti-racism, which emphasized the importance of structural disadvantage in understanding the experience of minority ethnic populations. Ahmed, 1993. Anti-racism associates the policies and practices of an essentially racist society with inaccessible and inappropriate welfare provision. Royce, 1988, focusing on cultural practices distracts from this. Hence, for example, anti-racist strategies explicitly dismiss cultural descriptions as a surrogate form of racism. Pearson, 1986. At the same time, however, anti-racism could be criticized for emphasizing structural influences at the expense of individual agency. Atkin, 1996. Minority ethnic populations are more than the product of the racisms they experience, so by dismissing ideas such as cultural difference and identity, anti-racist approaches made it difficult to explore how South Asian people made sense of their own lives. Atkin, 1996. Anti-racist strategies, with their emphasis on structural disadvantage, had a huge influence on our understanding of institutional racism. Mason, 2000. However, during the 1990s, awareness of the importance of cultural values in understanding the experience of minority ethnic populations increased. See Kelleher and Hillier, 1996. This suggested the conceptualization of culture by multicultural approaches was the problem, rather than the concept of culture per se, particularly since multicultural approaches tended to strip culture of its broader socio-economic context. Ahmed, 2000. Difference is not a problem in itself, and perceptions of culture need not be identified as inferior or deviant. Furthermore, the notion of otherness does not address the extent to which the taken for granted norms of the general population are equally socially constructed. It is not that South Asian people are culturally different, rather we are all different culturally. Ballard, 1989. The tensions in both multiculturalism and anti-racist strategies explain the present theoretical concern with explaining cultural difference and diversity within the broader context of the political, social, and economic disadvantages faced by minority ethnic populations. See Parekh, 2000 for a rethinking of multiculturalism within this context. Policy and practice, however, has not completely adopted such an approach. Ideas of assimilation in which the difficulties of providing equitable provision could be solved if minority ethnic people were more like the general population, and multiculturalism in which cultural differences become misunderstood and used against minority ethnic groups can still be found in present-day debates. The rise of institutional racism. Institutional racism is now offered as the official explanation for the failure of British public services to respond to the needs of an ethnically diverse society. See Macpherson, 1999. This became embodied in law with the introduction in April 2001 of amendments to the 1976 Race Relations Act, which made statutory agencies responsible for identifying and tackling institutional racism within their organization. However, the idea of institutional racism is not new and was first introduced over 20 years ago, Glasgow, 1980. Since then it has gradually emerged as an extremely helpful and productive idea in making sense of health inequalities as well as inappropriate and inaccessible service provision. Law, 1996. Institutional racism, at its most straightforward, occurs when the policies of an institution lead to discriminatory outcomes for minority ethnic populations irrespective of the motives of individual employees of that institution. Mason, 2000. It is often called camouflaged racism, because it is not immediately obvious, but is embedded in the taken-for-granted assumptions informing organization practices. Atkin, 2003. Institutional racism thus refers to the uncritical application of policies and procedures that ignore the needs of an ethnically diverse society. It combines two specific discursive practices, which explain the type of response health and social care agencies make to the needs of South Asian populations. First, potential difference in need, between South Asian people and the general population, is disregarded and one service is as some to fit all. Second, when difference is recognized, it is recognized in such a way as to misrepresent the needs of South Asian populations, thereby encouraging inappropriate policy and practice responses. Ahmed, 1993. Myths and stereotypes emerge to deny South Asian people access to appropriate health care. Constructing need, ignoring difference and diversity. Fundamental to our understanding of institutional racism is the idea that the same service for all equates with an equal service for all. Hence public services, by assuming they treat everyone the same, obscure their failures to meet the needs of minority ethnic people. Policies, procedures, and practices are seen as equally appropriate for all. Atkin, 1996. In effect, this means public services become organized according to a white norm, in which service users are assumed to have Western attitudes, priorities, expectations, and values, and act according to Western ways. Butt and Mirza, 1996. Such an approach legitimates non-recognition of the care needs of minority ethnic communities and specifically disregards the dietary, linguistic, and cultural needs of South Asian populations. The inability of the National Health Service, NHS, to provide adequate support for those whose first language is not English is a more obvious example of this. Robinson, 2001. The lack of interpreters, the use of family members, the inability of individuals to engage with what is being said and practitioners' lack of training in the use of interpreters, creates barriers to effective communication and often leaves an individual without important information about their health, important for understanding, coping and caring as well as for deciding what course of action to take. See Atkin, 2003 for a review of these problems. Poor language support thus denies South Asian people the opportunity to exercise choice over their lives, choices the general population take for granted. Walker and Ahmed, 1994. Furthermore, the failure to recognize diversity can have more subtle consequences. The social model of disability despite its valuable and important role in asserting the rights of disabled people, has been criticized for its Eurocentric assumptions. Stewart, 1996. For example, independence and autonomy central to the disability movement to present social and cultural constructs, which may not have the same meaning among different ethnic groups. See Moduad eta/. 1997. In Britain, a young Asian person's sense of independence is informed by how they interpret their ethnic and religious culture within the broader British culture to which they are also exposed. Ahmed Fa/. 2002. Hence, establishing autonomy and independence, which is as important to Asian young people living in Britain as it is to their white counterparts, can assume different connotations. Hussain Fa/. 2002. Developing and sustaining an identity separate from their parents and exercising some control over their own lives, for example, is not always equated with leaving home as it often is for their white counterparts. Asian disabled young people have to balance the need to exercise control over their lives with a sense of mutuality, interdependence, and an ability to reciprocate. Misrepresenting the healthcare needs of South Asian populations, ignoring diversity and difference, is only one element contributing to institutional racism. Occurring simultaneously and equally important is the misrepresentation of the healthcare needs of South Asian people. Here there is an ill-founded concern with the other. When the differences of South Asian populations are recognized by health and social care agencies, it is often to their disadvantage. Sometimes this is the consequence of ill-informed views about the cause of problems presented by South Asian populations. At other times it is the use of inappropriate myths and stereotypes, which, although purporting to explain the behavior and beliefs of South Asian populations, do little more than falsify their experience. To begin with, health and social services often identify cultural practices as the cause of South Asian health and social problems. Walker and Ahmed, 1994. Consequently, South Asian communities are held responsible for their problems and are frequently characterized as in some way to blame for their needs because of their so-called deviant, unsatisfactory, and pathological lifestyles. Ahmed, 2000. There is a history of defining health problems faced by South Asian populations in terms of cultural deficits, for which the main solution offered would be a shift towards a Western lifestyle. Past examples include discussions on maternity and child health, see Rocherson, 1988, and diet and rickets, see Ahmed, 1993. The views of front-line practitioners working in health and social services further reflect this concern with the pathological other, see Ahmed, 1993. Practitioners working in local authorities often list South Asian people as high-risk clients, uncooperative and difficult to work with. Similarly, evidence suggests that racism within the NHS affects minority ethnic people because of common stereotypes portraying them as calling out doctors unnecessarily and being trivial complainers and time wasters. Atkin, 1996. The process by which impairment and more generally poor birth outcome becomes attributed to consanguineous marriages offers a more complex example of how the healthcare needs of South Asian populations become misrepresented. Ahmed Fal, 2000. Health professionals often relate congenital conditions among Pakistani families to consanguineous marriages. They therefore consider congenital conditions to be self-inflicted and located in the presumed cultural art biological pathologies of these communities. Dar, 1997, Atkin Eral, 1998. The relationship between consanguineous marriage and the incidence of impairment and poor health is of course complex. Ahmed Fal, 2000. In some cases, marrying a first cousin can increase a family's risk of giving birth to a disabled or chronically ill child, especially if there is a history of certain conditions in the extended family. Modale and Dar, 2002. However, first cousin marriage is not the only cause of disability or chronic illness in Pakistani or Bangladeshi families, and there is good evidence to suggest its influence has been overemphasized. See Ahmed et al., 2000 for a review of the evidence. Such an approach not only carries with it an implicit, and misleading, criticism of Asian cultural practices, thereby creating mistrust between health professionals and their patients. Ahmed, 1993. It also misrepresents the origins of ill health and therefore leads to misguided policy approaches. Atkin FAL, 1998. The preoccupation with blaming consanguineous marriage for causing impairment means other important potential causes such as poverty, poor maternal health, inappropriate housing, or inadequate service support are rarely mentioned. Low socio-economic status, for example, seems far more likely than ethnic origin or cultural difference to be responsible for ill health among South Asian populations. Nazrou, 1997. We also know that poor antenatal and postnatal care are just as likely to explain impairment and ill health in South Asian families as cultural practices. Mir and Tovey, 2003. An overemphasis on the consequences of first cousin marriages, at the expense of other more relevant explanations, illustrates the elaborate nature of institutional racism. However, misrepresentation of South Asian beliefs and values has another dimension. As part of this preoccupation with culture, minority ethnic groups also have to contend with inappropriate generalizations of cultural practices and the use of simplistic explanations to explain their behavior. Law, 1996. Such explanations tend to present static and one-dimensional views of cultural norms and values, which are devoid of context and allow no room for individual interpretation. Atkin, 2003. A useful example, illustrating the dangers of such approaches, emerges from an exploration of provision of prenatal diagnosis. Myths, often derived from simplistic accounts of Islamic beliefs, explain why prenatal diagnosis is sometimes withheld from Muslim families. Anayanwu and Atkin, 2001. Termination is assumed unacceptable to such families because it is incompatible with Islamic values. However, the empirical reality is far more complex than this. Like in other sections of the British population, see Green and Statham, 1996, termination is acceptable to some Muslim families but not to others. Atkin FA/. 1998. There is no one Islamic interpretation of the acceptability of termination and a family's decision-making process is informed by its own values and beliefs, the views of other family members, the role of healthcare professionals and whether they already have a child with a condition. Atkin FAL, 1998. The imposition of ill-informed views about Islam, therefore, deny South Asian people choice over their own lives. Another more general myth, that contributes further to our failure to recognize the support needs of South Asian families, is the convenient idea that they virtuously look after their own. Since the 1980s, this idea has been used as an excuse by health and social care agencies for not planning or providing services for disabled or chronically ill individuals or their families. Pearson, 1986, Connolly, 1988, Cameron et al., 1989, Atkin and Rawlings, 1996, Walker and Ahmed, 1994, Bhakta et al., 2000. The assumption that Asian people live in self-supporting extended family networks is simplistic for several reasons. Ahmed 1996 provides a detailed account of these reasons. Household structures, for example, are changing, as are the expectations that inform family obligations. Moduad et al., 1997. However, this is not the real issue. The assumption that extended Asian families have the necessary material, emotional and social resources to cope with chronic illness or disability, with limited professional support, is at best misguided and at worst a denial of their support needs. Atkin and Rawlings, 1996. Beyond institutional racism. Institutional racism enables us to make sense of the discrimination and disadvantages faced by South Asian populations as they try and gain access to appropriate health care. However, providing responsive and equitable service provision for South Asian populations requires us to further sensitize our conception of institutional racism. By doing so, we can outline the possible concerns of future debates. Two distinct principles, one broadly theoretical, the other more practical, emerge as relevant. The first is concerned with how we make sense of terms such as ethnicity, difference, and diversity. The second is more concerned with how we can translate evidence about the process of disadvantage into improved outcomes for South Asian populations. Making sense of ethnic differences. Ethnicity is a notoriously difficult concept to define, as many of the chapters in this book illustrate. Previous understandings that classify people according to their country of origin seem no longer sustainable, particularly since nearly 40% of what we regard American Samoa minority ethnic populations are born in Britain, Moduad FAL, 1997. Consequently, young people are beginning to redefine their identity by adopting such terms as British Muslim or British Asian or even British Indian. Young people are also increasingly using religious affiliations, such as Muslim or Hindu or Sikh, to describe who they are. See Ahmed et al., 2002 for a discussion of these broad issues. This perhaps reflects fundamental differences in how young people and parents make sense of their identities and the variations in their broader engagement with British society. Hall, 1990, although this is not to say that young people are wholly rejecting their parents' identifications. Indeed, there is considerable continuity in values between the different generations. Atkin FA/. 2002. The emergence of these debates also highlights diversity both between and within South Asian populations. At the beginning of the 1990s, it was possible for policy to present South Asian populations as a discrete group. We now recognize differences in both socio-economic positions and cultural values among Indian, Pakistani and Bangladeshi populations. Nazrou, 1997. As part of this, we are also beginning to understand the importance of religion in making sense of the lives of South Asian populations. Moduad FAL, 1997. But religion too is not a simple marker of cultural difference. The socio-economic position of Indian Muslims, for example, reveals they have more in common with Pakistani Muslims than other Indian populations. Chumba eta/. 1999. Regional identification is also important in explaining ethnic differences, even when people share the same country of origin. See Mir and Tovey, 2003. However, as we attempt to tackle disadvantages and discrimination, the multifaceted nature in which ethnicity has come to be understood has both pros and cons. Conceptual confusion can occur, and ethnicity can be used to obscure more fundamental differences among populations. Consequently, policy and practice can sometimes misunderstand what makes South Asian populations different and fail to take into account the multifarious markers of diversity and identity. At the same time, however, the loose definition of the term ethnicity provides us with flexibility, and the complex and shifting nature of ethnicity provides a useful framework in which to explore diversity and differences between and among populations. Ethnicity is not a neutral term and has come to embody language, religion, culture, nationality, and a shared heritage. Ahmed FA/. 2002. Furthermore, ethnicity has increasingly been seen as a political symbol, defining not just exclusion by a powerful majority, but also a source of pride and belonging. Ahmed FAL, 2002, in other words, a mobilizing resource that enables South Asian populations to celebrate their difference and make legitimate demands as British citizens. Husband, 1996. By understanding this, policy and practice can begin to reflect the diversity of the populations it serves. However, making sense of diversity and explaining difference is only part of the process of tackling discriminatory outcomes. We need to recognize that South Asian populations may not be all that different. Healthcare and British Asians 253. From the general population. Patients with end-stage cancer, for example, articulate many similar concerns, worries, and needs irrespective of ethnicity. Chatu and Ahmed, 2003. This is further reflected in their service needs. Not every problem or difficulty a person encounters as they attempt to gain access to appropriate service delivery can be attributed to his or her ethnic, cultural, or religious background. The challenge for future policy and practice is to know when ethnicity makes a difference and mediates a person's relationship with service support and when it does not. There is increasing evidence that socio-economic status, age, and gender are as important as ethnicity in making sense of a person's health and social care needs. Policy and practice needs to recognize this and understand how ethnicity relates to other aspects of an individual's identity. Otherwise it will once more offer solutions on the basis of misguided and mistaken premises. South Asian women, for example, sometimes struggle to convince doctors that their child is seriously ill and find themselves being dismissed as neurotic or overprotective. Atkin FAL, 1998. Lack of language support and assumptions about the passivity of South Asian women contribute to such views. Nonetheless, their treatment is not wholly a consequence of their ethnic background, and can sometimes be explained by doctors' more general sexist attitudes. Green and Merton, 1996. Using evidence to improve policy and practice in addition to the theoretical concerns outlined above, the idea of institutional racism needs to accommodate more practical issues. Offering an analysis of the problems facing South Asian populations is one thing, doing something about it is another. Accounts of institutional racism tend to focus on the unfair structuring of opportunities. Law, 1996. The critical emphasis of the literature is perhaps understandable and has successfully highlighted the negative consequences of racism, marginalization and unequal treatment. See Ahmed, 2000. However, two related problems occur. First, by constantly focusing on disadvantage, policy and practice discourse is in danger of adopting a victim-orientated viewpoint that undervalues the significance of struggle and empowerment. Giasingham, 1992. Despite a sometimes hostile environment, community action on hemoglobin disorders offers an example of positive achievement. See Anianwu and Atkin, 2001 for a broader discussion of these issues. For example, many of the advances in service delivery have not occurred as a consequence of needs assessment undertaken by statutory agencies, but have been informed by the activities of national and local voluntary organizations, such as the UK Thalassemia Society. Anianwu and Atkin, 2001. Thus the discrimination experienced by South Asian populations is not inevitable and there are often opportunities for change. Walker and Ahmed, 1994. Second, by constantly highlighting the negative consequences of service provision, we do little to advance thinking and practice. Levick, 1992, and are in danger of leaving a waste ground devoid of meaning. C. Bauman, 1992. A good deal of evidence outlining the process and outcomes of institutional racism has been accumulated. However, policy and practice has been less successful in translating the ensuing insights into improvements in service delivery. There is a need to understand, for example, more about what constitutes good practice and how such practice can be sustained and replicated in other localities. Atkin, 2003. Future research, outlining the difficulties facing South Asian populations is perhaps unhelpful. Research, policy, and practice needs to refocus its attention on understanding how services can best meet the needs of South Asian populations by exploring more about how services are delivered and suggesting ways they can be improved. Apart from defining problems, the growing evidence base must also lead to solutions. Without such a commitment to change, service initiatives are not only in danger of wasting valuable public resources, but are also in jeopardy of becoming little more than token gestures, leading to increasing disillusionment and estrangement among South Asian populations. See Mir and No Khan, 2002. By looking at the problems surrounding the provision of health and social care for South Asian populations in Britain within the historical perspective, the previous theoretical positions and their influence on current thinking becomes evident. So does the fact that our understanding of discrimination and disadvantage requires constant reconciliation, not only with how we chose to frame the issue, but also with the changing empirical circumstances in which South Asian people find themselves. Insights informed by institutional racism explain how the healthcare needs of South Asian people are either ignored or, if they are recognized, are seen as a problem subject to various stereotypes and myths. Understanding this offers an initial starting point for developing accessible and appropriate public services. However, there is also a need to recognize the complexity associated with ideas such as ethnicity, difference, and diversity. This means acknowledging differences between and within different ethnic populations, as well as accepting that ethnicity is not always the only explanation for disadvantage and discrimination. Diversity and difference, therefore, need to be understood within a broader context in which socio-economic status, age, and gender can sometimes be as equally important as ethnicity in making sense of a person's health and social care needs. Finally, awareness of institutional racism needs to be grounded in a commitment to improving outcomes for South Asian populations. Focusing on the needs of South Asian populations is not the same as responding to those needs. Using the available evidence to make improvements in service delivery is a far from straightforward process, and in the past, policy and practice has seemed overwhelmed by the difficulties of responding to the needs of South Asian people. Policy and practice needs to shift its focus and ensure the present evidence base is used more effectively to improve outcomes for South Asian populations. This is the future challenge for public services, as they attempt to meet the needs of all British citizens. 256. Palliative care. Gurch Randhawa and Alastair Owens. Although the British Asian population as a whole is relatively young compared to other population groups in Britain, its members are inevitably aging. As a consequence, an increasing number of British Asians are now encountering palliative care services either as patients or as carers. Palliative care is the total care both of patients with life-threatening diseases and of their families. It has been argued that palliative care services for ethnic minority populations are not only often culturally insensitive but institutionally racist. Attempts to meet the needs of British Asian patients have led to the oversimplification of cultural differences and an over-reliance on stereotypes of the British Asian community and its practices. Culture and ethnicity are frequently reduced to religious beliefs and customs, often described in fact file booklets used by healthcare professionals to understand their ethnic communities, effectively legitimating discrimination rather than eliminating it. Indeed, the fact files are an example of the way in which practices institutionalize and fix people's ethnic identities. While palliative care is increasingly embracing the needs of patients with a range of life-limiting conditions, cancer remains the key focus of most services. The belief that British Asians do not get cancer and therefore rarely need palliative care services is an inaccurate perception that has been forcefully challenged in recent years. Detailed research by epidemiologists suggests that cancer prevalence across a range of different sites does vary among Britain's minority ethnic populations. While overall British Asians appear to have lower rates of cancer than the rest of the population, this alters according to the type of cancer and, significantly, by age. A recent study carried out in Leicester, for example, concluded that although older South Asians had much lower rates of cancer than the rest of the population, younger South Asians were at increased risk compared with non-South Asians. Smith et. 2003, 70. Other recent research has shown that cancer mortality among British Asian migrants increased with duration of residence in England and Wales. Harding, 2003. Indeed, over the last 10 years cancer rates have increased among South Asians while they have been falling among the rest of the population. Smith F.A. 2003, 72. These shifts, and the resulting potential increase in demands for services, clearly need to be acknowledged and anticipated in the fields of preventative medicine and health promotion. In line with other studies, our research suggested that awareness and understanding of cancer, its causes, and the services available for its treatment and palliation were low among the British Asian populations in Luton, Randhawa and Owens, 2004. The individuals that we spoke to were keen to learn more. They highlighted a need for promotional literature to be available in a variety of South Asian languages and indicated a desire for information to be disseminated through a range of media, such as video, radio and the Internet, and through community networks and institutions. Addressing awareness problems and access difficulties has been a key area of service development over the past few years and includes initiatives such as the appointment of a Macmillan Ethnic Minority Liaison Officer to work with cancer patients, community palliative care nursing staff and others in Bradford, Jack et al., 2001. These experiences and observations suggest there is a need to think more carefully and critically about training for and working with people from different ethnic backgrounds. In part, this is a matter of understanding that service providers, as well as users, also have a complex ethnic and cultural identity in order to move beyond a binary understanding of difference, the white professional self caring for the foreign Asian other. It also involves a greater recognition of the emotional demands of palliative care, for both service providers and users, which exert particular pressures on nursing practice. The most significant challenge in the provision of palliative care to British Asian people therefore is to develop a more reflexive understanding of cultural difference that empowers nursing staff to work more effectively in the complex arenas of service provision at the end of a patient's life. Owens and Randhawa, 2004. Given the discipline of palliative care's commitment to innovative forms of patient-centered total care, there is surely scope for building these new approaches. One of the distinctive features of British Asian communities is its markedly younger age profile by comparison with other ethnic majority and minority groups. Peach, this volume. It is perhaps surprising, therefore, that comparatively little is known about Asian young people themselves. Although the post-war period has seen a proliferation of academic and popular interest in Black British/African Caribbean youth and youth culture, British Asian youth have remained largely invisible and ignored. This is partly because of the still prevalent assumptions around the all-powerful, controlling influence of Asian culture, in which British Asian young people are seen as simply reproducing the static traditions of their parents and their community, and partly because, until recently, British Asian youth were viewed as not constituting a problem group and consequently, as being rather dull. Where it appeared at all, the issue of youth was framed within the notion of cultural conflict and crisis as young people caught between two cultures. As Dick Hebdige has argued, in our society, youth is present only when its presence is a problem, in Giroux, 1996, 3. Although there has been an ongoing fascination with the issue of arranged marriages amongst Britain's Asian communities, and the occasional flurry of political and tabloid media moral panics over the cultural byproducts of forced marriage, runaway girls, and bounty hunters, CCCS, 1982, Samad and Eid, 2002, it is only in the last 15 years, in the wake of the Satanic versus Affair, 1989, and the Gulf War demonstrations, 1990-1, that British Asian youth have become the focus of public and academic concern. With the Bradford riots of 1995, the disturbances across the north of England in the summer of 2001 and the growth of so-called fundamentalism amongst Muslim youth, British Asian young people and notably young men have rapidly become a new folk devil. Fears around Asian gangs, rising crime rates, violence and drug use on the one hand, and of religio-ethnic militancy, conflict and social alienation on the other, have served to re-energize long-established notions of generational conflict and identity crisis. At the same time, the past few years have seen the explosion of British Asian youth cultural forms into the mainstream in music, literature, and cinema. This points to the creation of new, hybrid youth identities which challenge and subvert the notion of what it means to be second-generation British Asian. This chapter will trace the contours of the construction of British Asian youth identities in the sociological imagination. Taking as its starting point the early concerns about between two cultures identity crisis, the chapter will explore the contemporary pathologization of Asian youth identities through the stereotypes of fundamentalism and the Asian gang. It will also explore the more hidden history of British Asian youth resistance and struggles against racism. The chapter will consider the roles of gender, religion, and the fragmentation of the term black within the construction of youth identities. Finally, it will touch on the current debates around new ethnicities and the creation of innovative and hybrid youth identities and cultures. Framing BRASIAN youth, the between two cultures debate. The dominant paradigm for understanding British Asian youth identities remains the between two cultures analysis, which became popular as a form of academic and common sense/media construction of ethnic minority youth identities throughout the 1970s, CCCS, 1982, particularly when faced with growing unrest amongst black communities during this period. Rooted in the assimilationist assumptions of the 1960s, British Asian youth were seen as torn between the repressive traditional regimes of their parents and the more permissive freedoms of wider British society. This inevitably led, the argument continues, to culture clash between Asian parents and children, and to identity conflict in trying to reconcile two opposing, and ultimately irreconcilable, worldviews. The titles of works during this period reflect these foundational assumptions. 7 Second Generation. Punjabi or English. Thompson, 1974, The Halfway Generation, Taylor, 1976, Culture Conflict and Young Asians, Ballard, 1976, In Search of Identity, Meadows, 1976. An early publication of the Community Relations Commission, later to become the Commission for Racial Equality, tellingly titled Between Two Cultures. A Study of Relationships Between Generations in the Asian Community in Britain, 1970, clearly outlined the premises of this approach. The children of British Asian parents born or brought up in Britain are a generation caught between two cultures. They live in a culture of their parents at home, and are taught a different one at school, the neighborhood, and at work. Parents cannot fully understand their children, children rarely fully understand their parents. Cited in CCCS, 1982, 122. The notion of being caught between cultures captures the problem-oriented core of this approach, focusing on intergenerational crisis and conflict. The conflict model was underscored by an anthropological understanding of culture and cultural identity as an unchanging essence possessed by discrete and homogeneous communities or ethnic groups. Benson, 1996. This approach is reflected in Watson's, 1977, edited collection, also called Between Two Cultures, in which each chapter focuses on a distinct ethnic minority group and traces processes of cultural change and adaptation to British society. The two chapters on Asian communities, the Sikhs and the Pakistanis, lay strong emphasis on intergenerational difference and latent conflict. Verity Saif Ullah Khan thus writes of the Pakistanis. The divergent culture and orientation of British Asians and their parents, produce tensions that arise from a mutual inability to appreciate the priorities and preoccupations of the other. Watson, 1977, 86. Similarly, Roger and Catherine Ballard write of the Sikhs, the most important change in the character of Sikh settlement in the 1970s has been the emergence of a second generation. These young people have been exposed to socialization in two very different cultures, at home and at school. The crucial questions are, firstly, how successfully are they managing to resolve the contradictions between these two cultures and, secondly, whether and in what form are they sustaining their Punjabi ethnicity. Watson, 1977, 43. Although the authors in both cases claim to challenge the notion of identity conflict, stressing the ability of British Asian young people to move between cultures, negotiating the demands of each, the overarching picture is of two distinct and opposed sets of values: tradition versus modernity, community versus the individual, duty versus freedom, family versus school, that inevitably lead to particular stress and contradictions. In a later collection, Minority Families in Britain, Support and Stress, Catherine Ballard thus writes of the strange half-British, half-Asian behavior of Asian young people. Ballard, 1979, 110. The sticking point for the Between Two Cultures advocates is, perhaps unsurprisingly, the issue of arranged marriage and, by extension, the problem of the British Asian family in relation to young women. See Ahmed, this volume. Indeed, it is significant that in the otherwise generic category that marks out debates around Asian youth identities, the only source of distinction is that of gender. The notion of identity crisis is sharpened in relation to British Asian young women because of the assumed cultural traditions that at once devalue women and place them as the repository of family honor. Young women thus find themselves facing direct, and incommensurable, conflict between their home and school life. Sayyid Khan asserts. However orthodox a girl's home life, she is influenced by other ideas at school, mixing with friends who discuss boyfriends, the cinema, and fashions. She is also taught to question and develop her individuality. Sayyid Khan, 1977, 85, My emphasis. Ultimately, it is argued, after a period of rebellion, most young people return to their parental culture and the strength of fundamental Asian values and institutions. Sayyid Khan, 1977, 86. While Khan attributes this to the strength of early socialization and family ties, Ballard also, and uniquely, for this perspective, point to the role of racism in the formation of youth identities. They argue that identity crisis is precipitated by not only the challenge to parental norms, but also a rejection by wider British society. They thus point to the emergence of a reactive ethnicity, Ballard, 1979, 126, which stresses cultural difference and renewed pride in their separate cultural identity, and which encapsulates Asians in their own communities, Ibid, 127, as a form of ultimate security. The between two cultures thesis has been subject to a sustained critique by emergent, mainly black, scholars, who have seen the argument as perpetuating a blame-the-victim approach to ethnic minority communities. Errol Lawrence, for example, argues that ethnicity studies view minority cultures as static and as inherently problematic, leading to a pathologized account of Asian cultures and British Asian youth identities, CCCS, 1982. This has laid the blame for black disadvantage on cultural practices and choices rather than on wider structures of racism and discrimination. After Bra, 1996, has also argued that the notion of culture clash is problematic for a number of reasons. First, it assumes that there is only one British and one Asian culture and it ignores differences of class, region, gender, religion, etc. Second, the focus on conflict denies the possibility of cultural interaction and fusion, and ignores the power relations that structure cultural hierarchies and conflict. Third, the debate asserts that cultural change is a one-way process, ignoring the mutuality of Asian and British interaction since pre-colonial times. It could also be argued that it assumes an assimilative trajectory, in which Asian cultures are expected to move towards, and be dissolved within, dominant British culture. Fourth, the notion of identity conflict portrays young British Asians as disoriented, confused, and atomized individuals, which is not supported by the evidence. It also reduces the complex formations of identity to one dominant factor, ethnicity, ignoring other influences and identities. Fifth, it conflates generational difference with conflict, and ignores any possibility of commonality or mutual understanding across generations. Lastly, and echoing Lawrence, it misreads as cultural conflict and reactive ethnicity the political activities of British Asian young people against racist oppression and discrimination. As mentioned above, the between two cultures approach was at its most influential in the 1970s and early 1980s, although it still retains some power in framing the understanding of contemporary youth identities. It is important, and significant, that this period also saw the emergence of youth to the forefront of active, and angry, resistance to racism amongst Britain's African Caribbean and British Asian communities. While the between two cultures theorists saw this as an expression of culture conflict and crisis, others have argued for the growth of an inclusive Black British political sensibility that demanded inclusion within, rather than withdrawal from, the mainstream of British life and culture. While this period has been predominantly represented by images of African Caribbean youth protest, culminating in the riots of 1980-81 in Brixton and elsewhere, Salamis, 1993, British Asian young people also played a defining role in challenging racial discrimination. It is to this alternative, hidden account of British Asian youth identities that this chapter now turns. Resisting the image, the hidden history of Asian youth. A number of authors have argued that the mid-1970s in Britain saw the emergence of black youth at the forefront of struggles against racism, BRA, 1996, CCCS, 1982, Shivanandan, 1986. While distinctive in its mobilization of a section of young people who largely had been born and/or brought up in Britain the second generation, it is important to see these activities within the context of the longer struggles of their communities. Shivanandan thus writes, by the middle of the 1970s, the youth had begun to emerge into the vanguard of black struggle. And they brought to it not only the traditions of their elders but an experience of their own, which was implacable of racism and impervious to the blandishments of the state. Shivanandan, 1986, 140. Issues of racial attacks, police discrimination, and youth unemployment were central to the public and often angry confrontations between black young people and the police, moving Britain's black communities into the media spotlight. For British Asian youth, the growth of fascism and the level of racist attacks in their communities, and the blatant racism of the police formed the main issues for protest. These concerns were galvanized in the aftermath of the racist murder of 18-year-old Gurdeep Singh Chaggar in Southall in June 1976. One immediate consequence of Chaggar's murder was the birth of the Southall Youth Movement, which signaled the move away from the traditions of protest of the community elders in favor of a more proactive stance. Shivanandan describes the shift. A meeting was held and the elders went about it in the time-honored way, passing resolutions, making statements. The youth took over, marched to the police station, demanding redress, stoning a police van en route. The police arrested 2 of them. They sat down before the police station and refused to move until their fellows were released. They were released. The following day the Southall Youth Movement, SIM, was born. Shivanandan, 1986, 142. The role of SIM in both symbolizing and mobilizing British Asian resistance was given further credibility in the Southall riots of 1979 and 1981, Baines, 1988. As after BRA has argued, this volume and 1996, see also Shivanandan 1986, in the wake of the SIM, a number of other British Asian youth groups were born, usually locally based and formed in response to racist attacks and murders, and the failures of the police to protect British Asian communities. Youth organisations and defence committees, such as the Asian Youth Movement, were formed in London, Bradford, Leicester, and Manchester, often in association with local African Caribbean groups, such as People's Unite in Southall and Bradford Blacks, Shivanandan, 1986, BRA, 1996. Although these organizations have been criticized for their almost exclusively masculine membership, and masculinist/misogynist focus, Baines, 1988, both BRA, 1996, and Shivanandan, 1986, argue that these groups formed the foundation for later more broadly inclusive black anti-racist political organizations, publications, and activities. BRA has argued further that the proliferation of British Asian youth organizations, such as SIM and Southall Black Sisters Degree across Britain, marks the coming of age of a new form of Asian political agency, BRA, 1996, 47, articulating a homegrown political discourse, IBID, emphasis in original, that points to a distinctive second-generation political consciousness, cf. Westwood, 1991. It is not accidental that as British Asian youth became more active and more visible in the anti-racist struggle, they also became a target of state and media control. Well-known cases such as the Bradford 12 and the Newham 8, Westwood, 1991, are discussed in greater detail by after BRA in this volume. However, it is important to underscore how discourses of British Asian youth criminality and crisis are closely interwoven with discussions of British Asian youth identities, cultures, and politics. The two approaches outlined above, generational/cultural crisis and anti-racist resistance, form the broad parameters of contemporary formulations of British Asian youth identities. However, there have also been significant transformations in the ways in which British Asian youth identities have been conceptualized, most notably around the fragmentation of the category Black and the move away from anti-racist organization towards cultural politics and the so-called politics of difference. These shifts center upon a reclamation and reworking of the notion of culture and ethnicity that was at the heart of the Between Two Cultures thesis, though in two distinct and opposed ways. The first centers on the idea of cultural difference, which stresses processes of continuity and change in forming increasingly fragmented and specific religio-cultural identities. This notion of cultural difference also lies at the heart of the ongoing pathologization of British Asian youth identities, as reflected in popular moral panics around Asian gangs and fundamentalism. The second approach focuses on new ethnicities and places British Asian youth identities as part of an ongoing and ambiguous struggle over representation, particularly through new, hybrid, forms of cultural production. The following two sections will explore the contours of these debates and their implications for understanding British Asian youth identities. Cultural difference and cultural identity. Continuity and change. In Old and New Identities, Old and New Ethnicities, Stuart Hall points to the salience of an inclusive Black identity in anti-racist struggle in Britain throughout the 1970s and 1980s. The Black I am talking about is a historical category, a political category, a cultural category. Hall, 2000b. 149. The mobilization of this Black identity was particularly important in challenging the static and culturally overdetermined understandings of ethnicity, which perpetuated pathologies of ethnic and cultural difference as a primary cause of racism and racial disadvantage. However, from the mid-1980s onwards, this political category was fractured by the re-emergence of notions of culture, which laid the emphasis on differences between Black, now redefined as African/African Caribbean, and Asian communities and concerns. This was particularly focused on the silencing of Asian experience, traditions, and identities, and the negation of what Tariq Moduad has termed the Asian mode of being, Moduad, 1992b, 55. These divergent sensibilities were highlighted in the aftermath of the Satanic Verses affair in 1989 and the demonstrations against the Gulf War in 1990/1, in which again Asian/Muslim young men featured prominently. The 1990s witnessed the rebirth of ethnicity as the central paradigm for understanding British Asian identities, with the emphasis placed again on the assertion of cultural and increasingly, religious difference. The category Asian has itself been replaced with a proliferation of narrowly defined religious, national, and regional identifications, what Shivanandan has characterized as cultural enclaves and feuding nationalisms. Shivanandan, 2000, 423. As a consequence, Asian youth have been reabsorbed into the conceptual confines of cultural identity and community, and become largely invisible in academic, political, and media discourse except where they appear, traditionally, as a problem. The little work on Asian young people that has appeared in recent years, Anwar, 1998a, Moduad, Baishan and Verdi, 1994, Moduad et al., 1997, bears the traces of the earlier Between Two Cultures approach, though with some significant differences. On the one hand, the work attempts to trace generational change through traditional cultural markers, such as mother tongue proficiency, marriage practices, clothes, and religious affiliation degree. On the other, the work lays emphasis on processes of cultural change as inevitable and positive rather than as a necessary source of intergenerational conflict and identity crisis. The stress is thus on what Anwar terms continuity and change and the growth of a new culture which is a synthesis of the old and the new. Anwar, 1998a, 192. Moduad et al. 1997, argue further that even where British Asian young people do not adhere to the cultural practices of their parents, they retain a strong associational identity often in response to racial rejection. Thus they note, In discussing their ethnic identity, some young Asians explicitly affirmed what they took to be the family-centered and religion-centered values of their community. Moduad et al., 1997, 337. The second significant change is the stress on diversity within the category Asian, and in particular the difference between Muslim, Pakistani and Bangladeshi, and non-Muslim, Indian and East African Asian, communities. Although this can be seen to perpetuate the essentializing religio-cultural identities criticized by Shivanandan and others, Housey and Sharma, 1999, Sharma, Hutnik and Sharma, 1996, this work points to variation within the category Asian, and notably the emergence of an Islamic identity, tied to the growth of Islamophobia in Britain and globally. Muslim young people are thus seen as having a stronger behavioral identity, Moduad FA/. 1997, than their Hindu and Sikh counterparts, in each of the areas mentioned above. Anwar likewise argues, young Muslims seem to be more conservative in their outlook, and had a higher conformity to religio-cultural norms than did Hindu and Sikh young people. Anwar, 1998a, 192. This research also reveals significant discrepancies in the life experiences of Muslims vis-a-vis non-Muslim young people, in the areas of education and employment. Both Anwar and Moduad point to the importance of different class, migration, and settlement patterns in explaining variations between British Asian groups, but the overwhelming explanation has remained one of culture and cultural difference. Anwar, for example, states that most policymakers trace the different experiences of Asian youth in education and the job market to cultural and language difficulties. Anwar, 1998a, 191. Issues of structural disadvantage, racism, and racial discrimination then get translated into cultural stereotypes and pathologies about backward Asian, particularly Muslim, cultures. This can be clearly seen in the reports on the riots in Oldham, Bradford, Leeds, and elsewhere in the summer of 2001, which placed the emphasis on cultural difference and Asian self-segregation as primary causes of the disturbances. Amin, 2002, Kundnani, 2001a. Coverage of the 2001 riots in the media also constructs a clear common-sense linkage between British Asian cultural pathologies and criminality, an image that is particularly focused on the images of British Asian young men. The riots were thus seen to be as much about drugs, violence, and gangs as they were about poverty and racism. This coverage reflects wider transformations in the representation of British Asian youth, most notably in the period after the Satanic Verses affair. First, it points to the increasing visibility of British Asian youth in the public imagination, and to the regendering of concern away from the plight of British Asian young women towards the problem of British Asian young men. Second, it marks the move of British Asians from victim to aggressor status. Third, these problems are seen as rooted in a dysfunctional British Asian culture, so that racism and racial disadvantage appear instead as a cultural preference or cultural disadvantage. This is most clearly seen in the debates around the emergence of a Muslim underclass in Britain, Moduad, 1992b. Fourth, it highlights the ongoing process of criminalization of British Asian youth identities, so that young men now primarily appear in one of two guises: the gang or the fundamentalist. Cultural difference and cultural pathology. The new Asian folk devils. In the wake of the Satanic Verses affair and the Gulf War demonstrations, through the Bradford riots of 1995, to the disturbances of 2001 and the aftermath of the 9/11 attacks, it is perhaps inevitable that Britain's Muslim communities have moved into the spotlight of popular, political, and academic concern. The same can be said of Muslim young people, notably Pakistani and Bangladeshi young men who were at the highly visible forefront of these events. This has generated two distinct and seemingly opposed trajectories for British Asian youth identities, the Asian gang and the fundamentalist. Moduad thus writes of the growth of political alienation, sometimes expressed in terms of a political Muslim identity, and of a possible trend of criminalization among young Pakistanis and Bangladeshis. Moduad, 1997, 147. There has been very little substantive scholarly work done on contemporary Asian youth identities, so such characterizations remain primarily at the level of speculation rather than fact. Indeed, my own work on the Asian gang, Alexander, 2000, suggests that such constructions of British Asian youth reflect more a series of common-sense assumptions about the nature of ethnic, gendered and generational dysfunction than any discernible empirical reality. The idea of the gang, then, fuses ideas about problem/alien/black cultures, failing masculinities, and identity crisis in a form of triple oppression which places British Asian young men at the margins of society and as a threat to it. The Asian gang is seen as an inevitable response to low self-esteem, alienation from both their own communities and wider society, and an inability to achieve legitimate success through education and employment, a reach for imagined strength actualized in violence and criminality. Interestingly, the alternative route for Asian young men into a fundamentalist Islamic identity is similarly posited as a response to low self-esteem, racial rejection, and identity conflict. It has been argued that Islam thus functions as a defensive psychological barricade behind which young Muslims, usually men, can lay claim to a fictional strength founded in the Ummah. Gardner and Shakur, 1994, Jacobson, 1997, Macy, 1999. 3. Like the gang, this militant religious identity is often seen as founded on a rejection of the parental culture * in favor of a global, culture-free alternative. * Also, like the gang, fundamentalist identities become inseparable from notions of violence, crime, and a threat to wider British society. Macy, 2002, particularly in the aftermath of the 9/11 attacks. These two folk devils can thus be seen as two sides of the same culturalist coin. Both arise from the apparent failures of the parental culture, giving rise to feelings of inadequacy and alienation, and fueled by rejection from mainstream society. It is worth re-emphasizing the highly gendered nature of these concerns. Both the gang and the fundamentalist are visioned as male, and are defined through increasingly similar forms of hypermasculine behavior, notably violence. Chetan Butt, 1997, has thus noted that the 1990s saw growing alliances between youth gangs and more traditionalist religion-based organizations, particularly in the exercise of territorial control and the policing of British Asian women's sexuality. This is linked in turn back to the wider representation of Asian/Muslim cultures as inherently patriarchal and misogynist. Thus young women appear only as the victims of culturally rooted masculine control and oppression. Macy, 1999, an image which belies the ongoing struggle by British Asian young women for their own space. Southall Black Sisters, 1990, Drury, 1996, Pawar and Raghuram, 2003. As with the Between Two Cultures approach outlined earlier, these updated versions of British Asian youth identities center on a very particular version of ethnicity and cultural identity. This sees British Asian cultures as discrete and internally homogeneous ethnic bubbles, which have clearly defined boundaries and membership, core values and traditions, and which are, crucially, perceived as different from, and in the case of Muslim groups, opposed to, wider British society. British Asian young people are then seen as either trapped within these ethnic bubbles and perpetuating problematic cultural identities, or as facing identity loss and crisis when they move outside these boundaries. Even within the more progressive and optimistic interpretations, which stress processes of continuity and change, this version of culture ignores both the ongoing experience of racism and disadvantage that structures the lives of British Asian young people, and the more complex and multiple forms of youth identities and cultures. However, there is an alternative version of culture which stresses power and complexity in its formation of identities and forms of cultural production: the new ethnicities debate. Contesting culture, reimagining Asian youth identities. Unlike the version of cultural difference outlined above, which places the emphasis on ethnicity as the primary source of identity creation, and insists on a coherent and bounded sense of self and community, new ethnicities are defined through processes of fragmentation, change, and contestation. Rather than a celebration of the mode of being, New ethnicities are an assertion of the shifting, partial and contingent constructions of identity on becoming. This views ethnicity as only one axis of identity, which intersects with, and is inseparable from, other factors such as gender, class, sexuality, religion, locality, age, and so on. While culture remains at the center of analysis, the new ethnicities approach sees it not as a birthright or possession, something to be measured through language, dress, religion, marriage, food, etc., but as part of a socially, historically, and politically located struggle over meaning and identity. Hall writes, "Cultural identity, in this second sense, is a matter of becoming as well as of being. Cultural identities come from somewhere, have histories. But like everything which is historical, they undergo constant transformation, subject to the continuous play of history, culture, and power." Hall, 1992a, 225. Rather than a unitary and stable whole, then, identity becomes something that is always in process, multiple, and complex. The focus is not on bounded cultures or communities, but on networks, border zones and boundary crossings, where individual and collective identities are challenged and transformed. Central to this creation are the structures of power and inequality that intersect and constrain subordinated identities, but do not wholly determine the forms of their imagination or their resistance. Identities become open-ended, unpredictable, and often ambiguous in the ways they appear and are lived through. The focus for the so-called politics of difference has been primarily on new forms of cultural production, in cinema, literature, photography, fashion, and particularly in music. This work has been concerned with exploring the hybrid and subversive forms of cultural cut and mix, which challenge dominant paradigms of ethnic minority identities. Gillespie, 1995. Perhaps unsurprisingly, these interests have been mainly concerned with emergent youth cultural styles and expressions, particularly those of the Black Atlantic diaspora. Gilroy, 1993a. The engagement with contemporary forms of British Asian youth cultural expression has been rather more tentative, seen as hidden within the confines of the community and largely impenetrable to outsiders. Bauman, 1996. Nevertheless, the successes of British Asian youth cultural expression from the 1990s, from the musical interventions of artists from Apache Indian to the contemporary global achievements of Talvin Singh, Nitin Sawhney, an Asian Dub Foundation, and the emergence of British Asian enema from My Beautiful Laundrette and Beiji on the Beach to East is East and Bend It Like Beckham point to the engagement of a new British Asian sensibility with the British cultural mainstream. More broadly, youth cultural forms, from Bhangra to Bollywood dreams, highlight the syncretic and globalist nature of British Asian identities and their role in challenging racism and racial stereotypes. C. Dwyer, Sharma, this volume. The celebration of the New Asian Cool, and its commodification of British Asian new ethnicities, has, however, been subject to severe criticism for its neglect of structures of power and continuing racial inequalities. Thus Sharma, Hudnik, and Sharma, 1996, argue that such an approach valorizes ideas of the hybrid and the marginal as positive in and of itself, and ignores the relationships of dominance, exploitation, and violence that constrain identity formation. Furthermore, they critique the sociological interest in British Asian cultures, and especially youth cultures, as part of a process of knowledge production inextricably linked to forms of social control and criminalization. Disorienting Rhythms, 1996, aims to explore both these continued structures of control, and the more fractured, temporary and ambivalent spaces from which a cultural politics may be articulated, recognizing the unfinished and untidy nature of these encounters. My own work on the Asian Gang, 2000, similarly explores the cross-cutting processes of freedom and constraint in the construction of Asian youth identities, though at an empirical level. Focusing on a small number of Bengali young men in London, the study examines the changing stereotypes of British Asian youth and the ways in which these representations impact on the lives and identifications of young men themselves. The notion of the gang, as argued above, carries with it dominant ideas about culture, gender, and generational crisis that has everyday implications for the lives of the young men, whether at school or in their leisure activities, or in their encounters with the police, teachers, youth workers, and the local media. However, these structures and stereotypes do not wholly determine the choices and experiences of the young men, and the study also explores the complex and shifting forms of identity creation, particularly in their intersection with notions of community, masculinity, family, and friendship. As with the Disorienting Rhythms collection, the Asian Gang stresses the multiple and often contradictory stances that make up the category Asian youth, and the ways in which identities are used to lever open spaces for self-creation and contestation. Asian youth identities are then formed in the encounter between individual and collective, agency and historical and social process, a state of becoming rather than being. It is perhaps worth reflecting that although British Asian communities have been established for over 40 years in Britain, the notion of the second generation remains intact in the popular and sociological imagination. It carries with it ingrained ideas of an originary/parental culture and of a next generation trapped between this ancestral homeland and the host country, between old and new worlds, and the threat of belonging nowhere. The specter of the between continues to haunt accounts of Asian youth identities, even into the 21st century, providing a convenient explanation for everything from marriage partners and consumption patterns to religious practices, and from educational underachievement and unemployment to crime and violence. Although there has been a shift in sociological accounts of Asian youth, away from generic accounts of intergenerational conflict and crisis, towards assertions of diversity and continuity, the primary focus has remained on ideas of ethnicity and culture as constituting the core, defining feature of ethnic minority identities. At the same time, however, the idea of the second generation has been taken up by Asian young people themselves and used to generate new cultural practices and new identities. Building on a history of anti-racist struggle and resistance, these new ethnicities are challenging the ongoing structures of racism and racial disadvantage, and redefining what being Asian, British, or British Asian might mean. These identities recognize the fragmented and multiple ways of being and becoming, with ethnicity/culture constituting only one amorphous element in intersection with cross-cutting axes of gender, class, religion, sexuality, age, location, and so on. The second generation is then being constantly imagined and reimagined from moment to moment, person to group, and from one second generation to the next, second, generation. It is perhaps here that its conceptual power, as a way of both marking and challenging difference, lies. The scandal of arranged marriages and the pathologization of BRASIAN families. Fawzia Ahmed. For Zahida Sarab, arranging the marriage of her 16-year-old daughter seemed perfectly normal. Like many Muslim women, she believed she was merely following tradition, but yesterday she admitted she had been wrong to force her child into the loveless union. Speaking after a judge annulled the marriage, Mrs. Sarab said, "I am really, really happy. I thank God that it's over. I can't explain how happy I am because it was our own mistake. It was nothing to do with my daughter." Stars, Robertson and Holm, Herald, April 24, 2002. Anika Sarab was a 16-year-old student of Pakistani origin living in Glasgow, studying for her Scottish Highers when her mother, Zahida Sarab, coerced her into marrying another Pakistani student, Raja Sulman Khan, then aged 19. Anika's story came to prominence in the spring of 2002 after she was granted an annulment on the grounds that the marriage was conducted under duress. This tragic tale of a marriage turned sour and of Asian parental pressure to conform was one of a number of cases that received wide press attention following a much publicized campaign by social and community activists and the British government in reaction to an increase in forced marriages. Reading this somewhat sensationalist, dramatic account of a practice that is representative of a tiny minority of the marriages conducted amongst British Asian families in Britain, one might interpret this as an attempt to promote a discourse of pathology and stereotypes. However, a closer examination of the story reveals other aspects of the events and elicits questions about the ways in which British Asian families and the practices surrounding their marriages are represented both in the populist press and within academic texts. In this particular case, two key issues were significantly underplayed by the media. 1. Anika reconciled with her parents and sought their support very soon after the marriage. The parents, upon realizing the severity of their mistake, were prepared to remove their daughter from what they realized was an unsuitable union that was causing her distress, regardless of the consequences to their public honor, concepts of which will be briefly touched upon later. 2. The mother identified along with the mother of the groom as one of the main instigators of the marriage, took the opportunity both to explain publicly her reasons for forcing her daughter into the marriage and to accept responsibility, again publicly, and renounce her own actions, including emotionally blackmailing her daughter into agreeing to the marriage. Consequently, the reductionist accounts so often presented in the media, of overbearing, unsympathetic and unrelenting parents in such cases, were momentarily disrupted. Nonetheless, in his summing up, the judge, Lord McEwen, though obviously sympathetic to the situation in which both bride and groom found themselves, interpreted events in terms of a culture clash, where it may be that in the multicultural society in which we now live such situations will continue to arise, where ancient Eastern established cultural and religious ethics clash with the spirit of 21st century children of a new generation and Western ideas, language, and what these days passes for culture. There is inevitable tension, and clashes will happen. Quoted in the Times Online, April 24, 2002. Both his comments and his language note ancient Eastern cultural and religious ethics reflect a general sense of confusion around definitions of arranged versus forced marriages that permeate public debates, betraying a certain hegemonic assumed superiority that prioritizes Western concepts of modernity over others. The Asian practice of arranged marriages has always been viewed with a certain fascination in the West, even though historically the custom also had currency within European royal and aristocratic families. Yet despite Britain's colonial relationship with the Indian subcontinent, numerous anthropological accounts and, more recently, statements issued by senior politicians that attempt to draw distinctions between forced and arranged marriages, the former considered incompatible with British values and the latter deemed acceptable and even reflective of Britain's cultural diversity, the confusion exemplified by Lord McEwen's remarks, tempered with some imperialist disapproval, persists in both public and academic arenas. Arranged marriages are among the main practices used to define the distinctiveness of the British Asian in relation to other communities found in Britain. Indeed, arranged marriages symbolize British Asians and thus continue to be commonly abstracted as a metaphor for British Asian lifestyles. This chapter aims therefore to explore the ways in which the trope of arranged marriages circulates as a sign of British Asian otherness and as a site for intervention and domestication of that otherness. Thick descriptions. Early ethnographic monographs on South Asian families in the subcontinent and on South Asian settlers from the 1950s onwards typically concentrated on documenting kinship systems and household structures, specifically by Roderus and Condans, extended and joint family systems and patrilineal descent, and on the interrelationships and reproductions of social formations such as the giving and taking of gifts, concepts of izzat, honor, and sharam, shame, gender relations, arranged marriages, and purdah. C. Ballard, 1978, R. Ballard, 1982, Bra, 1978, 1993, Jeffrey, 1976, Saifullah Khan, 1977, Shah, 1994, 2000, Werbner. 1988, Wilson, 1978. Insularity was a defining feature of migrant families then, and some would add still is, as the myth of return seemed at first a possibility. However, this prospect appeared increasingly distant as families began to settle, grow, and adapt to life in Britain. Saifullah Khan, 1977, Shah, 1994, 2000, Ballard, 1994a, Bra, 1996, Anwar, 1998a, and as a consequence certain cultural practices were modified. Within this diasporic context, migrant women, far from confirming stereotypes of secluded and passive Asian women, played key roles in contributing towards household economies, the reconstruction of cultural traditions, labor movements, and emerging political dialogues. Wilson, 1978, Saifullah Khan, 1977, Bachu, 1988, 1991, 1996, Werbner, 1988, Bra and Shaw, 1992, Bra, 1993, 1996. All the while, the study of British Asians has been dominated by a handful of themes: intergenerational conflict, cultural conflict, and negotiations and arranged marriages, themes that have remained remarkably persistent, constituting the grammar by which British Asian experiences are mediated and disseminated throughout society. Arranged marriages/love marriages. What do arranged marriages signify in a contemporary British Asian context? Arranged marriages where, in the most general sense, parents, with their children's consent, take a lead role in choosing their spouses are often presented as diametrically opposed to love marriages. Of course, in cultures that value chastity, marriage is often viewed as the appropriate institution or avenue for the regulation and expression of sexuality for both sexes, but particularly so for women, and studies on the practice have almost exclusively focused on women as the objects of the process, situating other senior women and men as instigators and as their social controllers. For examples, see Brought on Teenagers in West London, 1978, base it on Pakistani and Bangladeshi schoolgirls in East England, 1996, 1997, Bachu on Sikh women, 1991, Bhopal on South Asian women in East London, 1997, 1998, 1999, 2000, Bradby on young Punjabi women in Glasgow, 1999, and Shah on Pakistanis in Oxford, 2000. However, the ambiguity around the term arranged marriage, Bauman, 1996, attests not only to the complexity, variety, and significance of definitions and practices that actually constitute arranged marriages, but also to the different meanings different groups of people and individuals attach to the term, meanings that are obviously subject to religious, sectarian, caste, cultural, class, educational and generational influences. Since love marriage is an equally subjective term, are often presented as the polarist opposite of arranged marriages, the underlying assumption is that the choice of one or the other is in some way reflective of cultural or religious conformity and conservatism, and also symbolic of the degree of integration into, and influence of, Western lifestyles. Academic literature also describes arranged marriages as being circumscribed by rules determining matches based on religious, caste or regional affiliations. Hindu and Sikh marriages have been characteristically identified as exogamous, with members forbidden to marry within the kin group, but seeking unions with partners sharing similar, or higher caste backgrounds. Whilst their marriages are regarded as sacramental, Muslim marriages are contractual and are traditionally typified, though not exclusively so, as endogamous, within kinship groups. See Anwar, 1998a, C. Ballard, 1978, R. Ballard, 1982, Bra, 1978, Jeffrey, 1976, Saifullah Khan, 1977, Shah, 1994, 2000, Stopes Rowe and Cochrane, 1990, Werbner, 1988, Wilson, 1978. Stopes Rowe and Cochrane, 1990, additionally distinguish between four types of arranged marriage: traditional, in which parents and significant other family members would play an active part in selecting and contracting marriages, with limited, if any, consultation with the individuals concerned. Here emphasis would be placed on the union being conceptualized as a marriage between two families. Modified traditional, in which the individual concerned would have the final say in agreeing to a union, but only with one of a selection of potential partners offered by the parents. Cooperative traditional, in which, depending on circumstances, either the individual or the parent, would make the selection, but the final decision would be a joint one for which parental approval would be essential, and finally independent, which would most likely appropriate Western lines of courtship and marriage, but with emphasis placed on seeking parental approval. Stopes Rowe and Cochrane add that the key difference between this and Western models is that parental approval would be an expectation rather than a hope. Shah, 2000, in her study of Pakistani Muslims in Oxford noted a process of social change in the practices and expectations that many of her respondents had when considering the marriage prospects of their children. When once the ideal was to satisfy obligations to family in Pakistan by seeking partners there, many parents and young people now acknowledged that differences in education and outlook, between those born and raised in Britain and those in Pakistan, meant that kinship marriages were not always reliable indicators of compatibility or marital success. However, the importance of securing matches with members of appropriate castes within Britain was still stressed. According to Shaw's predictions, supported by other research, e.g. C. Ballard, 1978, Bra, 1978, Stopes Rowe and Cochrane, 1990, Bassett, 1996, 1997, the availability of suitable caste members and an extended definition of biratari, coupled with a greater desire to find partners within Britain, would eventually lead to a decrease in the number of transnational marriages with kinfolk. This is a prediction at odds with those made by a recent Foreign and Commonwealth report on community perceptions of forced marriages, Samad and Eid, 2002. Many studies, particularly the earlier ones, reported that their respondents viewed arranged marriages as more stable than love marriages, and pointed to the significantly lower rates of divorce within Asian communities and the supportive role played by the extended family should problems arise. However, arranged marriages were often portrayed within an idealized European perspective as an ancient and rigid duty-bound system that suppressed individual freedoms and subjugated women, and as already noted were, and still are, sometimes confused with forced marriages. From as early as the late 1970s, concerns were raised about the unduly negative focus Asian families and the practice of arranged marriages received both in the press and from government quarters, some of whom talked of discouraging the arranged marriage system in the hope that Asian parents would respect the rights of their children. C. Ballard, 1978, My Emphasis. Catherine Ballard also drew attention to how both populist and academic literature on arranged marriages tended to adopt a simplistic problem focus, highlighting mostly negative outcomes and attitudes, or stressing intergenerational and intercultural conflicts. Ibid. Not much has changed since. The clash of cultures thesis that still underpins many melodramatic accounts, especially from the media, is supplemented by additional fears, voiced by Home Minister David Blunkett and Member of Parliament for Keighley, West Yorkshire, and Cryer, that British Asians will continue to select partners from the subcontinent and thus be responsible for importing poverty. Evening Standard, 2001. This concern is publicly and politically couched within the racialist discourse of the emancipation of women from forced marriages, the women being either recipients of spouses from overseas or the overseas subjects themselves. An additional criticism of academic treatments of arranged marriages noted how emphasis was placed on seeking the views of adolescents whose experiences and expectations of marriage were likely to be limited. C. Ballard, 1978. This point was echoed by Ahmed, 2001, who also noted how young Asian informants were often expected to assume the role of cultural expert. Challenges to authority and growing independence and individuality. Natural manifestations of adolescence tended to be viewed primarily as cultural rebellion against Asian traditional values, especially in the case of Asian girls and the question of marriage. Recent studies on British Asian women reveal a great diversity of attitudes towards marriage choices and document the increasing significance education, qualifications, and/or professional employment hold when considering marriage and securing a suitable husband. Bassett, 1996, 1997, Ahmed, 2001, Dale, Shaheen, Fieldhouse, and Kalra, 2002a, 2002b, Ahmed, Moduad, and Lissenberg, 2003. These support earlier findings from Batchu's, 1991, work in which she described how younger Sikh women's entry into the labor market was not dominated by patriarchy, as Bhopal, 1997, would suggest, see below, but instead marked a dramatic shift in women's roles within the domestic sphere where women exercised considerable control over their lives both inside and outside the private domain. This was most significantly noted in relation to their consumption patterns, particularly in the elaboration of dowries, which we shall discuss later. How are South Asian families pathologized? While earlier, anthropological accounts were discourses developed from the point of view of the outsider looking in and were descriptive in nature, many contemporary academic accounts of British Asian families and marriage practices acknowledge the developing processes of continuity and change, of adaptation and innovation, and the modification and renegotiation of cultural values that are mediated via ethnic or religious frameworks, and hence are careful to avoid perpetuating stereotypes based on simplistic and reductive binaries between modern and traditional values. Nevertheless, some accounts of arranged marriages still adopt an uncritical and assumed universalistic understanding of the expression that situates arranged marriages as immutable, static institutions fixed by both temporal and spatial boundaries. When conceptualized in this way, arranged marriages and Asian cultures are inclined to be presented in a wholly negative light. For example, Talbani and Hassanali, based on their work with Canadian schoolgirls, and with only limited reference to the wider issues of gender inequality in Canada, present an uncritical and generalist reference to the inertia of South Asian culture. Talbani and Hassanali, 2623, which they assert encourages the, de facto, subordination and subjugation of women through arranged marriages. The arranged marriage plays a central role in maintaining the subordinate role of women in society. Female subordination is expressed, validated, and perpetuated through rites and symbols related to marriage. Talbani and Hassanali, 2626. This view of homogeneous South Asian cultures and families necessarily excludes possibilities of diversity across religious and cultural expressions, and alternative positionalities that may allow for definitions that are fluid and fluctuating, subject to change and open to negotiation within and without immediate social groups. It also negates prospects for individual agency. Similarly, other research on British Asian women serves to invoke emotional responses of pity by reproducing stereotypes of Asian women as passive victims of, again, a homogeneous South Asian culture that is inevitably oppressive towards them. C.F. Wade and Souter, 1992, Bhopal, 1997, 1998, 1999, 2000. Although some differences in the meanings of arranged marriage may be explored in such texts, these are often not contextualized sufficiently to account for religious, cultural, or class locations, but are rather situated within a racist discourse of patriarchy, which, from its outset, assumes the family to be a repressive and constraining structure. Like Talbani and Hassanali's analysis above, individual agency within the framework of the Asian family in these contexts appears to be limited and can only be achieved through active promotion of, and mobilization around, clearly perceived Western discourses. The forced marriage controversy, mentioned earlier, is another key example of how British Asian families are publicly stigmatized and problematized. Despite public pronouncements by politicians acknowledging that forced marriages are relatively rare, and that the vast majority of arranged marriages are between freely consenting adults making them, therefore, compatible with British social values, the continued emphasis by both the media and politicians on the minority occurrence acts to negatively and disproportionately highlight and problematize arranged marriages and thus British Asian families. Little context is offered in order to help deviate from the inevitably damaging confusion that arises. For instance, there is still a dearth of quality research exploring in detail why some marriages result in varying elements of force, even less detailing the after effects on both parents and children in such situations. However, crude hypotheses and conclusions about the overbearing and is-it-obsessed nature of British Asian families abound. Indeed, other facets of the arranged marriage process, such as defining concepts like is-it and sharam and the practice of dowry giving, can also be interpreted in ways that contribute to the pathology's discourse of Asian cultures as fixed and homogeneous. However, before discussing these further, some consideration must be given to the ways in which certain theoretical structures are operationalized, effectively resulting in the reproduction of racist and stereotyped assumptions about the other. Limits of patriarchy theory. Both Losreg, 1988, and Mohanty, 1988, draw our attention to the broad influence of Western ideologies that not only construct fixed representations of the non-Western world, but also wield authority over Third World women who themselves utilize these ideological tools when writing about their own communities. The resulting perpetuation of myths and stereotypes is observable when, for example, such approaches negatively problematize South Asian families and women. Patriarchy theory is a good example of a grand and overarching Western feminist concept that is often discussed in relation to non-Western families. However, Anne Phoenix discusses the pathologization of black families when gender theories based on white middle-class norms are applied without taking into account other structural issues such as race and class. Phoenix, 1997. Similarly, when discussing British Asian families and arranged marriages, the application of theories that are culture-specific raises important questions that have significant implications for the ways in which data can be interpreted. For example, as noted above, in recent years a number of new research publications have documented the processes of rapid social change amongst younger, British-born and educated South Asian women, who are taking advantage of educational opportunities in their search for upward social mobility. Basit, 1996, 1997, Ahmed, 2001, Dale, Shaheen, Fieldhouse, and Kalra, 2002a, 2002b, Ahmed, Moduad, and Lisenberg, 2003. Bra's earlier work on South Asian Muslim women in the labor market also documented these emergent themes and, like Bachu, discussed above, acknowledged the influence patriarchal relations had on women's lives and their relationships with men in their families and communities, both local and wider. Bra, 1996. However, she was careful to avoid imposing patriarchy theory per se uncritically upon the Asian families she studied, in order to allow for fluidity and variation within male/female relationships. We can contrast this approach with other recent publications on British Asian families, women, and attitudes and practices in relation to arranged marriages, that also document similar social changes as a result of higher education and professional occupational status, but have been less cautious and uncritical in adopting interpretive frameworks such as Walby's theories of patriarchy. Cf. Bhopal, 1997, 1998, 1999. These inevitably tend to produce pathologies discourses of British Asian families that imply that South Asian family structures and gender relationships are inherently oppressive, placing particular emphasis on arranged marriages in which Asian women are mere objects or victims rather than active subjects. Despite the wealth of research emphasizing difference, diversity, and complexity between and within social groups, their identities, and their individuals, such interpretive structures also encourage rather than challenge the perpetuation of stereotyped, polarist, and simplified dichotomies between traditional, Asian, women and modern, Westernist, women. One particular study on Asian women in Britain that advocates patriarchy theory as an appropriate analytical tool to examine South Asian family structures and practices, not only promotes such extreme dichotomies but further characterizes traditional women as those possessing few or no qualifications and therefore likely to have arranged marriages with dowries, contrasting them with single, independent women, or deviant women, typified as highly educated and therefore likely to have unanimously rejected dowries and arranged marriages. Bhopal, 1999, 129-32. This analytical framework also suggests that in order to achieve success, which remains undefined, South Asian women have little option but to turn their backs on their religion and culture, and that individual agency can only be exercised once the subject has consciously dissented from the familial and cultural group. Bhopal, 1997, 1998. Here it seems the only way to achieve a separate, individual identity is to assimilate into British society. It concludes, it is through marriage that women are able to achieve respect and status in South Asian communities. Single women are stigmatized and regarded as having failed the community. South Asian women's identity is achieved through the men in their communities. Bhopal, 1999, 133. In addition, the notion that arranged marriages are representative of a male-dominated South Asian identity becomes further re-emphasized and essentialized, so that within this analytical framework, a rejection of an arranged marriage is interpreted as a rejection of identity. Bhopal, 1997. Clearly this form of analysis presents us with a number of conceptual problems. As highlighted by the above example, the adoption of patriarchy theory as an interpretive framework for understanding Asian families and cultural practices effectively essentializes arranged marriages both as fixed in practice and experience, and as a representative feature of Asian women's identities that, incidentally, were not their own but belonged to their respective families and communities. Apart from masking the diversity of experiences and differences within South Asian communities and their practices and beliefs around marriage, and failing to situate the above work within a wider social context, for example, by referring to social class differences and racism, or even accounting adequately for the apparently contradictory evidence from other studies, sweeping and simplistic generalizations and stereotypes are made. For instance, the modern/traditional binaries that this theoretical perspective invites bear little resemblance to the various forms of agency exhibited by South Asian women in numerous other research studies, e.g. Bachu, 1991, 1996, Bra, 1993, 1996, Bra and Shaw, 1992, Shaw, 1994, 2000, Yehudi, 1998, Bradby, 1999, Dwyer, 1999, Ahmed, 2001, Ahmed, Moduad and Lisenberg, 2003, Ramji, 2003, and serves instead, to further promote a set of static stereotypes that contribute to a general problematization of South Asian women, their families, cultures, and their identities. Social realities such as a general rise in marrying ages among educated Asian women, itself a national statistic for the population as a whole, and difficulties in securing a suitable marriage partner which could be attributed to wider difficulties and/or a product of limited leisure time due to expectations to work longer hours are interpreted either as a rejection of arranged marriages or as a failure on the part of the woman. Bhopal, 1997, 1998. Alternative conceptualizations of marriage practices that remain sympathetic to cultural and religious sensibilities are similarly not accounted for. Nor is the prospect that younger Asian men, or even parents, are also experiencing and expressing social change and differences in expectations with regards to marriage. In the broader context of South Asian and British Asian relationships and cultural practices, tradition and traditional are commonly associated with oppressive patriarchal relations of power. However, certain contradictions exist both in the definitions of the terms tradition and traditional as understood by respondents in some studies and within the sociological and anthropological literature. For instance, traditional can in some carefully defined contexts mean unwesternist, backward or uneducated, but it can also signify a historical link with cultural practices that have positive connotations. This may be better illustrated by reference to certain aspects of a traditional marriage, many of which, such as the mehandi, henna, night, the clothes and jewelry etc., are greeted with enthusiasm. Traditional can also refer to modes of behavior such as displaying respect towards elders. Consider also its usage when describing a traditional English pub or traditional family values. However, Western East or modern may be interpreted by researchers and respondents alike as interchangeable terms that represent the alternative to being traditional. Clearly, to equate only Western cultures with being modern is patronizing to say the least, yet few studies adequately define these terms, which is ironic given their wide employment. Both Hall, 2000A, and Sayyid, 1997, offer interesting contemporary discussions on the ways in which these binaries are easily and uncritically reproduced. While accepting the persistence of genuine gender inequalities within some Asian familial practices is necessary, equally important is the need to adequately address and contextualize the racialized nature of gender relationships and the capitalist structures that underpin them, highlighting not only where complexities and ambivalences lie, but also where resistance to inequities exist, and the forms these inequities take. Without such an understanding, any analysis that relies solely on highlighting gender inequalities within racialized families is in danger of reinforcing not only stereotypes, but also the racialized inequalities that act to mask diversity within groups and areas of mutual struggle. These points are well made by Palmer, 1982, in relation to Amrit Wilson's early work, The Acclaimed Finding a Voice, and more recently by Pawar, 2003. Patriarchy theory then, when applied uncritically to explore British Asian marital practices, has a number of significant limitations. Specifically, and in the context of the current discussion, these can include the promotion of extreme binaries, a homogenizing of culture and failure to account for diversity not just within South Asian ethnic groups but also within individual families, and the privileging and promotion of a hegemonic, colonialist-inspired discourse of Western cultural superiority. Such theoretical inadequacies can produce pathologized analyses of British Asian families that are seriously flawed, essentialist and reductive. These in turn only serve to detract from key empirical findings, such as the educational success of younger British Asian women, which unfortunately become secondary to the analytical framework. Of further concern are the ways in which such Western structural theories, when operationalized to describe non-Western societies, can act not only to pathologize certain social groups but also to silence forms of agency and difference that do not conform. The resulting racialized discourses can suggest that to be educated and South Asian is to be Westernist, modern and secular, while to be traditional and accept an arranged marriage and partake in dowry production and consumption is to be uneducated and backward. The choices and opportunities to exist within or outside these boundaries become necessarily constrained and negatively problematized. These pathologies are not restricted to everyday stereotypes employed by the media as part of its ongoing Orientalist discourse, but are normalist and deeply ingrained misconceptions that extend into the academic working environment. Izzat and Sharam. The related and oft-recurring themes of Izzat, honor, and its antonym Sharam, shame, are also considered deterministic elements of South Asian cultures, and of Mediterranean and Middle Eastern societies too, but the extent to which these concepts are developed is limited. Many authors have typically defined Izzat as a facet of male honor, while female relations are situated as the subordinates who are its carriers or representatives. For example, a woman can have Izzat, but it is not her own, it is her husband's or her father's. Her Izzar is a reflection of the male pride of the family as a whole. Wilson, 1978, 5. Implicit within such fixed definitions is an underlying assumption, in keeping with anthropological accounts, of Izzat as a strategically manipulated outcome of actions and alliances. The extent to which cultural norms of Izzat and Purdah are reproduced from the subcontinent to Britain vary according to factors such as kinship group, particular family practices, degrees of education and socialization with the host community, and the concentration of clan group members or townsfolk from the country of origin. However, this is rarely acknowledged in the literature. Scant attention has been given to expanding concepts like Izzat and Sharam to encompass female-centered narratives of personal honor or shame, or indeed male-personalized renderings, or to offer alternative accounts that might suggest shifting boundaries and dynamic conceptualizations. One of the few to do this is Bradby, 1999, who, in discussing younger Muslim women and their marriage choices in Glasgow, suggests that female honor may alternatively be mediated through a positive assertion of religion, or through professional employment. This is in stark contrast to Wilson, 1978, and others, e.g. Bhopal, 1997, 1999, who present more immutable, essentialist views of Izzat. By failing to fully account for definitions of Izzat and Sharam as dynamic and evolving processes that are both gender and context specific, the majority of the academic literature inadvertently reproduces a regulative and deterministic discourse that contributes to pathological and stereotyped representations of Asian families. Dowry's oppression or expression. Dowry is subject to differing interpretations dependent on religion, caste, and social location, amongst others. See Mensky, 1998 for some discussion of its varying forms. For instance, Muslim marriages are contractually dependent upon the payment of a dower, mahr, from the bridegroom to the bride, but South Asian Muslims also engage in the broader cultural practice, shared with Hindus and Sikhs, of dowry giving from the bride's parents to the bride upon her wedding of items which will also include a number of gifts to the bridegroom's family. The extent to which these are demands from the bridegroom's family or are voluntary gifts is subject to much variation. Changing patterns in, and perceptions of, dowry production and consumption across British Asian groups and the noted rise in marrying ages, particularly amongst women, are both features that are reflective of continuity and change within contemporary British contexts. Dowry giving, dowry elaboration and dowry abuse are areas that have recently received attention within the academic literature, though, as already noted, the theoretical frameworks employed to interpret them are as important as the empirical data itself. Dowry abuse, the issues around which are particular and detailed and will not be dealt with here, should be acknowledged as another significant aspect of female oppression that is particular to Asian families but remains specific in its context and scope. It is also one that retains powerful and disturbing images and insights that the media are often quick to sensationalize. Interested readers should consult the many detailed and contextualized accounts in Mensky, 1998. However, representations of dowry within the broader academic literature are still worth exploring, particularly to compare two very differing analyses of the ways in which the concept of dowry production in British Asian marriages relates to issues of identity formation, agency, and control, and to representations of British Asian women and families. Bachus, 1991, 1996, work from the early 1990s, later supported by Yehuddi's work with Sikh women in Britain, 1998, documented the relationship between British Asian Sikh women's economic participation and independence and the construction and elaboration of their dowries or dai. While recognizing the hierarchical nature of Asian family structures and the asymmetrical relationship between dowry givers and dowry takers, both presented an analysis of social change and cultural renegotiation that was reflective of women's changing roles in the domestic sphere and the public realm as more Sikh women became more economically active. Instead of remaining passive in the process of dowry exchange, their greater financial autonomy meant that they exercised a high degree of control over the content of their dowries, with the often full expectation of maintaining control over the contents once they were married. Although the content was subject to local and personal variations in taste and spending power, it essentially reproduced the main constituents of the traditional dai: clothes, gold, household items, and affinal gifts. Thus the women became active participants in the cultural elaboration of their dowries, which illustrated how cultural baggage is remodeled and reappropriated in order to fit in with local, post-colonial environments and localized identities. By adopting a post-colonial view of identity construction, Bachu explored consumption patterns and elaborations of dowries as a means to challenge stereotypes of Asian women as passive victims. In contrast, Bhopal's analysis of patriarchy served to reproduce stereotypes of dowries as fixed processes that situated Asian women within a structure of degradation and despair. Despite a broad variety of definitions, and respondents offering assorted reasons for the giving of dowry, with the majority stating that dowries were gifts given to daughters by parents, Bhopal maintains that women are objects of social control in the family and that marriage practices such as dowry exemplify and act to sustain her subordinate position. Dowry property is not women's wealth, but wealth that goes with women. Women are the vehicles by which it is transmitted, rather than its owners. Dowry functions to disinherit women and promote their economic dependence upon men. Bhopal, 1997, 87. Bhopal's extension of patriarchy theory to the processes of dowry giving and taking once again demonstrate how dominant, hegemonic discourses are used to construct pathologized accounts of arranged marriages and Asian families. When discussing dowry giving, the desire to pander to an interpretive framework of patriarchy renders other forms of self-realization, expression and agency, such as those described by Bachu, 1991, 1996, and Yehudi, 1998, absent. The patriarchal analysis cited above consistently fails to account for diversity in practices of dowry giving even across religious groups, preferring instead to reiterate and accept as given a simplified, overly generalist, and stereotyped discourse of women's subordination, religious and social inferiority, subservience to both family and husband, subjugation and passivity, citing a lack of education as the cause of women choosing to engage and renegotiate with cultural practices and processes. Bhopal, 1997. Given these assertions, it is a wonder that any woman would wish to marry into an Asian family. And yet this vision of British Asian cultures and family life stands in isolation not only from other studies but from social realities such as the huge globalist flow of commercial goods and cultural artifacts, proof of which can be found in the expanse of boutiques and wedding emporiums found in many high streets in densely populated Asian areas, not to mention the rapid rise in British Asian glamour magazines, such as Asian Woman and Asian Bride, that cater for young, dynamic, educated and professional Asian women, with a heavy emphasis on British Asian fashion, wedding features, and relationships with a strong British Asian theme. While the readership of such magazines may well be influenced by Western attitudes, none of the other studies referred to suggest otherwise. They are active participants in the reconstruction, reappropriation, and renegotiation of cultural formations. Social change and marriage. Changing forms of matrimonial practice may appear to be somewhat at odds with more traditional methods of partner selection. Notions of kandon, biroddery, or caste may still persist, but to what extent are these seen as significant by British Asians searching for their own partners? Of those discussed so far, the vast majority of the studies that examined attitudes towards marriage noted a wide diversity of opinions and changing practices and accepted norms within and across religious, caste, class and ethnic groups, though Muslims were generally reported to be the most traditional or socially conservative. Some survey evidence suggests slight increases in the numbers of marriages with partners outside cultural and religious groups, although at the moment men are more likely to marry out, Moduad et al., 1997. Nevertheless, anecdotal evidence also shows that women are displaying similar patterns, although caution must be exercised to avoid assuming that such marriages represent active descent from cultural and religious backgrounds. Another interesting feature to emerge from some studies on British Asian women, and on Muslim young women in particular, was the reported role parents played in encouraging their daughters' education, if only partly to increase their chances of success in the marriage market. Bassett, 1996, 1997, Dale et al., 2002a and 2002b, Ahmed, Moduad, and Lissenberg, 2003. Ahmed, 2001, further identified the role fathers in particular played in encouraging their daughters' higher education. This is in stark contrast to research that characterizes Muslim fathers and families as exercising extreme patriarchal restraints on the education and careers of their daughters. Cf. Wade and Souter, 1992, Khanum, 1995. There is even some evidence to suggest that within Westernist and contemporary contexts attitudes towards sexual relationships are also changing, more so amongst Hindu and Sikh communities than for Muslim, although across all three faiths premarital sex is generally frowned upon. Henink, Diamond, and Cooper, 1999. It was also found that those less likely to engage in sexual relationships were those who identified strongly with their religion, and that these tended to be Muslim and Sikh young women, many of who expected their marriages to be arranged. Drury, 1991, found similar attitudes among the young Sikh women she interviewed, some of who had secret relationships but still expected their marriages to be arranged and were conscious of the need to maintain their parents' izzat. Similarly, the significance of marriage, how a partner is sought, when it occurs and to whom are all subject to much variation according to differences in religion, sect or caste, culture, education and social class. From anti-Gs to cyber love to speed dating, while many pioneer settlers either arrived married or returned to their country of origin to marry before bringing their spouses to Britain, British Asians face a different set of issues when looking for a partner. The rise of matrimonial agencies catering for the needs of British Asians is a relatively new phenomenon that warrants further scrutiny, not least because of their growing acceptance as an appropriate means of finding a spouse in the absence of more extended family networks. The sheer variety of options, ranging from parental-led adverts suggesting a more traditional approach that invites family and parental participation, to matrimonial parties, again hugely different in style from familial-based ones, to singles nights and internet dating, is vast, and demand suggests a growing need for outside assistance in securing a matrimonial partner. Some of these are general and are open to South Asians from all faiths, while others, such as the huge numbers of Muslim matrimonial websites and agencies, are religion-specific. All represent significant, contemporary responses to transnational migrations and changing cultural landscapes. The following two examples are illustrative of the variety that suggests the marriage industry is indeed big business. Sunni Muslim family seeks suitable match for their British-born daughter. BSc Hans medical professional, age 32 years, height 5'4", very attractive, slim, sophisticated, articulate, appreciates both East/West values. We are seeking a British national, graduate professional doctor, dentist, pharmacist, optician, lawyer, or chartered accountant. Age up to 37 years. Typical example of an ad from the British-based Urdu newspaper, Daily Jang. Asian dating service for Muslims, Hindus, Sikhs, and all other faiths and lifestyles. Friendship, fun, marriage. Full access to the Asian Introduction Agency's database. Your own detailed profile online, with a photo if you like. No monthly or annual membership. You're a member for as long as you need us. The freedom to write as many secure emails as you like. Flexible service, your details can be amended at any time. Meet single Asian men and women from all over UK. London, Birmingham, Bradford, Manchester. Support at asians4asians.com. http://www.asians4asians.com/html/contact_us.html. The first of these examples betrays a number of other persistent features that are briefly worth noting, such as the emphasis placed on physical attributes and the importance of attracting a good rishta, match, such as a doctor, dentist, lawyer, etc. Note also the preference for a British national and the weight attached to an appreciation of East/West values. It may also be significant that the majority of ads in the paper and on many matrimonial websites are from women. Asian speed dating is the newest phenomenon to dominate the current British Asian scene, with separate evenings catering for Hindu, Sikh, and Muslim groups. These have so far proved to be immensely popular, with much media interest, although it is too early to assess their long-term success in terms of securing future marriages. Originally based on an idea developed by U.S. Jewish groups to facilitate marriages within the religion, a speed dating evening usually consists of between 20 to 33-minute meetings with prospective partners, following which participants indicate preferences on a form which is then returned to the organizers at the end of the evening, while a copy is retained for the participant. Matches are secured on the basis of mutual liking, after which email details are exchanged for couples to continue correspondence if they wish. http://www.asiansped8.com. The rapid increase in alternative forms of marital introductions from within the British Asian community and the British Asian Muslim community. alone suggests that dynamic renegotiations of Asian and Islamic concepts around methods of partner selection and marriage are taking place, especially in light of educational and economic success. For Muslims, these remain within the bounds of religious acceptability, which for many takes precedence over culture. Ethnographic material on British Asian families, though no doubt rich in detail, is primarily based on families from peasant or rural backgrounds, and often overlooks families from semi-rural or urban backgrounds, with distinctly different attitudes, expectations, and obligations towards the family. This can result in the production of deterministic accounts where the researcher actively highlights key features and structures that he deems significant. The interest in arranged marriages, religion, izzat, purdah, or veiling for Muslim women are examples where overarching reductionist frameworks are used to impute meaning to the lives of those studied and to limit the scope of discourse on British Asian families. Furthermore, by focusing fieldwork in areas of high Asian concentration, the search for structure that underpins much ethnographic work sometimes inadvertently trivializes and essentializes Asian families in a way that limits their participation to objects of social research. Ahmed, 2003. This influences not only the media and wider public opinion, but also Asian men and women working within academia who may reproduce such discursive formations. Social classes, histories, specific regional and family dynamics etc. can all play roles in the ways South Asian practices may, or equally may not, impact on the lives of women. To ignore these in discussions of religion and gender produces reductive categories. With divorce rates for British Asian couples also on the increase, more attention needs to be paid to research that looks at the breakdown of marital relations within Asian families and whether culturally and religiously sensitive mediation services are available and are utilized. Similarly, research on the divorce experiences of British Asians from Hindu, Sikh, and Muslim backgrounds, and the ways in which cultural and religious considerations are accommodated for, if at all, within the current judicial system is urgently needed. Shakazemi, 2001. Given a whole host of reasons including the wide-ranging descriptions attributed to arranged marriages within both cultural and religious perspectives, the new dimensions of the ways in which marriages are conceptualized and contracted, the changing formations and negotiations within British Asian family structures and the shifting boundaries of continuity, change, acceptability and unacceptability, it may well be appropriate to adopt newer terminologies such as assisted marriage, cf. Ahmed, 2001, and fresher approaches to researching and writing about Asian families in general. Indeed, such may be overdue. Queer. Shafqat Nasir. Despite critiques of binarism and the knowledge of the ways in which we use identity strategically, in naming and claiming social constructions, we still invest in a sense of self. The mathematical additive formula, Black plus South Asian plus woman plus gay, is not only unwieldy but returns us to a sense that the sum equals the person, leading to closure. Neither binarism nor addition addresses the complexities of our experience of ourselves or others. The search for a term that describes oneself in relation to others, one that allows us to feel a sense of belonging, can involve both an implicit and an explicit rejection of identities. This is the case when that identity is chosen or imposed, because both are part of the force field of attraction and repulsion, preference and denial. The mental images and connotation that accompany South Asian diaspora are somewhat different to Paki. While the first can be seen as a positive affirmation, the sound of the sitar sampled into an ethnic remix of golden brown, colorful spices, sumptuous silk, sensual, oriental and exotic, the second is a disharmonious jarring of dirt, grease, and the smell of stale takeaway curries. Clearly, class-based notions of culture, reflecting different profiles of migration, are at play, but so too is sexuality and its articulation through race, and vice versa. The incompatibility of Paki with sexy means that being the first precludes the possibility of having a sexual identity, particularly when that sexual identity also exists in an environment of highly charged ALTE writing. The gay village in Manchester is often talked of as a safe space, and although in my 20 years in the city I had seen racism here, I was taken aback when the taunt "you kissed a Paki" in the club came hurtling in my direction. 3 white women, slightly drunk, leaning on each other, one looking embarrassed, saying "get lost," laughing. At the time, I was walking towards the taxi rank. I didn't, as Nike suggests, stand up and speak out about racism, but having had a drink I felt safe enough to say sarcastically, "That's nice." The woman who had been actively taunting the other turned around and, saying "Are you talking to me?" punched me in the face. She then turned away laughing and resumed her position in the group. I was stunned. As they walked away, I had a knee-jerk reaction, followed them and managed to hit my assailant lightly on the back. As she and her friends turned, I realized I should be go scared. I stepped back and called, "Police." As the group moved towards me, an older white woman in the passing crowd stepped in front of me and calmly said, "Leave her alone," to which the woman who had punched me replied, "She's not getting away with that." I turned to the crowd and asked if anyone had seen her hit me. People turned away. I even asked the taxi drivers, mostly Pakistani, in Punjabi, whether they would back me up, but they made it clear they didn't want to get involved. The police arrived and went straight to the group of 3 women, who had changed their demeanor, hands stuffed into pockets, aggression tamed and all smiles for the police. It seemed like everyone had been here before. When the police came over, they didn't ask me what happened, but said the women claimed I had been calling them dirty lesbians. Amazed that it hadn't occurred to them, I exclaimed, "I'm a fucking lesbian." The police's only response was a caution about my language. I explained the series of events, but to be honest I don't think they were listening. At one point one of the women said, "If you don't like it here you shouldn't come," following which the police told them to be quiet, and several people in the crowd became angry with me, because they assumed the 3 white women were bona fide lesbians and that the Paki had indeed upset them in their space. When I asked the police what they were going to do, they said I could either spend the night in a cell with the 3 women or let it go. I asked for their names and numbers, at which point they turned accusatory, saying they had me starting it recorded on camera. Leave and forget it was their only advice. It seems that even in these days of diaspora, hybridity and fluid identity there remains amongst the public and in police discourse a fixed notion of race and place, both geographical and ethereal. On the gaydar of the internet terms like no gams no gay Asian males circulate. There are of course sites like Asian Babes which transform their Barbie dolls by replacing shalwar kameez with tight short skirts, but debasing ethnic identity is often a necessary ingredient in producing a sexually tasty dish. Public spaces are in part constructed by public policy, and policing hate crime is a term most members of metropolitan police forces are aware of, but the simplistic orientation to reducing such crimes to a single factor often makes nonsense of victims' attempts to name and define criminal behavior. Indeed, they can lead to a questioning of who the victim is, and perhaps even a questioning of the discourse of victimhood itself. Policing identity is both a wider and more intimate issue. F. Acity of surprises. Urban multiculturalism and the Leicester model. Gur Harpal Singh. The understanding of multiculturalism as a public policy in Britain has been greatly influenced and shaped by the lived experience of ethnic minorities in the large cities. Beginning with the first pioneering studies in the 1960s, Rex and Moore 1967, the urban disturbances of the 1980s, Bainan and Salamis 1987, and the more recent riots in northern industrial towns in the summer of 2001, the urban landscapes where ethnic minorities have settled have always provided a testing ground for the effectiveness of public polices, and the dramatic manifestation of breakdown, as evident in recent riots, often call into question wider ideals of multiculturalism. The disturbances of 2001 were no exception. In retrospect, they will probably mark a turning point for the Labour government that came to power in 1997 as New Labour, with its agenda of a cool Britannia in which cultural diversity was to be celebrated. In a brief period of 4 years, against the background of the pressures generated by asylum seekers, the hostility to the report by the Commission on the Future of Multi-Ethnic Britain, 2000, the urban riots and the fallout from September 11, labor policy has performed something of a volte-face. Increasingly the language of a cohesive nation and community cohesion has superseded the rhetoric of cool Britannia with its promise of a community of communities. This policy reversal can be seen most clearly in the official analyses and recommendations for dealing with the 2001 disturbances in the northern industrial towns, Building Cohesive Communities, 2001, Community Cohesion, 2001, Community Pride, 2001. Eloquently captured in the dramatic phrase parallel lives of whites and non-whites, where riots broke out, the new approach concentrates on the need to build community cohesion alongside the pursuit of racial and ethnic equality. Cultural pluralism and diversity, it is argued, has to be tied more firmly to a clearer definition and obligations of citizenship and the need to develop a shared conception of nationhood. A laissez-faire approach to multiculturalism, it is conjectured, can be a prescription for de facto apartheid. Community Cohesion, 2001, 9-12. This new emphasis in policy is envisioned as being realized in practice through a set of promotional policies, national legislation, and targeted local policies. The broad array of urban regeneration programs and local authorities are seen as the best agents for promoting community cohesion while recognizing the need to value diversity. In the future, local authorities are likely to be required to develop community cohesion strategies that, among other things, prioritize the need to promote intercultural contact. Local Government Association, 2002. The emphasis on community cohesion as the explanatory cause of recent riots can perhaps be explained by an understanding of the disassociational nature of community relations in the northern industrial towns, a disassociation fostered, it is claimed, by the policies of local authorities which failed to arrest separate development. In contrast, the apparent success of local authorities like Southall and Leicester in avoiding such riots, it is suggested, can be attributed to a range of policies and institutional practices that have, over time, checked the development of community dissonance, at least enough to avoid any cause for concern. Community Cohesion, 2001, 15. These assertions, as we shall see, remain to be critically evaluated. Nonetheless, the official recognition of its achievements has led Leicester City Council, LCC, to begin the process of evolving a new community cohesion strategy that it is hoped will put Leicester at the forefront of national initiatives on this sensitive issue and will be suitable for dissemination to other authorities. Leicester City Council, 2002. This chapter explores how this state of affairs has come about and to what extent the rhetoric about Leicester reflects developments in the locality, by focusing on, 1. A brief background to the development of Leicester as a multicultural city, 2. A review of the explanations offered for Leicester's success, 3. A reflection on the contemporary challenges of managing diversity, and 4. The extent to which the Leicester experience throws a meaningful light on community cohesion and the contemporary debate on multiculturalism in Britain. Leicester and ethnic diversity. The city of Leicester, once described by a local historian as wholly uninteresting, and by J.B. Priestley as lacking in character, today portrays itself as a model of civic multiculturalism, a place of many surprises. This transformation of a provincial East Midlands market city into a vibrant multicultural locality is a process that began after the Second World War and only reached its climax in the 1990s. Martin and Singh, 2002. According to the 2001 census, Leicester's ethnic minority population is over 35%. Some projections suggest that by 2011 it will exceed 50%. Furthermore, 45% of the pupils in primary and secondary school are from ethnic minorities. Ethnic minorities are increasingly attracted to Leicester from other locations in Britain and the European Union. Leicester is synonymous with a thriving British Asian business sector with a rich cultural life that increasingly plays host to a wide variety of festivals such as Diwali. As lead articles in the International Herald Tribune, February 10, 2001, The New York Times, February 8, 2001, and The Guardian, January 1, 2001, have pointed out, Leicester is popularly seen as and officially views itself as a prosperous East Midlands city that has developed a relatively successful approach to managing ethnic diversity and promoting tolerance. However, this image contrasts remarkably with the picture of the city in the 1970s as the most racist place in Britain, where the white provincial equipoise was shattered by the arrival of East African and Ugandan Asians in the late 1960s and the early 1970s. Merritt, 1988. More than 20,000 Ugandan Asians settled in Leicester after 1972 despite determined efforts by the political leadership of the LCC to discourage this influx. By 1981 the ethnic minority population of the city had increased to 59,709, an almost threefold rise in a decade. By 1991 it had increased by an additional 17,264 to 76,973. Gujarati East Africans constitute the largest segment of this population, representing about a fifth of the city's total population. In addition to East African Asians and the migration of new Commonwealth immigrants from India, Pakistan, and the Caribbean, since the Second World War Leicester has also been the magnet for European migrants from Poland, 3,000, Ukraine, 3,000, Serbia, 500, and Lithuania, Winstone, 1996. Therefore, Leicester's ethnic diversity is not merely bipolar, whites versus non-whites. There is considerable diversity within these two categories. The sudden change in the city's demography in the 1970s set off a wave of local racism through which the neo-Nazi National Front established a significant foothold. Bitter conflicts in the workplace and on the streets ensued. In scenes reminiscent of the riots in the northern industrial towns in recent years, an anti-racist movement emerged led by local activists to counter not only the activities of overt racists but also, and perhaps more significant, institutionalist racism within the labor movement. Merritt, 1988, chapters and 3. Young activists within the Labour Party seized the opportunity to outmaneuver old Labour and construct a new political programme around a civic vision of multicultural Leicester. In so doing they were responding as much to local needs as to national developments such as the Race Relations Act, 1976, which placed special duty on local authorities to promote racial equality. The multicultural turn in Leicester's politics strengthened Labour's position, ushering in a one-party dominance. It also created new challenges for how the vision was to be implemented, sustained, and redefined in the light of continuing pressures from both within and without. Explaining Leicester's success. Given the political capital invested in the advocacy of Leicester's relative success in managing ethnic diversity, it is surprising that these claims have so far avoided systematic scrutiny. This section evaluates the above narrative together with auxiliary explanations that are often offered for why Leicester is different. Political leadership. In the narrative of the development of Leicester as a multicultural city, the role of the Labour Party's political leadership in bringing about radical change is seen as the major factor that facilitated the development of a civic multicultural policy. Multiculturalism as a public policy is counterposed to institutionalist racism, the pursuit of diversity to counteract overt racism aimed at new settlers. Winstone, 1996. The new policy in the late 1970s, it is suggested, marked a radical rupture with civic conventional wisdom by opening up the political market to ethnic recruitment and ensuring that the pursuit of racial and ethnic equality was accompanied by changes in the services delivered by local government. This policy had three key features: the pursuit of equality, the employment of black and ethnic minority staff to ensure that it reflected their proportion within the city's population, and promotional policies to celebrate diversity and combat discrimination within the LCC and civic life. In short, the LCC witnessed a municipal revolution along the lines affected by many radical Labour councils in the early 1980s, of which the Greater London Council led by Ken Livingstone was the premier example. Ball and Solomus, 1990. There is much of substance in this narrative, although it overemphasizes the discontinuity in policy. The importance of the new departure. Guardian, January 2002. To be historically accurate, a progressive caucus within the Labour Party had emerged in 1972, at the height of the Ugandan Asian crisis, in opposition to the official leadership which then controlled the LCC, Merit, 1988-59. This caucus eventually became the basis of the radical left ruling group who ascended to power on the policy of multiculturalism. Hence it consolidated the Labour vote bank by providing new sources of support and recruitment for the party. Multiculturalism opened up access to inner-city development funds that became the foundations for establishing patron-client relationships between the local authority and ethnic community groups. This enabled new ethnic minority leadership within the city to be co-opted into key structures of power within the local state. Yet apart from the overarching political commitment, the policy generally elided more difficult questions of generating an intercultural consensus around which multiculturalism as an ideology could be more firmly rooted in the local soil. Insofar as these were addressed, they were confronted primarily in terms of discrimination and the celebration of diversity through religious and cultural festivals such as Diwali, Eid, and Vaisakhi. These narrow boundaries have remained the source of both strength and weakness in the multicultural experiment in Leicester. Twice migrants in a buoyant local economy. Political explanations are frequently supplemented by other factors to highlight Leicester's exceptional status. Foremost among these is the assertion that Leicester's diverse and buoyant economy has helped to avoid the kind of structural unemployment common in England's northern industrial towns. Thanks to a thriving, diverse local economy that has traditionally included light engineering, hosiery, boot and shoe and retailing, Leicester, it is claimed, has not experienced the intense competition in the labor markets that has sometimes resulted in dual labor markets, segregated patterns of employment between ethnic and non-ethnic minorities. While this was, to some degree, a characteristic during the early decades of migrant settlement, the changes in the local economy since the manufacturing slump of the 1970s and 1980s have produced more varied patterns of employment with self-employment. Winstone, 1996. Moreover, because East African Asians were twice migrants, who arrived with significant entrepreneurial experience, good education, and transferable skills, they adapted easily to the local economy by establishing a successful British Asian business sector. Vertovec, 1994. Today there are over 10,000 registered British Asian businesses in the city that boasts some of the most successful British Asian businesses in Britain, and many of these have substantial transnational trading links with Europe, South Asia, and North America. Ethnic business success in Leicester is symbolized in the Belgrave Road Golden Mile, which has become a retail and commercial centre of international renown. Similar centres Narborough Road, Evington Road are emerging in other parts of the city. Martin and Singh, 2002, 7-14. The generally favourable portrayal of Leicester's local economy normally neglects the significant disparities among and between various ethnic and non-ethnic groups. Thus, for example, in 1991, while self-employment among ethnic groups was above the white average, unemployment among the under 25s of ethnic groups was also significantly higher compared to the white population. Vertovec, 1994, 263. The launch of ethnic minority businesses was probably as much a response to the slump in manufacturing as the outcome of an entrepreneurial drive by the newly arrived East Africans, and the fact that medium and small-sized ethnic businesses continue primarily to serve ethnic enclaves highlights their relative lack of integration with the wider local economy, notwithstanding their transnational links. Clearly, a much more comprehensive understanding is required of Leicester's ethnic economy and the degree to which it is both a response to local racism and an outgrowth of local conditions that have historically encouraged small businesses. Competition for public resources. A third factor, which is often unacknowledged, but is certainly implicit in some of the policy and academic research, highlights the fact that the settlement of ethnic minorities in Leicester was, as in other cities, influenced by intense competition for publicly managed resources, in particular housing. In the late 1960s and 1970s, the arrival in the city of East African and Ugandan Asians that led to a sharp rise in the ethnic minority population in the city from 5%, 1968, to 25%, 1975, led to significant pressure on public resources such as education, health, and social services. But by and large this pressure did not manifest itself in the demand for public sector housing. While studies elsewhere, Salamis and Singh, 1990, have shown how competition for public sector housing has fueled racial strife, in Leicester, apart from the Afro-Caribbean community, the demand for public sector housing among ethnic minorities at this juncture remained weak. This was because racial hostility to the allocation of public sector housing to Ugandan Asians, at a time when there were nearly 10,000 people on the city's housing waiting list, put intense pressure on ethnic minorities to settle in areas designated for inner-city redevelopment, where accommodation was affordable and proximate to kith and kin. Fear of physical attacks also deterred many from seeking council accommodation, Merritt, 1988, Chapter 7. As a consequence, Leicester's housing ecology, with its traditional public sector estates in the west and the outskirts of the city, has contributed to a high degree of self-segregation, Phillips, 1981. As inner-city areas designated for redevelopment were vacated by white occupants, ethnic minorities took their place. Belgrave and Highfields remain among those parts of Leicester with the highest concentration of ethnic minorities, even though there is increasing representation in the north and east of the city. The distribution of public and private sector housing in Leicester in the 1960s and 1970s may well hold the key to the pattern of ethnic minority settlement, but historically it would be unfair to attribute Leicester's relatively good fortune only to the availability of cheap private accommodation. If the allocation of public sector housing were institutionally racist, racialized entry barriers in private sector housing also limited the opportunities of more affluent ethnic minorities to settle in Leicester's suburbs, Chesham 2000, 96-119. Whether voluntary or enforced, the pattern of ethnic minority settlement in Leicester remains highly segregated, with western and far eastern Leicester predominantly white residential areas and the ethnic minorities confined to the east and the north. Certainly in the 1980s and 1990s there was movement by ethnic minorities to the more affluent suburbs in the east and south, but this has been accompanied by professional white flight, which appears to be reinforcing the traditional segregation. Taken together, these three factors are unexceptional. They can be found in other localities in Britain such as West and North London. Indeed, it would appear Leicester's narrative of multicultural success is a typified image of the historical development of the city and the place of ethnic minorities within it. This is perhaps because it was very much a response to the problems of the 1960s and 1970s and served well in promoting the recognition of difference in a highly charged atmosphere of violence and intimidation. Ironically, the issues that now confront the political leadership in Leicester are, in some ways, equally if not more challenging than those of the 1970s. Leicester and diversity management in the 21st century. Leicester today confronts a significant set of issues in ensuring that social and ethnic diversity is effectively managed. As the city heads towards becoming the first majority-minority city, three challenges are of special concern to the policy of multiculturalism. Demographic and social change. Since the 1980s, Leicester has witnessed a remarkable demographic and social change that is now a distinctive feature of the city. The ethnic minority population is increasing, while the 2001 census puts the figure at over 35% of the city's total population. Some guesstimates, based on surveys of primary and secondary school pupils, suggest the figure might be even higher. Evidently, the age profile of ethnic minorities coupled with higher birth rates among some groups has been the major factor for this growth. Inward migration has contributed too. More recently, Leicester has received some 10,000 Somalis, most of who have relocated from the Netherlands, and a sizable number of asylum seekers and Eastern European émigrés have arrived as a result of the war in the Balkans. The city's success as a genial multicultural locality has also attracted ethnic minorities from the northern industrial towns. Most recently, the property boom in London and efficient rail communications have contributed to a new wave of professionals moving into the city, though many of these are located in the suburbs. Of course, those who regularly leave, especially ethnic graduates but also the middle-aged and the elderly, need to be offset against the patterns of inward migration. There would appear to be very little detailed information on outward migration, but it is probably not of the magnitude to significantly undermine projected growth. How this demographic change breaks down among the ethnic groups remains to be seen, though the dominance of Indian Gujaratis still prevails despite the increase in the non-Indian ethnic population. Change is most likely to be reflected in the size of the Muslim population, which has seen new additions from within Britain, the European Union and from countries like Somalia, Malawi, and South Africa, saying, forthcoming. Demographic change reflects not only increased diversity in the city's ethnic population, but also increasing social diversity within the ethnic groups. Secular changes in patterns of employment, consumption, travel, family, and lifestyles are also apparent among ethnic minorities, as highlighted by such indicators as female employment, divorce rates and family break ups. For the local policy of multiculturalism, these changes raise two specific concerns. First, the emerging white backlash against colonization from below, that is, the specter of the city's white population becoming a minority in its own locality. This theme has found some resonance in the right-wing national press, among neo-Nazi extremist groups operating in the region, and is probably reflected in the growing political disaffection with the Labour Party in its traditional white strongholds. The backlash is yet to translate into the virulent racism of the 1970s, but its resilience in the context of 23 years of official multiculturalism makes it particularly unnerving. Second, the difficulty of adequately reflecting and representing all constituencies within the city. Arguably, the multiculturalism of the 1970s is corporatist, accentuates religious identification and, by accident or design, has encouraged segmentation. Consequently, it stands desperately in need of revitalization such that it becomes more representative, secular, and emphasizes intercultural relations. In the context of emerging hyperdiversity, comparatively multiculturalism as a public policy has embraced new public space and the promotion of rights of minorities within minorities, e.g. women, youth, gays. While LCC policy in the last decade has been to recognize this change, the overall emphasis has been on consolidating the ethnic vote banks. The failure of minorities within minorities to secure significant representation in structures throughout the local state underscores the domination of traditional community gatekeepers and their close relations with the local structures of power. Ethnic diversity and social cohesion. Demographic and social change in Leicester also draws attention to the tension between ethnic diversity and social cohesion. Although comparatively Leicester was identified as an example of best practice, the LCC self-assessment on community cohesion is far more sanguine, recognizing that the progress made is insufficient to underpin a robust conception of civic multiculturalism. Leicester's cultural diversity is an economic and social asset, but all our communities do not share equally in its success. Inequality and deprivation mixed with cultural and racial diversity create exceptional complexities. Choice, tolerance, and justice are pulled in different directions. Local politicians, health providers, faith leaders, and the media wrestle with sensitive contemporary issues such as targeting, deprivation, promoting choice and welcoming integrity. LCC, 2002, 2. The exceptional complexities appear to arise from the twin objectives of promoting social and ethnic diversity alongside tackling deprivation, particularly on large council estates with overwhelming white populations. The report notes that 13 of the city's wards fall into the top 10% of the most deprived wards in Britain, LCC, 2002, 5. Underlying this analysis is an implicit assumption of the dangers of a further polarization of the city's population along geographical and ethnic lines. There is certainly a perception among the wider local populace that the pursuit of diversity has been privileged at the expense of deprivation. One recent public opinion survey on levels of community satisfaction with LCC service delivery indicated the satisfaction rate among British Asians was 53%, while the comparable figure among whites was 17%, LCC, 2002, 10. The LCC proposes to tackle these exceptional complexities in 4 ways. First, by articulating a vision for Leicester to be a premier city in Europe with a thriving and diverse society in which everyone is involved, LCC, 2002, 3. By managing and celebrating diversity, the LCC hopes to tap the creative energy within the local community to ensure that Leicester remains a model of European best practice, improving integration, sharing innovative ideas and continuing to learn, LCC, 2002, 3. Second, this vision, it is claimed, is shared by the political leadership of the LCC, its officers and broader organizations within the local state, e.g. Leicester Council of Faiths, that have successfully generated widespread community support to confront potential ethnic tensions within the locality. Third, the LCC proposes to develop a more effective and consistent community engagement through better networking and partnership with local community groups. Revitalization of neighborhoods, where development funds are increasingly channeled to targeted areas, is viewed as the key mechanism for eradicating deprivation. Fourth, the LCC intends to continue celebrating diversity by promoting festivals such as Diwali, Vaisakhi, Eid, Christmas, and the Caribbean Carnival, but recognizes that the celebration of diversity through ethnic and non-ethnic festivals needs to be embedded in new cultural spaces. To this end, the LCC is proposing a new £80 million cultural quarter in the city that demonstrates both the commitment and willingness to think outside the box of existing cultural identities and the ability of staff to work creatively to create new spaces in which communities can come together, learn from each other, and create new forms of intercultural artistic expression. LCC, 2002, 9. Political commitment. Political commitment, as the community cohesion self-assessment of the LCC makes clear, is considered the critical variable in shaping a successful multicultural policy. Labour's dominance since 1979 was established primarily through the ethnic vote, which eroded Conservative Party presence in the inner-city areas while simultaneously consolidating the Labour vote through new forms of patron-client politics. A measure of this development can be gauged from the observation that in the mid-1980s nearly 10% of the revenue budget of the LCC was allocated to community associations, a large number of which were ethnic minority associations. Wilmot, 2002. In some ways this initiative encouraged ethnic participation in local politics, with a quarter of LCC current councillors coming from ethnic minority backgrounds. In others it began to produce large, wasted, Labour turnouts in wards of ethnic minority councillors, while the Labour vote in predominantly white wards began a secular decline. Interestingly, the representation of councillors among ethnic minorities in the city has been confined almost exclusively to the Labour Party. This grave imbalance suggests that multiculturalism as a policy in Leicester has been very much a political project tied to the fortunes of the Labour Party. Being such a project, political integration of ethnic minorities has been delivered almost exclusively through the Labour Party. The Labour Party's gradual decline in Leicester since the 1990s poses real dilemmas in ensuring political commitment to a form of multiculturalism as a proactive policy that has been sustained by ethnic constituencies. Whilst it is unlikely that a Liberal Democrat/Conservative combine would deliberately undermine the long-term investment in Leicester as a multicultural model, a decision that would have serious repercussions in attracting funding for inner-city programs, the narrowing of political competition among the three parties increases the potential for outbidding. In the event of a local regime change, what form the new civic vision of multiculturalism will take remains to be seen. Informed observers speculate that a thin commitment to multiculturalism as a public policy might be accompanied by a thick diversion of resources from the inner city to the outlying areas of majority white settlement. If this were to happen, there is a danger of Leicester reverting to 1970s STYLED white political domination based on segmentation and geographical divide. This spectre might be a useful political ploy for the Labour Party to further consolidate the ethnic minority vote. Alternatively, critics of the Labour Party's policies in Leicester point to the limitations of the Labour project in fostering political integration across local political parties and civic institutions. Assessing the Leicester model. Leicester as the model of best practice civic multiculturalism in Britain, arguably Europe, is clearly in need of a radical reassessment, an assessment that should be historically based and take into account the peculiarities of the city and the general framework within which race and ethnic relations in Britain have been structured. This brief survey, which is part of such a project, forthcoming, highlights several issues for the current debate on multiculturalism in Britain and elsewhere. First, the Leicester model illustrates that political commitment to multiculturalism as a policy is a critical variable in shaping change. Leicester's dramatic transformation from the most racist city in Britain to a model of multiculturalism was accomplished largely by the domination of the Labour Party from 1979 and continuity in leadership. Yet while this domination has succeeded in combating racial discrimination, improving service delivery and celebrating diversity, it has also resulted in the Labour Party being the primary vehicle for political integration among the city's ethnic minorities. The local Labour Party in the last 2 decades has functioned as an intraconsociational body, aggregating the interests of its segmented sections who have been allowed considerable autonomy in interpreting the theory and practice of multiculturalism. This mode of operation produced an effective coalition for policy delivery, but at the expense of evolving a cross-party consensus on multiculturalism as a policy. As support for the Labour Party has declined, both the policy and the interests of Leicester's ethnic minorities seem threatened, though a realignment of ethnic minority councillors with Liberal Democrats and Conservatives cannot be ruled out. Second, the recent concern of the LCC with community cohesion in an ethnically and socially diverse locality raises the broader issue of what Putnam, 2000, has termed shared social capital. Given the high degrees of relative segregation, accommodation, schooling, employment, political, patterns of consumption of the ethnic and non-ethnic minority population in the city, one might question whether LCC's plans to engineer greater intercultural contact will produce the desired outcomes. And even if these outcomes were realized, it is doubtful whether they would articulate a shared vision of a civic future. Whereas historically racism has been a key factor in the city's segregation, it is not unreasonable to suggest that increasingly segregation might well be the outcome of self-selection, of parallel lives by choice rather than fear. If the latter assertion is valid, then the real challenge the Leicester model poses is that a contemporary multicultural city can survive primarily through political or economic integration, however impartial and incomplete this might be. Indeed, a minimal consensual coexistence might recognize the claims to difference without the assumed precondition of social cohesion / a community cohesion agenda. Third, related to the above point, Leicester's exceptionalism probably lies in, if anything, the limited claims the ethnic minorities made on collective goods as they settled in the city, the background of the majority of the migrants and the buoyant local economy. This serendipitous outcome, for all the qualifications introduced above, has gradually produced a virtuous cycle that is now generating problems of success. Insofar as these conditions are to be found in other localities and not in the northern industrial towns of Britain, the lessons for a successful civic multiculturalism are obvious. Finally, because of the geographical concentration of ethnic minorities in certain localities and their overwhelming support for the Labour Party, the history of the city of Leicester since the 1960s reflects the general patterns of development in Britain. The multicultural model in Leicester was conceived by Labour radicals in opposition to the prevailing conceptions of political integration. Ironically, under Tony Blair's New Labour, the turn towards community cohesion marks a return to the normative ideals of integration prevalent in the 1960s. If carried to its logical conclusion, the agenda for community cohesion will require a rethinking of the traditional relationship between the Labour Party and its multicultural clients. To what extent this relationship takes the form of a reconstituted, decommunalist, and hyperdiverse multiculturalism, or its subordination to social cohesion, remains to be seen. In 2003, 3 related developments that are likely to have profound consequences for the Leicester model occurred: the release of census data in early 2003, the Second Gulf War, and the loss of political control by the Labour Party in the May 2003 local elections. Data for the 2001 census indicate that anticipated demographic changes are occurring at a lower rate than some of the more alarmist projections suggested. The city's ethnic minority population increased from 28.5% in 1991 to 36.1% in 2001. Within this category there has been a significant increase in the Muslim population. Although no directly comparable figures for 1991 are available, the religious composition of ethnic minorities in the city since 1983 has changed from 13.9% Hindu, 3.8% Sikh and 4.3% Muslim to 14.7% Hindu, 4.2% Sikh and 11.0% Muslim. Vertovec, 1994, 266, National Statistics Online. Consequently, the demographic dominance of East African Gujarati Hindus is being challenged by the Muslim community. The Second Gulf War mobilized significant anti-war opposition within Britain. In Leicester, this mobilization was orchestrated by the Leicester Council of Faiths, and as in other cities, the Muslim community played a significant part in the protests. This campaign politically mobilized a sizable section of the local population in the run-up to the May 2003 elections and, as elsewhere in the country, e.g. Birmingham, transnational issues combined with local politics to undermine Labour Party support. Despite the anti-war stance of many sitting local Labour Party councillors, a large section of the Muslim vote went to the Liberal Democrats, who had campaigned on an anti-war platform. This switch of allegiance strategically undermined the Labour Party in its core inner-city wards, with the result that Labour was reduced to 20 seats, Liberal Democrat representation increased to 25 and the Conservatives managed to hold on to 9 seats. Overall, ethnic minority representation in the new council declined from 14 seats, all in the Labour Party, to 10, with 4 Muslims and 1 Sikh among the new Liberal Democrat councillors. In the new political configuration, Liberal Democrats have joined with Conservatives to form an alternative administration. This combine has yet to define its policies on civic multiculturalism, but will most certainly compromise them in the need to respond to its old and new constituencies alike. Interestingly, all 3 leading parties have committed themselves to the issue of community cohesion, which is seen as central to urban regeneration. Here the corporatist structures within the local state Leicester Regeneration Company, national public sector bodies and voluntary organizations such as the Council of Faiths have been the key drivers in ensuring this commitment, yet how this translates into policy will be of greater significance. Capital gains. BRASIAN Suburban Northwest London. Rupa the inner outer suburbs. Always the same. Just a prison with the cells all in a row. A line of semi-detached torture chambers. Orwell, 1937, 13-14. Ideas of socio-spatial polarization in the capital have long been propounded in written accounts. Booth, 1893, Orwell, 1939, Passion, 1997, frequently clustering around a split between the allure of the city and safety of suburbia, or affluent west and dangerous, even odorous, east, connoting London's tilted social geography. Rustin, 1996, 2. However, suburban northwest London, a sprawling urban landscape bisected by tube and railway lines and the capital's arterial road network, is more than simply an example of outer London suburban drabness. This chapter explores 2 particular areas of northwest London, Southall and Wembley. These 2 locales are now known as areas of Asian British or British Asian settlement in London, whose reputations spread beyond the capital. Southall is imprinted on the history of British anti-racist struggles for the incidents that took place there in the late 1970s and early 1980s. As will be described, the legacy of some of this era lives on in the area. Wembley has been in the British national consciousness for a number of reasons. Historically, it was the home of English football and the Twin Towers of Wembley Stadium. In the 21st century, it has also been famed in Britain as home of the Kumars, BBC Television's fictitious Punjabi family of the eponymous Kumars at number 42. Southall and Wembley are areas that can only be described as suburban in terms of spatial characteristics but which share richly diverse demographic profiles that are not traditionally associated with the uniformity and whiteness usually implied by the term suburbia. Common perceptions of ethnic minority peoples in Britain situate them as residing in inner-city locations, languishing in multiple deprivation districts, condemned to play out their lives as ghetto dwellers. For example, Hendry F. al. 1993, 189, identify the following characteristics of the inner city: older housing stock, in poor state of repair, high proportion of unemployed people, ethnic minorities, single-parent families. This is contrasted with their description of older suburbs, the defining features of which include older population, low rate of unemployment, little penetration by ethnic groups, leisure pursuits largely followed outside the area. However, the contemporary demographic dynamic of areas like Southall and Wembley serve as reminders that received notions of suburbia as resolutely white are now more misplaced than ever, and that there is British Asian life on the margins as well as in what are conceived of as Britain's urban centres. Two small notes of caution must be sounded here. First, data, in large degree, has been shaped by my own eyewitness observations growing up in suburban northwest London in an area equidistantly positioned between Southall and Wembley. Second, the reader may notice that the specificity of London is a key factor in the descriptions that follow, hence the importance of transport links that are stressed throughout. Solihull. Southall's sizable Sikh Punjabi population has made it a frequent setting for studies of British Asians and British Asian youth in particular. See Alexander, this volume. Examples include Marie Gillespie's Studies of Television Viewing Habits, 1989, 1995, Gerd Bauman's Study on Cultural Identification, 1996, after Bra's earlier work on Arranged Marriage, 1978, and Herewant Baines on the Southall Youth Movement, 1988. Southall is an incontestably suburban location on the capital's western edge. It has become a landmark of anti-racist folklore for the struggles around racially motivated disturbances in 1979 and 1981, when young people of Asian origin, provoked by white skinheads and police aggression, Silver, 2001, hit the headlines in a series of what the press were quick to dub race riots. As one of the best-known British Asian abodes, Southall has had various flashpoint events and names attached to it. In 1979, Blair Peach joined the roll call of Southall martyrs as an anti-Nazi League activist killed opposing a National Front demonstration, bringing to a close a decade during which Southall was the scene of active resistance to racism that spanned both police brutality and aggression from the extreme right. The source of the 1981 unrest was the Hammerhoof Tavern, a pub where National Front sympathizers, the band the Four Skins, provocatively decided to stage a concert to an audience of skinheads largely imported from London's East End for the occasion. Although frequently described as London, e.g. by Gillespie, 1989, 1995, Southall actually lies outside the London postal area in the former county of Middlesex. Indeed, Southall was semi-rural until the turn of the 20th century. Some traces of its pastoral past can still be seen in places such as the desirable Norwood Green area bounded by Tenterlow Lane. Today's Southall is connected to central London by the Paddington Rail Line, under 20 minutes, which continues westward to Wales, and by the arterial A4020 Uxbridge Road, which eventually finishes up as Oxford Street, W.1. Passing under the Uxbridge Road, at a point in Southall where it is known as the Broadway, the Grand Union Canal was, in the 19th and 20th centuries, an important link in the country's waterways that carried goods across the country, but it is now largely ornamental rather than functional. Over time, the center of Southall has shifted somewhat. The Broadway is now its main focus. Residential housing off this main drag is largely Edwardian terraced with some pockets of 1930s semis. To the south of the Uxbridge Road beyond the railway station is the original nucleus. Here in what is known as Old Southall, the housing is predominantly Victorian stock. There are also some concentrations of social housing, including the expansive concrete jungle of the Golf Links estate. However, this and others like it, such as the Havelock estate, should not be seen as Asian ghettos. As many commentators point out, Asians generally have a high level of home ownership. Indeed, Southall is the highest area of owner-occupier housing in the entire borough of Ealing. Notable non-residential architecture includes the unusual water tower that resembles a castle opposite the station and the landmark iron bridge at the Uxbridge Road, gateway to Greenford. The area is also home to various examples of light industry, including brand names such as Quaker Oats. Other major local employers include Heathrow Airport, across the borough boundary in Hillingdon. Since the early 1990s, Southall has also been home to Sunrise Radio, a nationally broadcast Asian station. Southall is best known for its British Asian population who began settling in the area from the 1950s onwards. The majority of British Asian settlement in the area is drawn from respectable Sikh Punjabi-speaking Indians, with Hindu and Pakistani Muslim minorities also present. Indeed, it is intra-British Asian strife that many commentators point to when, for example, discussing rivalries in youth gangs in Southall. Undoubtedly, British Asian commerce from small businesses has revitalized Southall. While in other parts of London traditional high streets have been in decline, threatened by out-of-town shopping areas, British Asian clothing stores and Indian restaurants, recommended by London listings magazine Time Out, line the main thoroughfares of Southall alongside people selling imitation brand name watches and counterfeit Asian cassettes and CDs from pitches in the street. Among local controversies in recent years has been the decreasing amount of pavement space available for pedestrians and pushchairs. Long before mainstream British supermarkets began diversifying into ethnic ranges, Southall was a magnet for British Asians from far and wide for its grocery stores and greengrocers, to which people would flock for supplies of ghee in catering industry-sized tubs, rice by the sackload and various vegetables impossible to obtain elsewhere. Southall Broadway is always crowded on weekends, but on occasions such as Diwali, Eid, or Vaisakhi it is even more congested than usual. The affluence of Southall is noticeable from the sort of ears that one sees in the area with its ever-present BMWs and Mercedes. For teenagers and 20-somethings still residing in the parental home, the use of a car, be it their own or their parents', is often a badge of independence, so it is not uncommon to see British Asian youths cruising the Broadway with loud Bhangra music booming out of powerful sound systems. Southall has featured in ethnic London guides, e.g. Macaulay, 1993, and newspaper articles as an alternative to North London's more fashionable Camden Market for buying, implicitly authentic, objets d'ethno-chic such as printed fabrics and foodstuffs. The Observer Food Guide, June 8, 2003, named Southall as best ethnic area for purchasing pulses and spices. Commerce aside, 1990s research from Ealing Council has shown that many young people were dissatisfied with the range of options on offer regarding entertainment. The council-owned community venue, Dominion Centre, outside the gates of which our sample was drawn, was seen to follow an irrelevant, municipally regimented program. Other local attractions on offer that did not tend to figure highly in unprompted responses from British Asian youth included the Tudor Rose nightclub in King Street, more accustomed to hosting reggae and dancehall jams than Bhangra or other British Asian events, and a number of Irish pubs which again were not seen as catering for British Asian tastes. Yellowing posters for Bhangra daytimers and evening concerts are fly-posted all over Southall, and handbills can be picked up in all the Broadway's music shops, but the gatherings they advertise are rarely held in Southall itself. This is despite the town spawning 1980s British Asian Bhangra acts Alap and Hira and, prior to this, the black reggae outfit Misty in Roots and white post-punk band The Ruts. It is more usual for young people from Southall to seek leisure outside the town, for example in Ealing with its superior clubs, cinema and fast food facilities just a 3-mile drive or bus ride away. Politically, Southall has always been solidly Labour voting. However, Southall's uneasy positioning in the London borough of Ealing has been the source of tensions since the dissolution of the old boroughs of Acton, Ealing, and Southall to become the London Borough of Ealing in 1969 amidst GLC reorganisation and the advent of unitary authorities. There have been constant criticisms that Southall's geography at the borough's western tip has dictated its marginalisation in terms of receiving funds from the centre at the expense of other more marginal, and white, wards, which are seen as more politically advantageous to nurture, a claim which has been the subject of a running debate in the pages of the Southall Gazette, Bauman, 1996. Other long-standing grievances include the absence of a Southall tube connection to central London. At various times campaigns have been launched to electrify the tracks on the existing line from Southall to the major London transport terminus of Ealing Broadway, through which the District, Central, and Paddington lines run. Such initiatives have always come to naught, again fueling conspiracy theories. Southall's local representatives include a number of British Asian councillors. At national level, the constituency was represented for years by veteran white left-winger Sidney Bidwell, seen as a unity candidate behind whom all the messy factions of Southall politics could unite, captured in his own unofficial slogan to voters to "Call me Bidwell Singh." When Bidwell's tenure ended, ostensibly to make way for a younger man, he was replaced at the 1992 election by fellow septuagenarian, Asian P.R. Cabra. While the name of Blair Peach is immortalised in the name of a Southall primary school, the Hammeroof Tavern is no more, having been comprehensively burnt out and firebombed in 1981. Hammeroof Road can still be located in the London AZ. On the spot now stands a Hindu community centre. Other notable sites include the still-present library on South Road and another fine example of Victorian Gothic architecture, the obsolete Southall Town Hall on the Uxbridge Road, which is now a Tech, Training and Enterprise Council centre. While the lack of mainstream shops in Southall was once a cause for complaint, over the last 10 years an increasing number, such as Pizza Hut and KFC, have appeared on the Broadway and its perpendicular thoroughfare South Road. Other elements have conversely become more British Asian. The Glassy Junction pub is festooned with Punjabi Sikh symbolism. Clocks on the walls display Southall time and Punjab time. The clientele are predominantly, and sometimes exclusively, male. The soundtrack is Bhangra. In keeping with the Sikh taboo on smoking, a night at the Glassy Junction will be spent in a less smoky atmosphere than a regular pub, which is what the building was a decade earlier. The Liberty Cinema on South Road, a listed building, has reopened, following years of decline, as an Asian picture house named Himalaya Palace Cinema. Its frontage had been used as a shopping centre entrance with largely British Asian traders, in the way that former cinemas have been converted to bingo halls and churches across Britain. But this re-emergence as a cinema shows a reappropriation. In some ways Southall has served as a model of tolerance and interracial harmony. Waller, 1991, may have called it this outpost of Asia in West London, yet it is also home to people with roots in Caribbean countries and Ireland who have for years coexisted with little serious difficulty. Furthermore, its British Asian communities are multiple and mixed. The area is home to mosques, Hindu temples, and Sikh gurdwaras. Despite complaints about Southall receiving a raw deal from the Borough of Ealing, a 1994 exhibition, The Peopling of Southall, celebrating the area and its ethnic diversity, ran for over a year at the local history museum at the borough's Gunnersbury Park. The events of 1979 and 1981 are significant for demonstrating the militancy of British Asian youth at a time when they were frequently characterized as being passive, compliant victims of Paki bashing or caught between cultures. Anwar, 1979. In 1998, when a terror campaign was mounted by the London nail bomber against targets that seemed to demonstrate the capital's openness and cosmopolitanism, including South London's, predominantly black, Brixton, East London's, largely Bangladeshi, Brick Lane and the Admiral Duncan Gay pub in Soho, it was feared that Southall could be next. The area was consequently put on high alert. Such fears ultimately proved to be unfounded as the nail bomber was nailed before further damage spread. Still many of Southall's residents choose to live there rather than in an ethnic ghetto, as the traditional stereotype would have it, created by those left behind after successive waves of white flight. Consequently, the Southall story continues apace with its place in the cartography of the British Asian nation assured. Wembley. Long famed for its Twin Towers and stadium, which staged both legendary football matches and musical concerts, Wembley has also been over the past 30 years home to large numbers of people from Hindu Gujarati backgrounds and other British Asians. Indeed, the influence of the British Asian population can be seen in the places of worship. The Christian churches have been in decline for some years, the surviving ones valiantly battle on, protecting their territory against the temples that have sprung up. Among its most famous current residents are the Kumars at number 42, Street Unspecified. Their extended family includes Amai, the aging grandmother with ribald sense of humor, money-mad father Ashvin and mother Madhuri who obsesses about marrying off the program's star Sanjay, an essentially spoiled kid who hosts his own celebrity chat show from the family's Wembley in-house studio cum sitting room. The program has not only reinforced Wembley as a British Asian locale, but has won awards for its deft deployment of humor and generally sensitive portrayal of British Asians written and performed from an insider perspective by a young British Asian cast who satirize rather than simply stereotype. Wembley, like Southall, lies in northwest London, but outside the London postal area. However, it is administratively part of the London Borough of Brent, a local authority plagued for many years with associations of loony leftism for its supposedly extreme left policies towards minority groups. Much of the negative publicity was based on exaggerations. Brent is a mixed borough in every sense. In terms of residential tenure, it is home to both the notorious Stonebridge Park estate and includes the highest percentage of private rented housing in London. It has long-standing Jewish communities in its outermost fringes to north. Wembley, as well as growing numbers of transient people in bed and breakfast accommodation further in. Politically, the British Asian voters have consistently delivered with a turnout proportionately higher than that of the white electorate. Much of the British Asian vote displays traits of what might normally be seen as natural conservative tendencies, as in Southall there is an above-average level of private home ownership and small business/self-employment, yet in terms of political complexion British Asians have always pretty unswervingly voted Labour. Across the road from Ealing Road Library lies Pivot Hall, named after the former MP Laurie Pivot, a converted church and Labour community centre advertising the advice surgeries of Brent South MP Paul Boateng, one of a trio of black MPs elected for the capital in 1987. Wembley's northern part houses Brent Town Hall, the borough's governing headquarters at 40 Lane. North Wembley falls in the Brent North parliamentary seat, which takes in the 1930s suburbia of Kingsbury, Queensbury, and Sudbury, all with tube stops. Brent North's long-serving, right-wing Conservative, Sir Rhodes Boyson, repeatedly called for Wembley to be able to secede from the rest of Brent so that it could dissociate itself from the council's loony activities. By 1997 Boyson had been unseated as this once seemingly rock-solid Tory bastion fell to New Labour in a seat transfer that must owe something to the growing number of British Asians on the electoral roll here. The delivery of the neighbouring seats of Harrow West, Harrow East, and Ealing North from Conservative to Labour must also be in part attributable to British Asian voters who continue to back Labour regardless of personal embourgeoisement. Unlike Southall, Wembley is well served by London Underground. At Wembley's lower reaches the Piccadilly line stops at Alperton Tube Station. Further north is Wembley Central on the Bakerloo line, and beyond this North Wembley and out at the area's northernmost tip are stations on the Metropolitan line. Alighting at Alperton Tube and exiting onto the main Ealing Road, the shops are noticeably Asian in character. The only national chains represented are the Umballa and Royal Indian Sweet Centres. There are various vegetarian eateries and fresh produce stores in addition to a smattering of discount travel agents. There is also a concentration of sari shops that I remember from my childhood, where shopkeepers were susceptible to haggling and the pungent smell of the slow-burning incense was always present on the premises. However, the closer one gets towards the centre of Wembley, following Ealing Road northwards, things change. The sari emporiums with the coy expressions of Asian mannequins in the windows looking vacuously on, eventually give way to a preponderance of jewelers. Most have heavy security alarms that come into operation on entering and exiting. A slight incline starts before the main high road begins. My early memories of Wembley include the way the area felt palpably different on match days, with visiting supporters in large numbers packing the main pub at the junction of Ealing Road and Wembley High Road, drinking on the benches outside, and perhaps aiming the odd insult at us, the British Asian shoppers. Indeed, I suspected that this hostelry was only there for match days, as very few British Asian locals were ever to be seen drinking there. Further on, one of the first McDonald's in London is a focal point as a youth hangout. It would be fair to say that the now rather scruffy-looking high road looks like it has seen better times. Once this was composed of chain stores with a smaller number of long-established independent traders, but soaring rents have seen many leave. Our Price and John Menzies shops, for example, are no more. C&A left long before the entire chain collapsed in Britain. The once futuristic 1960s concrete jungle precinct based around shops in a neo-square situated behind Wembley Central Station, served by the Bakerloo Line and British Rail into Euston, has also fallen on hard times, with many of its dilapidated units empty and the remainder having become temporary pound stores or charity shops. Out-of-town type shopping such as the Sainsbury's Superstore at Hanger Lane with its massive on-site parking facility and in-store low-price petrol have left smaller operations unable to compete. Like the wider borough of Brent to which it belongs, Wembley is an area of rich diversity. Every November annual street decorations are mounted by Brent Council in the Alperton area to commemorate Diwali, the Hindu festival of lights. These remain up until New Year, as Diwali's timing handily runs into the Christmas and Twelfth Night period. Victorian and Edwardian terraced housing is to be found here. On the approach to the high road, the stock then turns into unremarkable, uniform 1930s semi-detached houses. However, towards the Wembley triangle of the stadium, conference centre, and town hall, houses become larger and more comfortable, encircled with large driveways and set further apart from one another. These streets were once favoured by Jewish families, some of whom are still in the area. The high road draws in people from outside and is a site where the multiple communities of Wembley rub shoulders: asylum seekers, long-established Asian families, increasing numbers of Somalis and suburban net curtain twitchers are all caught up in the mix. The place of Northwest London in Brasia. Fears of Suburban Neurosis and New Town Blues, Clap Sun, 1998, 12155, Jackson, 1973, such as Orwell's comment at the top of this chapter, hinting at the dreariness of uniformity in the suburbs, are confounded by the existence of Southall and Wembley. These are vibrant neighbourhoods where inner city and suburb meet. It would be facile to interpret the suburban migration of British Asians as a sort of brown flight. Instances of this are visible, but continuity and change characterize both Southall and Wembley. As figures of the shrinking populations of British cities attest, general outward drift towards the suburbs is not new. This normally follows a pattern based on familiar roads and public transport routes. A Southall overspill can be seen in parts of neighbouring Greenford, which is increasingly favoured by aspirational class British Asian families. Indeed, the three London boroughs of Ealing, Brent and Harrow, between them forming a continuous arc of suburban northwest London, all now have sizable British Asian populations. This is evident in both census data and the translation of council leaflets into various South Asian languages. For many British Asian residents, to live in these areas is a conscious choice, i.e. shaped by pull factors rather than the constraints of push motivations. Others have chosen to stay in the same locations. Again, this is the case in Southall. There is then no singular northwest London suburban experience. Comparable British Asian areas of other British big cities do exist and are dealt with elsewhere in this book. However, the specificity of London in terms of size and diversity are key in understanding the past and present of Southall and Wembley. According to the Time Out Book of London, 1972, London is today less 100 villages than a modern city, split along American line city dwellers and suburban commuters and along the lines of communication. Suburbia is all too easily equated with wealth and the inner city with poverty when in reality the two are multifaceted and complex. As Passion, 1997, 156, puts it, the multiplicity of processes that cause poverty are matched by a diversity of poor areas, overspill housing in Havant, Victorian terraces in the outer city of Haringey, modern estates in Glasgow, picturesque pockets of poverty in Cornwall and holiday resorts throughout the country. Although Newsweek, November 4, 1996, trumpeted, the food, designers, music, fashion, theatre, and journalism make London a great place to live, its description of the capital as a hip compromise between the non-stop newness of Los Angeles and the aspect-preserved beauty of Paris sharpened to New York's edge, is not reflected in surveys of inhabitants or users, e.g. in the story Dirt and Beggars Loom Large in London's Image, Independent, March 30, 1994. Crude characterizations of London then are unhelpful. Chambers, 1986, 183, very rightly points out urban reality is not singular but multiple, inside the city there is always another city. Southall and Wembley are ambiguous zones. They are some distance from London's centre and can feel at times very remote. They fall within London's boroughs but not its postcodes. Indeed, it was once alleged that postcode prejudice could operate against job applicants from Southall, although the evidence for this is largely anecdotal, so it is difficult to gauge how far this continues in Blair's New Britain. Nonetheless, Tube links providing a lifeline to the capital's cultural and economic resources can make areas seem nearer to central London than those without such connections. In dealing with British Asian Northwest London, one could have considered other areas. On the branch of the Piccadilly line that travels towards Heathrow Airport, Hounslow is another example of an outer West London suburb with a considerable Asian population who kept labour in power locally in the 1980s and 1990s. However, there are also obvious differences. The shopping parades of Hounslow and its treaty centre are much less obviously Asian than those of Southall or Alperton. Willesden in inner northwest London was the scene of Zadie Smith's celebrated novel White Teeth that centred on a Bangladeshi family among its main characters. However, I have chosen not to consider it here, in part because I do not believe that its ethnic makeup is predominantly Asian, and also because my logic of inclusion inevitably reflects areas that I myself am familiar with. In conclusion then, this has been an admittedly brief tour of suburban Asian northwest London that is far short of comprehensive. However, one hopes that it has provided something of a taster to acquaint the reader with the areas under discussion. For further background information I would inevitably recommend the curious readers to go and see for themselves. Part IL. Signatures. N. Ali, V.S. Kalra and S. Sayyid. The following chapters cover the way in which British Asians have made their mark on the landscape of these islands, in particular exploring the way in which cultural representations by British Asians have contributed to the construction of British Asian identity as almost a distinct civilization, with its internal divisions, conflicts, and fragments, but also with its commonalities and unities. The 5 chapters in this section explore British Asian signatures in a variety of cultural mediums. Sanjay Sharma's chapter is ostensibly an account of British Asian popular music, but on this account he hangs a discussion of 2 key issues. First, what determines that a particular type of performance is British Asian, the identity of its producers, its content, its audience. Second, the relationship between post-colonial possibilities and the tension between universalism and particularism. These can be seen in a variety of ways, from the neo-Orientalism of pop group Monsoon to continuing descriptions of British Asian music as world music. Asian sounds disorient, both in the form of a critique and dismissal of Orientalism, and in the sense of producing vertigo, the hegemonic articulation of whiteness and Britishness. These issues of identity and the tension between the universal and particular recur with different degrees of intensity in nearly all the chapters in this section. Within their Taster of South Asian Art, John Holt and Laura Turney highlight the tension between universal and particular and the way it impacts on the art created by artists of South Asian heritage. The demand for South Asia art to confine itself to being a genre of ethnographic art, painting pictures of elephants and tigers, highlights the post-colonial condition of artists who are located in the West but not of the West. However, since British Asian artists exist in the space between Western, universal, art and ethnic, i.e. particular, art, the samplings by Holt and Turney demonstrate the difficulty of containing British Asian artists within ethnographic notions derived from Western discourses of art. Comedy clubs, theater, and occasional sitcoms are some of the cultural performances explored in the chapter by Raminder Kaur and Alda Terrachano. In many ways these performing arts are where sustained attempts to elaborate a British Asian identity have occurred. As the chapter shows, however, British Asian identities are constantly haunted by the narratives of authentic South Asianness. This tension between an exotica and performances grounded in the actualities of New Britain, where people of color are part of its urban landscape, is brilliantly exploited by comedians whose redeployment of ethnic stereotypes is not only often very funny but its very incongruity draws attention to the unsettled nature of brutishness. Rachel Dwyer provides an account of the development of Hindi popular cinema based and produced in Bombay, Mumbai. There is little doubt that Bollywood is one of the most prolific cinema industries in the world, but Dwyer traces the way in which its globalization has linked South Asia and the South Asian diasporas not only through patterns of consumption, lower ticket prices, but also through its content which attempts to speak to certain versions of South Asian experiences. The recent wave of valorization of British Asianness is often represented through the prism of Bollywood. At the same time, Bollywood has been a source of inspiration if not emulation for British Asian filmmakers. Despite its location within the very specific context of the Indian film industry, Bollywood has become a kind of mirror for aspects of British Asian identity. The final chapter in this section sets out to examine the impact of the British Asian presence on the architecture and urban form of Britain. Noha Nasser points out that the meeting of Timurid and Western architecture easily predates the formation of distinct British Asian communities and suggests that it would also postdate any possible demise of the same communities. Thus, transformation of the landscape becomes the resource for any future archaeology. It is not only monumental buildings, mosques and temples, but the very nature of banal, mundane streets being bent and twisted to conform to the needs and ambitions of the British Asians, which almost literally concretizes the signatures of BR Asia. The British Asian ethnoscape becomes not only an analytical or sociological category but a habitat, a place where actual communities live. Nasser draws attention to the non-virtualizable aspect of the British Asian experience as a location in border space, but a location that manifests itself in the fabric of Britain's conurbations. Asian sounds. Sanjay Sharma. The coolie becoming cool is a dubious way of capturing the journey of South Asian popular music in Britain. Nevertheless, the authorized story of this dance music usually begins by ridiculing early 1970s Bhangra stars as pot-bellied men in garish maroon-colored sequined shirts and obligatory white cricket trousers. In stark contrast, the story climaxes by venerating the latest tabla and bass as the multicultural soundtrack of urban Britain in the new millennium. To simply counterclaim that this story has a far more complex multi-layered narrative does little justice to the vicissitudes of British Asian dance music. Writing about British Asian popular music is like charting a map without legitimate borders and boundaries. One is immediately drawn into questions of authenticity, location, and identity. What makes this music Asian? The artists? The lyrics? The sounds? The audience? In attempting to pin down the music's geographical origins, national borders and identifications rapidly become suspect. It is tempting to conclude that British Asian music is a diaspora music, which challenges ethnically proscribed notions of origin, national identity, and sense of home. This would be a diaspora of circuitous cultural flows that explode even the more developed accounts of the bidirectional musical movements between only Britain and South Asia. The Asianness of British Asian music exists in the diaspora of global musical multiplicities. We cannot deny the impact of Western musical genres such as soul, funk, hip-hop, reggae, rock and indie upon the development of British Asian sounds since the 1970s. Moreover, it is notable that South Asian pop and Bollywood film music is increasingly being influenced by British Asian musicians. However, the case is not of these artists simply returning home. Rather, of a transmuted Britishness of diasporic Asian music, propelled by the flows of global multicultural capitalism. It has now become customary to claim that all modern music is syncretic or hybrid. The very nature of music is one of fusion and emergence, drawing on different cultural traditions, which constantly evolve. But such a claim ends up saying little about how we come to differentiate between divergent musical styles and genres. The pounding dhol of Bali Jagpal's Bhangra and the contrasting esotericism of Talvin Singh's tabla may be lumped together because of a common South Asian instrumentation and geography. Yet it could be argued that these musics occupy genres as different, or similar, as rock and reggae, even though it is not that difficult to trace syncretic musical influences and practices common to both artists. As we shall discover, music has the capacity to disrupt notions of purity and origins. It has the potential to mutate extant identities. Both the signifiers British and Asian continue to be transformed by British Asian music. This chapter aims to reflect upon the emergence of British Asian popular music over the last 30 years. The variety of Asian musical styles resists attempts to provide an exhaustive account of their multiple histories. Consequently, the intention is to offer an analysis of this music in terms of its relationship to broader cultural transformations in Britain. The chapter is principally organized by identifying three moments in the development of Asian music: invisibility, marginalization, commodification. These moments appear to follow a timeline from the 1970s onwards, although they do not neatly map onto each of the ensuing decades, and nor are they exclusive. They offer one way of telling a story of British Asian music, although they cannot capture its disorienting rhythms using an approach that acknowledges that the following account is retrospectively informed by the contemporary political moment, a deeply ambivalent multicultural recognition of a British Asian presence. Invisibility, doing our own thing. Racism has many faces. From the brutal street violence of neo-fascists to the more subtle forms found in white-collar employment, British Asians continue to be subjected to these racist practices in Britain. However, there has been a specific kind of racialization against British Asians that has rendered them wholly other to the national space. Their so-called foreign ways of life, impenetrable languages, backward religious rituals and obscure exotic habits meant they have not been able to be properly assimilated into the British, white, way of life. It has been a racism of abject exclusion and has led to an Asian invisibility outside the national story. In contrast, Asian music in Britain has offered alternative imaginings of home and belonging. It has played a significant part in resisting racist exclusions by enabling post-war Asian settlers to forge connections between here and there. The treasured vinyl LPs brought over by migrants in the early 1960s played an essential role in constructing a diasporic popular imaginary of memory, place, and identity, and the subsequent technology of the cheaply produced cassette tape sold through local Asian grocery stores, clothes shops, and markets was vital in the circulation of Asian music in urban Britain. Replaced now by the compact disc and more specialist shops, the alternative Asian music economy still remains relatively distinct from the mainstream megastores. However, during the 1960s and early 1970s it was also the amateur playback singers who recreated a sense of belonging and community during social gatherings. While Bollywood cinema provided an endless supply of love songs, the rhythmic do/driven Bhangra became the dance music of the many Punjabi migrants in Britain. Originally known as a folk music greeting the New Year, Vaisakhi, it was adopted by many as the soundtrack for community celebrations, especially weddings. The politics of wealth and display in Asian weddings leave a lot to be desired, yet they have been integral to the development of popular British Asian music. Weddings were the spaces that enabled amateur musicians originally singing religious songs in gurdwaras and temples to form Bhangra bands. By the early 1980s, the pioneer Bhangra bands such as Hira and Alap were in huge demand, and guaranteed that the alcohol-fueled Punjabi wedding would be a riotous occasion. It was not uncommon to find ardent Bhangra fans gate-crashing weddings to hear their favorite groups. While Bhangra embodies a diverse Punjabi cultural specificity, it easily could be reduced to its dominant lyrical content, land, caste, and women. Yet the infectious beat of the do/fused with pop electronic instrumentation such as synthesizers, samplers, and drum machines made it appeal to a wider Asian audience. Banerjee and Bauman, 19,907. Furthermore, its call and response antiphonal quality Boilion-spirited and energetic affiliation between the performers and the crowd, Kaur and Kalra, 1996. In particular, the female-centered Gita enabled women attending Punjabi weddings to express humorous, sexually risque verses and gender-subversive dance performances. The fusion of traditional Bhangra sounds with heavier bass lines was soon to make this music the contemporary sound of urban Britain for many young Asians. While bands such as DCS, Premi, and Apna Sangeet dominated the wedding circuits, it was the, often anonymous, Asian DJs who brought this music to clubland. Up until the early 1980s, British Asian music had been located, or rather confined, to the private sphere of community celebrations and social gatherings. Nevertheless, Bhangra enabled many Asian youth to affirm their identities within a dominant cultural formation that offered either an acculturating process of assimilation into the British nation, or exclusion from it. Sharma, 1996. The question of the invisibility of Asians in the popular public sphere needs to be understood as a denial of a multi-racist Britain. Alternatively, a radical multicultural musical imaginary, which challenges dominant constructions of a homogeneous Asian enclave defined by fixed ethnic traits, is necessary. Such an understanding is important because it simultaneously acknowledges the socio-cultural exclusions of racism and the dynamic formation of British Asian identities and their musics. Marginalization, crossing the tracks. The appearance of the demure-seated figure of Sheila Chandra singing her unique chart hit, Ever So Lonely, on top of the pops in the early 1980s neatly captures how Asian music entered into the mainstream. It was likely that the static and exoticized Chandra, miming to a track dominated by a pseudo-Indian classical music sitar riff, entrenched neo-Orientalist stereotypes of Asians and their music. This process of recognition and exoticization marks how British Asian music has entered, yet at the same time been marginalized, in national popular culture. The initial, and deeply Eurocentric, labeling of British Asian sounds as world music valorized the ethnic origins of the artists, rather than acknowledged the music's diasporic productions. However, the marginalization of Asian dance music did little to arrest its continuing evolution during the 1980s and early 1990s. This period is perhaps best known for the rise of British Asian record labels, producers, DJs and sound systems. Furthermore, developments in digital technologies and the increased availability of Asian dance music on vinyl led to greater experimentation and remixing. The Midlands-based DJ producer Bali Sagu has been the most talented exponent of remixing of not only Bhangra, but Bollywood film music classics and the legendary Qawwali of Nusrat Fateh Ali Khan. Sagu's albums such as Star Crazy, 1991, and Bollywood Flashback, 1994, spawned countless, inferior, remix albums. The phenomenon of remixing was not surprising given that many Asian youth were fans of black music such as reggae, soul, and hip-hop. In particular, the largely male phenomenon of playing pounding Asian beats in customized car sound systems was as much about masculine display as it was about claiming an Asian cultural legitimacy and space in the urban public sphere. Furthermore, the famous trip-hop collective Massive Attack's remixing of Nusrat's anthemic Must Must, 1990, did much to promote the credibility of Asian dance music across the music industry. Nevertheless, these fusion remixes and Bhangra's sounds failed to cross over into the mainstream charts, undoubtedly due to Asian music outlets being excluded from the pop chart compilation practices. Bhangra bands such as Safri Boys, the Sahodas and Akanak were in demand on the wedding circuit and club gigs, and were also successfully touring European musical festivals. Yet it appeared that Bhangra music remained too ethnic for the predominantly white British music industry. However, while Bhangra evaded mainstream pop acceptability, its underground popularity forced it to enter into city club venues during the 1980s, often accompanied with soul and hip-hop music, though initial entry into clubland was vis-a-vis the notorious Daytimer. As Banerjee and Bauman, 1990, note, once discovered by the white press, these events were simplistically depicted as Asian youth, girls, escaping their families' patriarchal restrictions. It is revealing that these reductive accounts failed to stress the everyday racism and exclusionary door policies of many clubs across the major cities in Britain. It was only until the late 1980s that a few clubs, such as the Wag and Limelight in London, finally opened their doors to Asian youth and their music. The international success of the Birmingham-based artist Apache Indian confounded many critics who considered Asian music as too parochial. Apache Indian originated a Bangramophone style fusing reggae with Bhangra, which was expressive of his own hybrid cultural biography. His music articulated a contemporary youthful British multicultural identity, which challenged the narratives of a white-only monocultural Britain, especially during Thatcher's conservative reign. The music also transgressed fixed notions of ethnic identity amongst both Asians and African Caribbean groups. In the early 1990s, Apache's hit movie Over India remarkably topped both the reggae and Asian music charts. While his music clearly had a pop commercial appeal, it also embodied a political etch. Apache's collaboration with the reggae singer Maxi Priest, in the song Fay Real, marked a unique moment of political musical unity. Back, 1996. It is important to emphasize that the Bhangra music of XLNC, Punjabi Hit Squad or B21 needs to be considered to be as hybrid, or traditional, as Apache Indian's music. Terms such as hybridity tend to celebrate musical fusion and avant-garde creativity at the expense of actually examining how the music works both culturally and politically. Sharma eta/. 1996, Hutnik, 2000. Commodification, Asian cool. If the 1970s and 1980s were about the invisibility and marginalization of Asian music, then the 1990s heralded the recognition and celebration of this music culture in Britain's major cities. However, this movement cannot be considered outside the increasing commodification of all things Asian. Pure, 2002. It has never been possible to separate popular music culture from the capitalist marketplace, and the penetration of global capital in the creation of new multicultural markets has led to an acceleration of this process. When the ubiquitous pop star Madonna embraced the exotica of Eastern culture in the 1990s, Kalya and Hutnik, 1998, South Asian culture ostensibly took center stage in the Western imagination. Asian culture and Asian cool are certainly not terms that have had a positive association in Britain. To the contrary, the unassimilable smelly Paki has invoked hostile responses of repugnance rather than reverence. Nevertheless, an ambivalent racism in the desire, domination, of otherness has also exoticized elements of Asian culture. The style media creation of the notion of Asian cool in the 1990s said much more about the multicultural ideologies and fantasies of influential culture fashion magazines such as The Face and ID, than about the actual productions of Asian dance music. The celebration of saris and trainers, bindis, and mehandi on the dance floor was represented as a new hybrid metropolitan Asian culture creatively synthesizing traditional and modern elements from the East and West respectively. While Bhangra and Bollywood remixes have continued to evolve their own British hybrid musical styles, their ethnicist status meant they were going to be too uncool for the white mainstream. Bali Sagoo's success of having the first Asian-language British chart hit, De Cheese, 1996, was short-lived as he was subsequently dropped by Columbia Records for poor international album sales. In the mainstream, authentic Asian sounds have increasingly appeared as snatched samples on contemporary R&B and hip-hop hits such as Missy Elliott's Get Your Freak On, 2001, and Addictive's Truth Hurts, 2002. Asianness and coolness did come together on the release of the album Inika, 1997, produced by the talented Talvin Singh. The music defied categorization as it creatively brought together divergent genres and styles. It mixed evocative Asian lyrics and sounds with contemporary drum and bass beats. The album cover figured a spiky-haired Talvin adorned in a retro mod parka jacket with a target on the back. Although the contrived image suggested he was trying, too hard, to reclaim British popular culture from the Asian diasporic perspective, the album was associated with the Inika Nights at the Blue Note Club in London's Hoxton Square, which became a fashionable hangout for pop stars such as Björk, and white clubbers wanting to be at the cutting edge of multicultural urban cool. The marketing of Inika as the Asian underground was always a misnomer, particularly as Asians were never the majority in the crowd, not to mention that those present were mostly aspirational in their middle-classness. Moreover, the very idea of the underground played on an Asianness that remained profoundly marginalist in its actual presence. Banerjee, 2000. The now-defunct multicultural style magazine Second Generation played a significant role in uncritically celebrating the Asian underground and further accentuating the notion of Asian cool. It was notable that the magazine's discourse of a new fashionable hybrid Asianness was seemingly predicated on a rejection of Bhangra music culture, improperly read as the traditional music of the first generation. While Bhangra never universally appealed to, or defined, Asian youth culture, its own multicultural British working-class roots were being denied by positioning it against the postmodern drum and bass sounds of the Asian underground. In fact, it may be contended that Bhangra has remained the real Asian underground music in relation to the white mainstream. This specious splitting of traditional and postmodern Asian culture did not, however, impede developments in club culture, which embraced the diversity of Asian dance musics. Nation and Outcast record labels, for instance, have nurtured and supported a range of Asian artists from many different musical genres. Similarly, club nights such as Shanti in Birmingham, Riha and Raj and Pablo Bollywood nights in London have continued to celebrate the eclectic Asian dance music scene, Bhangra, Asian beats, Arabic and Latin sounds, reggae, trip-hop, jungle. The recent mainstream success of artists such as Punjabi Hit Squad, Rishi Rich, and Punjabi MC suggests that Bhangra has finally shaken off its so-called traditional ethnic labeling. The development of the BBC's Asian network 24/7 internet radio and the success of Punjabi Hit Squad signing with the record label Def Jam UK has meant that Bhangra is no longer confined to an Asian audience. A Bhangra track being piped in the background at Woolworths these days hardly raises an eyebrow from its white customers. Nevertheless, it is interesting to discover that Punjabi MC's anthemic track, Mundian to Bakke, 1993, had appeared 4 years earlier on his Legalized album, which had been hugely successful within the Asian music scene. Mundian to Bakke gained British chart recognition only when it had been initially remixed by USA hip-hop DJs, and then gained airplay via radio hip-hop DJ Tim Westwood. The re-release of the original track and its phenomenal success throughout clubs in Britain and Europe is an indication that Bhangra music has finally come of age. Nevertheless, this does not mean that the exoticist status of British diasporic dance music has waned. Disorienting rhythms. It would be a mistake to consider Asian dance music only in relation to its underground subcultures or mainstream success. The underground/mainstream distinction is difficult to sustain in the era of global multicultural capital, which feeds on difference and ethnicity. A productive line of inquiry entails exploring the cultural politics of this music in relation to a highly commodified contemporary popular culture. Moreover, when discussing the music's politics, we need to avoid reading it as having an explicitly anti-racist agenda or a determinate political project. Rather, this dance music has offered modalities of cultural survival that connect with everyday lived experiences, pleasures, desires, resistances, belonging, racialized subjectivities, etc. It has been through the music affirming Asian life and agency in the diaspora, as well as responding to the harsh realities of a multi-racist Britain. For example, a Kanak's early 1990s satirical track, Dal tax, against the conservative government's infamous community charge, urged Asian families to refuse to pay, because it discriminated against large low-income families, Dudra, 2002a. Instead, the mighty beat of the Dal offered an alternative musical imaginary for a resistive Asian collectivity. Alternatively, Corner Shop's remixed chart hit Brimful of Asha, 1997, was unique for celebrating, for a British Asian audience, the life of the prolific Indian film playback singer, Asha Bhosle. Their feel-good song captured her phenomenal impact on the everyday lives of diasporic Asians, and as Nitin Soune commented, it was a song dedicated to a woman who was neither oppressed nor exotic. Examining cultural politics also forces us to acknowledge that being Asian isn't simply commensurate with a progressive political agency. The expressive culture of British Asian dance music highlights the struggles of a lived diasporic identity. On the one hand, the marginalization of women from the Asian music scene mirrors the wider practices of the British music industry more generally. While on the other hand, patriarchal exclusions specific to Asian cultural production and consumption cannot be denied. However, this has not prevented female performers and DJs such as Amar, Sangeeta, Trick Baby, Hardcore, Sista India, and DJ Ritu to contest their marginalization. Furthermore, while issues of gender and sexuality have tended to remain peripheral to Asian cultural representation, music has played a crucial role in engendering a diverse range of Asian identifications. The alternative cultural spaces of Club Kali and Shakti with their lesbian and gay focus have been significant in challenging the heterosexual norm, which permeates much of music culture. Kawal, 2003. The popular Raha-conscious clubbing multimedia spectacles, organized by Purple Banana, have regularly attracted a sellout multiracial crowd. These edutainment events mix live performances and DJs with poetry, dance, visuals, and speeches for raising political awareness and funds for local anti-racist campaigns or international debt relief. Likewise, the evocative music of Nitin Soune works across conventional boundaries of meaning and pleasure. His albums such as Beyond Skin, 1999, and Prophesy, 2001, poetically celebrate multicultural life, and testify to the dangers of the politicization of religion or the impending catastrophe of nuclear warfare in South Asia. While Asian dance music should not be reduced to having only an explicit political agenda, groups such as Charged, Black Star Liner, Badmarsh and Shri, Fundamental and Asian Dub Foundation, ADF, have drawn inspiration from roots reggae and African American consciousness rap. These groups are significant not only for their combative stance against oppression, but for their musical influences and productions that draw upon a range of global musical styles of resistance. The militant rhythms of these groups have played an important role in articulating subjugated knowledges from a standpoint that connects the local, anti-racism, with the global, anti-imperialism. The stance of punk dubsters ADF against the unjustly imprisoned Satpal Ram for defending himself against a racist assault exposed the institutional racism of the British justice system. Similarly, their EP Fortress Europe, 2003, highlights the development of a pan-European rise in neo-fascism, border controls and the brutalization of asylum seekers. ADF have also maintained a close connection with their locality, by supporting the development of community music in the East End of London through their educational wing, ADFT. The Merchants of Chaos Fundamentals biting social critique has targeted transnational capitalist institutions as well as the racist British state. Their sampling of speeches from Malcolm X and Mahatma Gandhi weaved together with Islamic chants and hip-hop beats create a globalizing soundscape through which everyday oppressians are connected with a new world, order. Fundamentals striking musical fusions with Kawali artists Rizwan and Muazzam, nephews of Nusrat Fateh Ali Khan, highlight how British Asian music defies national boundaries and cultural authenticities. The disconcerting mixing of Sufi mysticism and invocations with urban breakbeats and bass lines pushes beyond simplistic notions of musical syncretism. Musical futures. To stress that British Asian dance music cannot be contained by extant categories of identity, place, and borders should not lead us to conclude that it is just an ostentatious masala mix of eclectic sounds. The musical influences and diversities of artists and bands such as T.J. Remy, Bali Sagu, Hardcore, Charged, Apache Indian, Trick Baby, LL Cool Singh, Nitin Saune, Punjabi Hit Squad, Corner Shop, Sista India, Joy, and Bad Marsh. And Shri register the multiple identifications of a contemporary British Asianness. What is common to this music is not simply the ethnic marker of Asian, rather its concomitant articulation of roots, identity, belonging, place, and roots, cultural flows, movements, translations. Degree the global musical adventures of Fundamental, Talvin Singh and Nitin Saune and their collaborations with other international artists make it difficult to fix the origin of their sounds, especially as it is produced in places such as Mumbai, New York, and Johannesburg, as well as in London. Nevertheless, it is argued that their music is uniquely made in Britain, even if it is clearly not wholly of it. The acceleration of global multicultural capitalism in the search for novel markets and exotica may mean the production and circulation of Asian dance music will penetrate the white mainstream. The highly successful West End musical, Bombay Dreams, staged by Andrew Lloyd Webber in collaboration with the now legendary Indian musician A.R. Rahman, is indicative of the further blurring of cultural and national boundaries for British Asian musical productions. However, the mediocre Lloyd Webber's dubious motivations for such an exotic venture demonstrate how Asianness has become a commodifiable culture in the global arena. It has increasingly become commonplace for exotic sounds to be included or sampled in mainstream Western pop tunes. The multicultural appetites of cosmopolitan New Age urbanites in the West means it is almost obligatory to have a bit of the other in their CD collections, and Asian dance music appears to be at the forefront of the discovery of the East. Nevertheless, this diaspora music has the potential to resist and mutate forces that seek to package and contain its sociality. Sharma, 2003. What remains apparent is that from Bhangra to tabla and bass, Asian sounds continue to make a noise which disorientates and transforms British culture. Rusholme. Nita Kermani. The Curry Mile, which occupies a half-mile stretch of Wilmslow Road, is one of the most popular areas of Manchester among locals and visitors alike. A wander down Wilmslow Road reveals a bustling, polycultural area filled with takeaways, grocers, boutiques and various other shops catering to Asian, Arabic, and white clientele amongst others. However, its most striking feature, for which it has earned its nickname, is the massive concentration of Indian restaurants. According to a recent survey commissioned by the City Council, 15,000 diners pass through Rusholme every Friday and Saturday night. http://www.waitrose.com/food_drink-coffee/ingredients/sweet treats/9809078.asp. It is indeed one of Manchester's most renowned features. Despite the area's notoriety, little has yet been written about Rusholme's historical development. Information gleaned in interviews with those who have lived and worked in Rusholme provides an outline of the way in which the street has evolved over the past 4 decades. During the 1960s, Wilmslow Road was still a traditional English street according to one Rusholme shop owner. At that time there were 2 or 3 British Asian restaurants, but the rest of the road comprised ironmongers, fishmongers, bicycle shops, pubs etc. The British Asian restaurants basically catered to men newly arrived from Pakistan and India who were working in and around Manchester. However, the majority of the people who lived and owned businesses in Rusholme at that time were Irish. There were also 2 local cinemas in the area, the Trocadero and the Capitol Cinema, which showed English-language films during the week, but also showed Bollywood movies on the weekends. Several respondents hypothesized that it was these movies that first brought British Asian consumers to Wilmslow Road, and one member of the Rusholme business community says the cinemas were the social focal point for the area's Asian community. In the early 1970s the street started to change, becoming dominated by South Asian-owned businesses. As more and more British Asians came to Rusholme for the cinema, more businesses catering to British Asian clientele began to spring up. According to one member of the Rusholme community, with the weekend cinema there were record shops, music shops, magazines and groceries, back home groceries with spices and everything. Slowly the potential just grew out of one to the other. Much of the growth in this decade occurred when the men who had been living here started to bring their families over from Pakistan. According to the interviewees, most of Rusholme's customers at this time were local British Asians. However, Rusholme's character as the Curry Mile only really took shape during the 1980s and 1990s. One of the major reasons was the increase in the student population and the expansion of the universities. 20 to 30,000 students living in and around the area guarantee Rusholme businesses, with their geographical location and the appeal of relatively inexpensive curry, a steady stream of customers. The growing popularity of British Asian food among the white population was also a major contributor to Rusholme's success starting in the 1980s. According to one British Asian shop owner, the thing is, our people won't go out for a meal 2 or 3 times a week because they are cooking the same food at home. The only reason they will go out is on an occasion, and they would sometimes bring their English friends. With a change in British consumer tastes generally, and with takeaways slowly replacing other kinds of businesses, curry has become a staple of British cuisine, helping to transform Rusholme into the Curry Mile. Since those days Rusholme has become a mixed community. Despite the stress on its British Asian character, both by the media and by local people, Rusholme has also seen the growing presence of several non-Asian communities in the area. Of these groups Arabs are the most prominent. Since the late 1990s especially, several Arabic restaurants and takeaways have appeared on Wilmslow Road. Along with these and Arabic grocers, there are 2 Kurdish restaurants, at least one Afghani takeaway and one Persian-influenced takeaway. Rusholme is constantly changing. From predominantly Irish, to predominantly Asian, to quite mixed, it is a dynamic space reflecting the changes both in migration patterns and in the market generally. The Singular Journey. South Asian Visual Art in Britain. John Holt and Laura Turney. In many ways this chapter aims to provide a snapshot or a taste of South Asian art in Britain that is conceptually at odds with the debate it will introduce, namely, the tension between recognizing the contributions and achievements of South Asian artists whilst simultaneously critiquing the marginalization and exclusion of such artists from what might be called the mainstream. It is a tension between that which is described as the particular being recognized for its particularity whilst suggesting, at the same time, that the particular is no less part of the universal than that which is already considered universal. So in drawing attention to the contributions and work of South Asian artists, are we, at the same time, continuing to mark them as different and separate? Despite this, it is possible to tell a story of South Asian art in Britain. The story we tell here is necessarily incomplete, a comprehensive review requires more than one chapter in a book. As such, there are omissions, gaps, and absences that reflect, of course, the perspectives of the authors. These absences and silences are regrettable, but it is hoped this brief overview would encourage the reader to find out more. This story has a long history and cannot be removed from the context of colonialism and the empire in the 19th century and migration and settlement from South Asia to Britain in the 20th century. It cannot be told simply through an historical framework documenting social, demographic, economic, and political changes and inserting peoples, places, movements and works accordingly, but also requires an understanding of how and why peoples, places, movements, and works have been documented, or not. The story of South Asian art and artists is one of shifting boundaries, blurred beginnings, and uncertain futures. It is also one that has many characters, plots, subplots and denouements that are dependent on time and place, and is intersected by questions of ethnicity and gender, among others. Any story we relate here is reliant on a certain set of essentialisms and assumptions that construct a sense of South Asianness regardless of whether the artists and movements included want, or intend, this. Furthermore, this story struggles to locate itself both within and without the Eurocentric history of art, which has periodically excluded, marginalized, exoticized, and denigrated artists and artworks of the other whilst constructing a mythical trajectory that links together the histories and achievements of the so-called West unproblematically. However, this is not simply a story of South Asian peoples. It is also both a study of the way in which the artistic motifs and symbols of South Asia have been incorporated into the works of Western artists and a consideration of how this incorporation is understood and theorized. Hence, the story of South Asian art and artists does not stand in isolation. Indeed, there is a long and continuing history of exchange and crossover. However, this has not necessarily been on equal terms, as the status and achievements of the Western artist have been elevated in numerous ways above those of artists of South Asian origin, for example, through reference to the authentic, the spiritual, the primitive and the tribal. Nonetheless, artists have struggled to find voices and spaces from which to work, and it is these voices and spaces that will be considered here. The issues affecting South Asian art and artists have changed over time as debates have moved on and artists and writers have challenged the Eurocentricity of the art world. Certainly the Britain encountered by artists such as Francis Newton Sousa and Avinash Chandra in the 1950s is different to the Britain encountered in the 1980s, 1990s, and from 2000 onwards by new generations of artists such as the internationally renowned Anish Kapoor, Chilla Kumari Burman, Amrit, and Rabindra K. Kaur Singh or Said Idris. Beginnings. As mentioned, the story of South Asian art in Britain cannot be disconnected from its colonial roots. The relationship between the concepts of art and artists was transformed, both in Britain and in South Asia, by its encounter with the other. In Britain the motifs and symbols of the exotic East entered the creative repertoire of artists and designers, and in South Asia, post-1850, particularly in India, the British attempted to elevate the status of the artist from that of a humble and traditionally defined position to that of an educated elite. This meant the end of the traditional artists as a class. The Westernization of India was enthusiastically supported by the literate elite whose command of the English language gave them power over those without it. This linguistic hierarchy was extended to the realms of visual language, where it was seen that the aesthetic of traditional India was lacking in the benefits of the European Renaissance. The concepts of chiaroscuro and linear perspective moved the conceptual intentions of the visual arts towards the need to create a facsimile, a likeness of the subject. In the 1850s the British set up art schools in three major Indian cities, Bombay, Calcutta, and Madras. The schools were set up along the lines of the New English art schools, which in turn were modelled on the School of Industrial Arts in London. Thus the schools taught drawing in the Western style exemplified in the aesthetics of South Kensington, and by the mid-19th century much traditional art began to disappear. In Britain the only major Asian artworks to be seen were in the major museums, particularly the Victoria and Albert and the British Museum. The government acknowledged that Indian artisans had little to learn from their European counterparts in matters of taste, but that the artists needed instruction in scientific drawing. When traditional artisans were made to draw from the antique, they couldn't see the point in drawing what they saw as immodest statues of European ladies and gentlemen. The moral of the story is instructive: the students who did benefit from the art schools were not the artisans but those who hailed from English-educated groups. The teachers in the new art schools were, it seems, from South Kensington, and they brought with them exemplary drawings by English art students as though to provide evidence of a superior reality. Mitter, 2001. So in the encounter between the arts of Britain and South Asia there was a cross-fertilization of style, content, technique, and subject matter. In South Asia influences from Britain had some impact on the development of the arts either through rejection or incorporation. In Britain of course the same applied. What is of particular interest here is how incorporation, rejection, and positioning has been inserted into a discourse of art and artists that has placed South Asia at the periphery. Moving forward. After the war, the story of South Asian art and artists in Britain begins to gain some momentum in the post-war period as artists from India, Pakistan, Sri Lanka, and Bangladesh start to settle in Britain. However, the work and developments in South Asian art are not confined to Britain, as there was much movement between Britain and the subcontinent as artists settled in Britain, returned to South Asia and then returned to Britain to settle once more. For example, in 1946 Evan Puris, Sri Lanka, settled in London, returned to Sri Lanka in 1953/4 and subsequently came to live permanently in England. As Irene points out, this arrival of artists in London from the ex-colonies in the post-war period fits an established pattern of how artists, across countries and history, have traveled from one place to another in search of patronage. Irene, 1989. See, for example, the concentration of artists in Paris in the late 19th and early 20th centuries. Although many artists struggled when they arrived in Britain, Puris, for example, has been described as lonely, isolated and faced with hostility. Irene, 1989, 21, there were some, such as Francis Newton Sousa, India, and Avinash Chandra, India, who became very successful despite initial periods of poverty and unhappiness. These two artists in particular, who had begun to exhibit their work in the 1950s, were phenomenally successful throughout the 1960s. Despite their successes, Sousa and Chandra were othered or particularized as Indian or Oriental painters, their work often described through recourse to the cliched symbols of the Orient, sensual, erotic, symbolic, and spiritual. Although successful in Britain during this period, like many other artists they moved to New York in the 1960s, Chandra in 1965 and Sousa in 1967, as British fascination with the other began to wane. For example, in 1964 the Indian High Commission mounted an exhibition entitled Six Indian Painters, which included Kanria. Jenny Lee, Britain's first ever arts minister, attended the opening, which nonetheless was ignored by the press, as was an exhibition at the Upper Grosvenor Gallery in 1966 which included leading Indian artists such as Bhupen Kakkar. The establishment of artists such as Sousa and Chandra was fraught with difficulties. Chandra, when entering a gallery in London to show his work, was asked by the gallery owner if he could paint tigers and elephants and recalled that, I was so hurt. There is nothing wrong with painting elephants and tigers, which I perhaps do now or perhaps should do, to express all that anger which is inside me, but to be asked to do these things because you were an Indian is insulting. Irene, 1989, 28, quotes from Irene, 1988, Conversation with Avinash Chandra, third text, NOS 3/4. This issue, the essentialization of the Indian artist, continued to be challenged throughout the 1980s and 1990s as South Asian artists struggled to express themselves and their identity without being reducible to cliché, surface and stereotype. These struggles also developed in a country where racism and discrimination against black and minority ethnic peoples increased and extreme right groups became more active. South Asian artists began to work in an increasingly explicitly racialized and racist environment which had found its most vivid encapsulation in Enoch Powell's Rivers of Blood speech in 1968. In this environment, artists have used their work to make statements about gender, ethnicity, racism, and spirituality, amongst other things. For example, Chilla Kumari Burman, one of the first British South Asian women to study at art school, asserts the right to speak from beyond two cultures, challenging the stereotype of the passive, silent Asian female victim by creating self-portraits of herself practicing Shotokan, a Japanese martial art, in a sari. See the installation video piece, Body Weapons, Wild Woman Beyond Two Cultures, 1993. Burman says of her work, Sousa arrived in Britain in 1949 and attended the Central School of Art, and Chandra came to Britain in 1956 after studying painting at the Delhi Polytechnic. Stereotypes reinforces mystery, Chilla Kumari Burman, 2003. By kind permission of the artist. It is about a continual exploration of my dual cultural identity through the manipulation of the photographic image, painting, laser printmaking, and scratch video installation works. I'm reclaiming images of us Asian women moving away from the object of the defining gaze towards a position where we become the subject of display clearly under our control. Burman, 1994, 22. Other artists, such as Amrit and Rabindra K. Kaur Singh, the Singh twins, have also worked to find a space in which their creativity can be valued and accepted, although they have found this, at times, a struggle. They have achieved this not, as Burman has done, by subverting the stereotype, but by reasserting what we could describe as the traditional by using miniature forms to express an often subversive and playful perspective on life in contemporary multicultural Britain. Their experience of studying art at degree level in Britain elicited the following reflection: self-expression was presented to us as the ultimate purpose of art, but was permitted, it seemed, only if it fitted in with contemporary Western ideals of acceptable art, namely, an art which tended towards non-figurative, non-decorative representations, an art which was essentially Eurocentric in focus. He felt it was equally valid to draw upon non-European and ancient artistic traditions for inspiration and to present a modern art within that framework. Swallow, 1999, 16. Moving back, however, the establishment of a Black and / or South Asian art scene continued in Britain from the 1950s. Developments of note include the founding of the New Vision Group by Dennis Bowen in Make Ua Tumi Hs Kanna, 1997. By and permission of the Artist and Bradford Museums, Galleries, and Heritage. 1951, and the opening of the New Vision Centre Gallery in 1956. Bowen was the first person to give Asian artists shows in Britain and provided a venue for young international and unknown abstract artists. Here artists such as Ahmed Parvez, Pakistan, Anwar Jalal Shemza, India, and Balraj Khanna, India, found a space for their work until the gallery's closure in 1966. Khanna's work, often described through implication as somewhat derivative, is also symbolic of the relationship between center and periphery in terms of the world of art. His work is compared to Joan Miro or Paul Klee, yet is described as displaying an intrinsic Indianness which Areen describes as a quality invented by Western critics who find it hard to come to terms with Khanna's own modernity. Areen, 1989, 43. As such, he is positioned as both derivative and other in a way that white, Western, male artists would rarely be. Rothko, Picasso, Hodgkin, Kandinsky, and Pollock, to name a few, have all been described as taking inspiration from the other, the primitive and / or the Orient. Positioned in the center, however, they embody the universal rather than the particular. The opportunities for artists from South Asia were broadened in 1957 when the Imperial Institute, founded in 1887 to mark Queen Victoria's Golden Jubilee, was renamed the Commonwealth Institute. This and the Africa Centre in Covent Garden were the only galleries in London to have a written policy about showing artists from Africa, Asia, and the Caribbean. Areen, 1989, 130. The two Commonwealth Biennales of abstract art held at the Institute proved important in terms of the establishment of South Asian artists in Britain, and in 1965 Ramarao, Indian, was awarded the £50 prize. Anwar Shemza's relationship with the British art world is poignantly symbolic of the relationship between a Eurocentric history of art and its others. Having come to Britain in 1956 as a successful writer and artist in Pakistan, his story of what happened whilst at the Slade is indicative of the general discriminatory ethos evident in Britain at that time. One evening when I was attending a Slade weekly lecture on the history of art, Professor Gombrich came to the chapter on Islamic art and art that was merely functional from his book The Story of Art. I remember leaving the room for a few minutes before the lecture finished, and sitting on the bench outside. As the students came out, I looked at all their faces, they seemed so contented and self-satisfied. All evening I destroyed paintings, drawings, everything that could be called art. Anwar Shemza, quoted in Holt, 1998, 105. The suicide of his work bears testimony to the crisis of identity he experienced at the time, precipitated by a culturally paranoid British art institution, in which a perceived dissociation was projected onto the other. The other in turn internalized and vented anger upon itself. His intention in coming to Britain was to benefit from the environment of Western culture and British art education system so that he might return to Pakistan as a better painter and, more important, as a teacher. It is ironic that both the education system and the British arts institutions in the main spurned him, and he remained in relative obscurity for most of his life in Britain. Shemsa was, as were other Asian artists, not without supporters in Britain. Slade tutor Andrew Forge, and later Dennis Bowen, showed faith in the quality of his thinking and work. Shemsa was a resistive character and his inner need to make work provided a greater impetus than the doubts foisted upon him by an insensitive and partisan system. This issue of description and categorization continues to reverberate today when we think, for example, of descriptive terms such as ethnic or primitive. This has often meant that the art of the non-white artist is positioned behind the West on some abstract chronology of artistic development or evolution. This is forcefully underlined by artist Al-Nur Mitha, 1997, who argues that the history of art follows an established pattern that observes the achievement of other cultures in the 20th century on the assumption that they belong to historically receding cultures. This is a history that narrates only the history of the West and excludes those cultures that are seen as external to the ideal of the West. Areen writes about the incorporation of objects and art forms from beyond the West. It is commonly believed that African peoples themselves were not aware of the aesthetic qualities of what they were producing and that it was the West which discovered these qualities and gave the African objects the status of art. It is true that Africans did not write books on aesthetics, plasticity, or formalism, or whatever relates to art, but to deduce from this that African artists were not aware of what they were doing is to indulge in the kind of stupidity which can only result from a mental blockage or an intellectual dishonesty. Areen, 1991, 165. In this way the West bestows artistic status upon those who, it is believed, have no concept of art to begin with. Furthermore, the work of artists such as Anish Kapoor or Parminder Kaur is often evaluated or critiqued from the point of view of a specific cultural heritage. They are denied the aesthetic and artistic universality of the Western artist. And although artists such as Kaur believe the situation, in terms of inclusion, for minority artists and the encouragement of Black and Asian children to pursue art has been improved, they are still the victims of tokenism. The 1980s and beyond. The interconnections between the social and political milieu and the art world cannot be understated. This context, both in Britain and internationally, provided a focus for a number of artists and thinkers who have sought and continue to seek to challenge racism, discrimination, and Eurocentrism in the art world and beyond. For example, in 1984 4 anti-racist murals were commissioned by the Greater London Council, GLC, as part of their anti-racism year in Brixton, Notting Hill, Southall, and East London. Chilla Kumari Burman was among the 8 artists to participate. In the same year the Commission for Racial Equality published a report, The Arts of Ethnic Minorities, which called for greater attention to and funding for minority ethnic arts, whilst the GLC Race Equality Unit organized a conference on Black artists' white institutions at the Riverside Studios. In regards to the hegemony of Eurocentrism in the art world, and, of course, beyond, an article by Amrit Wilson, 1992, summarized the problems faced by South Asian artists living and working in Britain. The Orient, of course, was a construct of the European colonialist imagination. It grew out of the various colonial relationships, planter and forced laborer, state power and peasantry, imperial power and insurgent nationalist and so on. But Orientalism is not something we can relegate to history. Its themes still permeate. European popular imagery, from Thomas Cook brochures to pictures on tea packets, the experiences of Asians in Britain reflects the same contradictions. Like Orientalism, it seeks to define our culture for us. It tells us that it is about saris and samosas, melas and traditions, and that it is complete and of the past, passive and unchanging, and finally that it is something which needs now only to be recapitulated. Wilson, 1992, 16. It seems that the damage done by the domination of the Eurocentric view has extended to the Eastern sense of its own spirituality. Indian artist Amal Ghosh, born in India and who later attended the Central School of Art in London, acknowledged the influence on British artists such as Howard Hodgkin and Stephen Cox of Indian spirituality as an inspiration in what Ghosh sees as the transition from ignorance to understanding, but Ghosh also observes that what he saw as the materiality of Western thinking had conspired against Indian traditional thought. In the West, the spiritual has remained a problem in our contemporary materialist society. This became increasingly true during the 1950s and 1960s, when the majority of first-generation South Asians and South Asian artists were arriving in Britain. There are now at least 3 generations of artists of South Asian origins practicing in Britain and Europe, each having a different relationship with the cultures of South Asia, but with minimal references to the spiritual content of their cultural tradition. Ghosh, 2001, 79. Artists such as Gurminder Sekhond and Balrak Kaima have retained the spiritual ethos of their work, it seems, without recourse to the exotic. But the problem of not being trapped in an expectation derived from political polemic is one that is yet another trap to conspire against British South Asian identity being constructed in its own terms. Another key event in the development of a South Asian art scene occurred in 1987 when the Indian Artists in the UK, AUK, Association opened the Horizon Gallery in London in order to provide a platform for artists from the Asian subcontinent working in Britain. It exhibited works by Sutapa Biswas, Avinash Chandra, and Amal Ghosh. Further to this, in 1988 Rashid Areen organised the Essential Black Art at the Chisenhall Gallery, London, which subsequently went on tour, and in 1989 Anish Kapoor was selected to represent Britain at the Venice Biennale. Kapoor is described as one of the most internationally influential sculptors of his generation. He was born in Bombay but has lived and worked in London since the early 1970s, where he was educated at Chelsea School of Art. His work has been exhibited all over the world and is held in a number of public and private collections. Kapoor's creativity is concerned with an engagement with deep-rooted metaphysical polarities. These polarities are manifest in his work, for example, absence/presence, to be/not to be, the intangible/the tangible. Kapoor's sculptures reveal a fascination with light and darkness as he confronts us with notions of space/not space. For example, Kapoor's work exhibited in 1989 at the Lisson Gallery, the exhibition, Void Fields, contains some of Kapoor's most famous pieces, in which apparently solid sandstone forms with interiors that were filled with ultramarine blue pigment were testament to silence and contemplation. Pierluigi Tazzu writes that Kapoor achieves this effect, a manifestation of the void, through his knowledgeable use of materials, the pigments and their dispersibility, stone and its hardness, surfaces that are reflective and others opaque, chasms and protrusions, with the spiritual import of his own research and the illusions of sight and the mind. Kapoor's work is always metonymic, never metaphorical, even when it draws from the vast repertoire of universal symbolism. Babha and Tazzu, 1998, 104. Without doubt Kapoor stands as one of the world's most important contemporary artists. In 1991 Kapoor's often astonishingly overwhelming work was recognized again when he won the Turner Prize. He is an enormously inventive and versatile artist whose works not only take over the physical space of the gallery but psychological space as well, as his work is transformed by the physical, psychological, and for some spiritual, experiences of the viewer. His 2002 installation at the Tate Modern in London was staggeringly grand in concept, design, and experience. Drawing on Greek mythology, Marsyas, which was composed of 3 steel rings joined by a single span of red PVC membrane, occupied the whole length of the Tate Modern's Turbine Hall. In 1989 the Hayward Gallery in London held a major exhibition titled The Other Story, Afro-Asian Artists in Post-War Britain. This exhibition was certainly a landmark in terms of the recognition of the work of both Black and South Asian artists. Other important developments in the 1990s included the creation of the Institute of International Visual Arts, INIVA, which was established in 1993 as an independent non-profit making organization with support from the Arts Council and London Arts Board. INIVA's remit has been to encourage knowledge and understanding of contemporary visual art in Britain and abroad by giving priority to visual art practice and scholarship that has not been adequately represented or disseminated. As the hegemony of the art and artists of the West has been steadily challenged by both organizations and individuals alike, so too has the public profile of South Asian art in Britain been steadily rising throughout the 1990s and into the new millennium. For example, in 1995 Cartwright Hall hosted an exhibition Jaintelligent Rebellion, Women Artists of Pakistan curated by Salima Hashmi and Nima Puveyasmith. This exhibition gave space and a voice to those who had never before been heard in Britain. The exhibition was described by its curators as overturning a number of stereotypes that the West may have about contemporary art practiced in a Muslim country. Belying their usual image of seclusion and subjugation, women have actually dominated the arts in Pakistan. Puveyasmith and Hashmi, 1995. Much of the most innovative work in raising the profile of South Asian art has occurred in the Northwest. For example, in addition to the work of Cartwright Hall, where, incidentally, you can find Britain's only permanent collection of contemporary South Asian art, in 1995/6, Tampered Surface, 6 artists from Pakistan, curated by Al-Nur Mitha and Richard Hilton, was held at Huddersfield and Oldham Art Galleries. Recently the work in the Northwest has been consolidated by the establishment of Shisha in 2001. In 1997, to mark the 50th anniversary of the independence of India and Pakistan, there were several major exhibitions that took place across the country, many of which were held in the north of England. Building on the work of Al-Nur Mitha and others in the north, it was identified that there was need for an organization to facilitate and centralize this work, and in 2001 Shisha was finally formed as an independent diversifying agency to promote work of South Asian origin, acting as a link between artists, galleries, and theorists in Britain and South Asia. Shisha promises to be a significant initiative for both Britain and South Asia, fostering awareness amongst people in Britain generally as well as amongst the British South Asian peoples who can take pride in the contemporary visual arts of South Asia. Indeed, in July 2002 Shisha initiated the project Art South Asia, the first international program of visual culture from Bangladesh, India, Pakistan, and Sri Lanka. As a result, the northwest cities of Oldham, Preston, Liverpool, and Manchester saw significant events and exhibitions curated by individuals from each of the contributing countries. All these developments have a significance and importance in that they mark the continuing development of South Asian artists in Britain and across the diaspora as they assert the right to tell their own stories and to create in their own ways without being constrained by the expectations of the mainstream. The story, of course, continues, and now, at least, South Asians in Britain, and elsewhere, are no longer expected to paint elephants and tigers. Uprisings. Paul Baguli and Yasmin Hussain. Britain has witnessed sequences of uprisings, or in more common parlance riots, involving racial factors since the late 1950s, when whites and African Caribbeans fought in Nottingham and in Notting Hill, London. The riots of 1981 and 1985 have been seen by subsequent commentators as community insurrections against the police. The antecedents on those occasions involved heavy policing of predominantly African Caribbean communities. Of particular relevance here though was the riot that took place in Manningham, Bradford on 10 to 12 June 1995, mainly involving British Asians. This was again popularly blamed on heavy policing, although the official report simply blamed it on antisocial individuals, the Bradford Commission Report, 1996, 11. The riots of 2001 are more complex, whilst there are characteristics similar to those of before, where policing is involved, other factors have also emerged. In 2001 Britain saw another summer of rioting in its cities, in Oldham on May 26, Leeds on June 5, Burnley on June 23 and Bradford on July 7. Although comparable to those of 1981 and 1985, these riots were, in significant ways, quite different from earlier years, and mark a departure in Britain's racial politics. Ethnic minority communities in all the areas where violence erupted have had their lives affected by ongoing, mundane, and persistent racism. The spread of unrest was linked to an increase in racial violence, the long-standing mistrust and disillusionment with the police, the overt and taunting presence of the British National Party, BNP, and other far-right groups, and the entrenched poverty and unemployment that existed within the cities. The towns concerned have variable proportions of people of South Asian origin and large numbers reporting themselves as Muslims. For instance, in Burnley over 6% or in Oldham over 11% and in Bradford over 16% of people reported themselves American Samoa Muslims in the 2001 census. The uprisings/riots of 1981 and 1985 should be seen as part of the wave of action starting in the late 1970s, and as often arising in response to neo-fascist mobilizations. The parallels with 2001 are striking in this respect. In 1981 a new Anti-Immigrant Nationality Act was being debated in Parliament, compared to asylum seekers, and, usually National Front NF, marches were banned for periods of up to a month in Leicester, Wolverhampton, San Leeds, Barnsley, Doncaster, Rotherham, London, Sheffield, and Oxford. On May 23, 1981 in Coventry 10,000 white and British Asian people marching for protection against racist attacks were met by a counter-demonstration of neo-fascists from the NF and the British movement, and on July 1981 disturbances around a neo-fascist skinheads concert in Southall led to disturbances between the local British Asian community and the police, Cowell FAL, 1982. However, there is a tendency to focus on the social base of the rioters as being African Caribbean young men. This ignores the role of British Asians and whites in some riots, as well as the involvement of women, children, and older people in some instances. In this respect there is a sharp contrast with 2001. The riots of 2001 have generated the now to be expected raft of official reports: Burnley Task Force, 2001, Cantle, 2001, Ritchie, 2001. These are poor relatives of the official investigations into earlier waves of rioting such as that produced by Lord Scarman in 1981. They say little about the riots themselves and tend to focus on broader issues around the management of public services. Most strikingly, they have promulgated an ideology of community cohesion organized around crude functionalist ideas of social integration where all should come to share a common social identity. This has led to a re-evaluation of earlier accounts of riots, especially those of the 1980s. First, those accounts have ignored the role of neo-fascist mobilizations in provoking some of those riots, resulting in a partially misleading focus on the role of the police, because those riots that were most closely analyzed, St. Paul's in Bristol and Brixton, were indeed responses to police action, while others were not. Second, all analyses of the 1980s riots, with the notable exception of Keith, 1993, have overemphasized the role of young African Caribbean men, and consequently misrepresented both the ethnic and class unity of those events. The 2001 riots themselves differ in substance from those of the 1980s, and how they are approached theoretically and politically is also quite different. In substance, the riots were more ethnically homogeneous. In Bradford on July 7, 2001, what started as multi-ethnic became an event involving almost entirely British Asians of Pakistani descent. What the riots are expressing are new modes of racialization, Miles, 1989, on the one hand, and new ethnic identities on the other. The old racialization of Britain's ethnic minorities, crudely put, saw African Caribbeans as having problems, whilst British Asians have culture. This also shaped academic research. The new racialization is rapidly pathologizing the Muslim communities of northern England. Discourses of gang culture, forced marriages, drug abuse, intergenerational conflict, resistance to integrating and speaking English and being Muslim are all routinely mobilized to explain away racism and justify dubious policies. Thus the uprisings of 2001 can be seen as part of the process by which British Asians and Muslims are disarticulated in a process accelerated by a sequence of events which included the post-9/11 War on Terror, British involvement in the war in Iraq and the subsequent attacks on London's transport network on July 7, 2005. Increasingly Muslims came to signify the potential enemy within, distinct from the integrated British Asians. South Asian/Brasian. Performing arts. Reminder Kaur and Alda Terracciano. To appreciate fully the depth and diversity of South Asian performance in Britain, we need to begin long before the oft-cited post-war migration period, with the era when maritime technology had transformed journeys to and from the East into a routine affair and ships carried to Britain a diverse cross-section of people from the Indian subcontinent, ayahs, nannies, /askars, seamen, students, doctors, revolutionaries, traders, princes, and performers. By the 19th century, South Asian street musicians had become a regular component of metropolitan life in the heart of the empire. Religious ceremonies/performances had become a part of the exotica entering the everyday life of white British neighborhoods, and visiting Indian dance companies were widely applauded by the aristocracy sitting in the King's Seat of main theatre houses in London. South Asian performing traditions have been modified by the travels of migrants to Africa, the Caribbean, and elsewhere from a subcontinent as vast and diverse as the cultures of Europe. Such patterns of migration have been reflected in a variety of artistic productions within the communities settled in Britain. Throughout their journeys, South Asian performing arts have, in the main, refused the reductive logic of compartmentalization operated by Eurocentric media and cultural institutions. The frisson produced by their interplay with mainstream or other dominant forms of culture over the years reveals complex processes of cultural negotiation variously enacted by the communities in their everyday life. In responding to questions of exile and cultural hybridism, the performing arts produced within British Asian communities reflect something akin to what Jacques Derrida, 1976, has described as difference, an irreducible distance both from the homeland and the acquisitive land. This conflux of two or more trajectories in languages, histories, and cultures has opened a creative space that here will be specifically explored in the areas of dance, theater and comedy. However, such distinctions in the performing arts should not be perceived as inherent in the artistic traditions imported from the subcontinent, as performances may well thrive on a blend of dance, theater, and comedy as well as ritualistic elements around the time of religious festivals. Rather, these separations reflect an inclination to compartmentalization and professionalism operating within the European artistic context from which the South Asian performing arts could not remain unaffected. Moreover, the long presence of South Asians in Britain makes the reference to first and second generation Asians irrelevant from a historical point of view. The distinction only refers to post-war migration. Thus, throughout this exploration, a flexible understanding of categories of identity is also required. On the one hand, the term British Asian only reflects the condition experienced by migrants in the latter part of the 20th century, when nation-states were carved out of what were previously colonial and colonist territories, subsumed under the nomenclature of the British Raj. On the other, anti-racist campaigning and alliances with British-based African Caribbean communities in post-war Britain provided for another arena of identity politics where Asian, however momentarily, became aligned to the category of Black British, CCCS, 1982, Hall, 1996a, Gilroy, 1993b. Furthermore, there is the fragmentation of Asian identities to consider in terms of Indian, Pakistani, Bangladeshi, Sri Lankan, Trinidadian Indian etc. and their regional constituencies. Our identity referents need, therefore, to be understood differentially in the varying spatial and temporal contexts explored here. Dance. Ever since South Asians set foot in Britain, they have been the object of a gaze which exoticized them as different in the process, conjuring up a mixed bag of metaphors: mysterious, sensual, sly, untrustworthy, odd, odorous, even regally connected. It was a gaze that easily transferred itself from the people to their associated musical and performative activities. In the late 18th century many South Asian street musicians were brought over to Britain as servants by army officers and traders, but after the death of their owners, the servants were often left to fend for themselves. Unable to obtain work, some of them resorted to playing in the streets. Others came as seamen and jumped ships to earn their living in the taprooms of England and Scotland. In addition, there were conjurers and other novelty performers. To name just a few of those recalled by Rosina Visram, there was an East Indian gentoo who in 1790 enthralled passers-by with his card tricks and thought-reading, a snake charmer who lured the curious in Limehouse, and in 1886 5 Punjabis who arrived in London with a performing bear to entertain the public. The latter stayed only a few months, returning to the subcontinent with their furry friend, Visram, 1986, 58-61. It would appear that in a time when theaters and music halls were, in the main, out of bounds for these exotic-looking performers, the streets enabled a ready-made stage, much as they would in India. South Asians in Britain did not need to try hard in order to become a spectacle for the native English. They apparently became sites of interest by their presence alone. This observation applied very much to Indian royalty who presented themselves at courts, state balls and dances, naval and military reviews and other public spectacles. Their wealth and splendor bedazzled onlookers and many of the princes became indispensable as exotica in Edwardian England, Visram, 1986, 173. The Diamond Jubilee celebrations of Queen Victoria in 1897 were a case in point. Indian princes, maharajas, nawabs, and aristocracy gave the occasion a tinge of the romantic and the exotic in the eyes of the popular press. India's rich variety of native royalty, coupled with their wealth and flamboyance, meant that their doings were always newsworthy. Vajima, 1984, 32. The romanticist aspects of Orientalism also played their part in perceptions of working-class mortals from the subcontinent. When two Parsis, for instance, came to London to learn shipbuilding, they ended up playing up to the curiosity of the crowds that used to constantly gather around them whilst they worked. Visram, 1986, 181. Whether they were performers or not, South Asians in Britain were subjects of an unflinching gaze either of curiosity or wonder, or its obverse, suspicion and hatred. After the Second World War a large-scale and more permanent settlement of South Asians in Britain began. Beginning with performances in front rooms and hired halls at special events, the performing arts eventually branched out into a series of distinct outfits with stages and audiences. Dance was an integral part of many of these performances. As the subcontinent thrived in a rich variety of classical dance repertoires, it was these that were first recreated as performances for diasporic audiences. In the early years, the role of the dancer was comparatively simple. More often than not, in the UK on a short stay with a husband whose posting had brought him to the West, she would replicate her classical training by passing it on to a number of selected pupils. There were very few outlets for performance, and the audiences were rather small. Consequently, the importance of the private concert, set up by a Rasika at their home, for a few knowledgeable invited guests. Khan et 2001. Some performers continued Indian styles, trying to retain authentic music and rhythms of Indian dances, such as Bharatiya Natyam and Kathak. Nahid Siddiqui, for instance, was trained in Kathak in the 1970s in Pakistan. She came to Britain, first to teach dance from 1984, then setting up her own company in 1991. Whilst seeing herself as a traditional Kathak dancer, she explored its forms through ideas such as Sufism, nature, and the fakirs, mendicants, of Punjab. It is dance along with singing and playing musical instruments that was taught in classes to children whose parents were eager for them to keep in touch with their Indian heritage. This retrenchment did indeed bolster Eurocentric expectations of South Asian arts as the other, the exotic. Initially British Asians gathered to learn and teach music and dance in their houses. By the 1970s community-specific, culture-focused institutions had been established to provide cultural activities. In 1972 the first overseas branch of the Bharatiya Vidya Bhavan, Institute of Indian Culture, was set up in London to promote Indian arts and culture, to be followed by a number of others in the rest of the country. Consisting of a bookshop, a small library and 2 or 3 classrooms, 6 years later the institute moved to a disused church in its present site in West London to hold classes and staged performances. Teachers were invited over from India in order to instruct in singing, musical instruments, and physical exercises such as yoga. By the 1980s several companies and productions had emerged as a response to encouragement from the funding bodies of the art establishment. In general, dancers and other cultural practitioners were adopted with a vision to take heritage arts beyond the immediate community and make artistic space for Indian dance in the mainstream. Khan et al., 2000. 2. Similarly, but in a less traditionalist mode to the Bharatiya Vidya Bhavan classes and performances, the Akademi, formerly the Academy of Indian Dance, was founded in 1979 with the aim to place South Asian dance as a force to be reckoned with in British art, society, and education. Other prominent dance organizations that have provided a focal point for the British Asian dance landscape include Sampad, a development organisation for the arts of the subcontinent based in the Midlands, UDT, a London-based national organisation for South Asian dance in Britain, established in 1989, and Kudum, a Bedford-based development agency for South Asian dance, established in 1990. However, as pointed out by Nader Tharani, his marginalisation together with the protectionist penchant for tradition perpetuates the historical judgments on South Asian arts and confirms its representation as strange and exotic, its location as the other. It reinforces the opposition between tradition and contemporaneity bestowed by modernism. This allows the dominant culture to continue to appropriate and install these forms within its own divergent terrain, subjecting them to the wand of reason after activating them with the motor of progress. Tharani, 1988, 43. Thus a fair number of British Asian dancers emerged from the early 1980s onwards who sought to innovate within classical Indian dance in order to incorporate and merge with contemporary trends. An exemplary figure here is Shobna Jayasinghe, who founded her company in 1988 to pursue experimental forms of dance, combining Bharatiya Natyam with other dance repertoires to make for a dynamic, invigorating hybrid between various cultural references. She has gone on to forge a dance language responsive to the times and explorative of her British Asian identity. However, Jayasinghe prefers not to see herself or her work as a fusion of two discrete entities, the East and the West, the traditional and the modern. In an interview she stated, "I'm very allergic to the word fusion because it suggests carpentry rather than dance." Rather, as her company policy asserts, she prefers a more fluid and heterogeneous identity of urban, and seeks to create work which is Asian in technique, British in context and personal and contemporary in vision. Registered her choreography for the company includes national tours of configurations, 1988, D-File, 1989, Correspondence, 1990, Romance, with Footnotes, 1991, Raid, 1995, Palimpsest, 1996, Intimacies of a Third Order, 1998, and Fine Frenzy, 1999. Many of these works involve experimental collaborations with artistes from a variety of backgrounds. In 1993, for instance, she commissioned the choreographer, Richard Alston, to develop a piece for her company. He called it Delicious Arbor and set the dance to a score by the 17th century composer Henry Purcell. Jayasinghe took issue with critics who described it as exotic to see her dancers moving to Purcell's white music. She insisted that she combined East and West as messily and thoroughly as they are in her own life. Jayasinghe asserted, "Purcell, like Shelley, like David Bowie, is not the other, it is part of my heritage. And in dance terms, Ramani Devi and Merce Cunningham are also part of my heritage." Thus her creations are not a process of bringing together two discrete entities, the Eastern and the Western, but something much more heterogeneous, a dynamic and fluid response to her experiences. She is part of a process of cultural interpenetration that's both careful and haphazard. As a result, her work defies simplistic traditional/modern dichotomies. The success of such shows has meant a shift from their marginal positions to the core of mainstream performance arts, where Indian dance-based performances are made available in mainstream concert halls, theaters, festivals, film, and on video. By the 1990s, another important trend had begun to emerge, in which funded dance in education and community dance projects, community not in a specifically Indian sense, worked within schools, communities, and amongst minority groups. Often these activities accompanied tours in performing venues. This decade also saw the intensification of the debate about whether diasporic South Asian performances should be evaluated in terms of their ethnic associations and reference points or judged according to their generalist competence as an art form. Diasporic artists increasingly began to voice their disagreements to being seen as tokens of the ethnic arts, and asked for the liberty to express their artistic visions any which way they chose. Areen, 1987. These are questions that have raised as many responses and answers as there are performers in the various genres. Theatre. As with dance, so with theatre, the development of a British Asian theatre aesthetic and production has also been influenced by a complex web of cultural, political, and economic relations between Britain and the subcontinent, referred to above in terms of Orientalism. This phenomenon has been particularly visible in the critical response to the imports of South Asian dance/drama performances at the turn of the 19th century. Whilst acknowledging the artistic value of classical traditions and techniques, theatre critics and reviewers of South Asian dance/theatre performances generally reinforce the conceptual remoteness of Indian theatre from the British context. South Asian theatre was often trapped in a mythical past, which not only denied the existence of new and experimental theatre undertaken in the subcontinent, but also work practiced in Britain. Disregarded by most West End impresarios, these forms pointed towards a cultural landscape that embraced hybridity as the necessary outcome of colonization. At the same time, casting policies operated by a number of impresarios often stifled the talent of Asian actors by engaging them in predictably stereotypical roles. Interestingly, diasporic South Asian art practitioners reacted against the racism experienced within the entertainment industry by enacting strategies of resistance both on a personal and collective level. At a time when hybridity was already evident in the theatre halls of the Indian subcontinent, a number of theatre groups emerged in Britain at the beginning of the last century to explore similarities and connections between theatre traditions practiced in India and Europe. The Orientalising gaze was thus resisted in various ways, as they began to engage in performances that were either openly indebted to the Western traditions of expressive arts, or were developed to become a direct challenge to them. On November 4, 1915, for instance, the Union of East and West and the Indian Art and Dramatic Society presented a grand performance in aid of the wounded Indian troops at the town hall in Chiswick. The program included extracts from the religious epic the Mahabharata and K.N. Dasgupta's adaptations from Tagore and the Arabian Nights story, accompanied by the music of Sullivan, Moskanyi Klutsam and Indian songs by Ali Khan. Some years later in the program of their production of Niranjan Pal's The Goddess, the Indian players made a specific note that the play would be performed with an all-Indian cast of players speaking in accentual English. Early AMA theatre groups, such as the India Office Dramatic Society and the Indian Students' Union Play Reading Circle, also revealed an interest in drawing both from Indian and European theatre traditions. Their work, mostly unrecognized by theatre critics and entrepreneurs, anticipated the research of later groups from the 1970s as they looked at submerged connections between continents as a tool to defy essentialist views of cultural and artistic activities. The soil that allowed these seeds to grow was provided by the political activities that, in the years after the Second World War, were spurred in Britain by colonial independence. Self-help and support organizations, often set up in conjunction with white liberals and radical activists, provided a space for social activities and various forms of entertainment. By 1945, the year in which Asians, Africans, and West Indians living in Britain united in a subject people's conference, and in the later Fifth Pan-African Congress in Manchester, nearly all associations in Britain were leaning towards a common front for the colonial independence of their countries of origin in tandem with international black struggles. The many Indian leagues and workers' associations, which after Indian independence started to concentrate their efforts for the improvement of their living conditions in Britain, were pivotal in bonding their people's struggles to those of other African and Caribbean groups. Within such organizations, different forms of entertainment also started to thrive. In the case of the India League, it was the newly emerging Indian film industry. Conceived initially as the spearhead of the Indian independence lobby, after 1947 it focused its activity on easing the relationship between Indian and British people by the distribution of films imported from the subcontinent. As the Asian population grew, so did the amount of imports and the number of cinema halls built in the country, an interest, which after the onslaught of video technology in the 1980s, transferred itself into mainstream cinemas to meet the demand for Indian commercial films. Interestingly, by the mid-1940s, white leftist theater companies had started to show an increasing interest to include African, Caribbean, and Asian plays in their repertoire. In 1943, Unity Theatre, a radical, left-wing company founded in 1936 with a distinctive communist and anti-imperialist agenda, produced the documentary drama India Speaks, by Mulk Raj Anand. The cast was composed entirely of British Asian people living in Britain. This was a particularly remarkable case considering the casting policies operating within many theatre houses of the times. Some years later, Zia Mohyeddin, a Pakistani actor who became famous for his interpretation of Dr. Aziz in E.M. Forster's For Passage to India, remarked, "It was somehow assumed that black and Asian actors weren't good enough. This is why some people who were not Asian, not even remotely Asian, constantly played Asian parts. And because they had specialized in playing these parts, the directors felt more comfortable using them. I don't know whether the directors felt comfortable because they knew these people, or because they couldn't cope with the real thing." Asterisk. While the mainstream sector continued for many years to offer a limited range of roles to Asian actors, in the early 1960s an increasing number of community theater groups started to perform in original languages, such as Hindi, Urdu, Bengali and Gujarati, establishing what was later called the language theatre movement. Among them were the Maharashtrian Theatre Group and the Asian Artists Association in London, the East West Community Theatre Group in Birmingham, and a number of other small groups especially active in the East Midlands. Away from the glamorous spotlights of the London West End, these groups performed plays directly imported from the subcontinent in community halls, front rooms, and other alternative spaces, which were also used for dance performances and other social/religious gatherings. The genres performed were mostly drawing room comedies, melodramas, and thrillers, with dialogues often interwoven with songs, dances, and plots that tended to reinforce values and customs imported from India. As reflected in Naseem Khan's seminal report on ethnic arts in Britain, Khan, 1976, it seems that public funding assessors at the time tended to perceive these productions as less worthy of institutional support than the work produced by groups performing in English and focusing on the social realities of Asian people in Britain. This attitude clearly disregarded the fact that these plays offered an important trade union with the subcontinent both on a cultural and linguistic level. By resisting the homogenizing trends imparted by mainstream institutions and funding bodies, they offered a unique opportunity to express linguistic, religious, and cultural differences otherwise disregarded at work, in education and other sectors of society. Besides, the opportunity for young people to establish a creative contact with a linguistic universe only spoken at home was going to be crucial for later artistic currents, as shown in the development of poetry and lyrics. As in the case of Ras and Gabra folk dances, especially popular within the Gujarati community and later popularized through open-air festivals and mela, poetry has also entered the wider domain of cultural production when funded as a live art event rather than an obscure community activity. A good case in point is offered by the Mushaira, Urdu poetry readings very popular within Pakistani communities, which, with their increasing use of music and the performative attitude of the readers, have started to be enjoyed by wider and varied audiences all over the country. A trend that directly addressed contemporary socio-political issues in Britain started to take roots in London and other major cities in the early 1970s. Pivotal to its development was the contribution of theatre professionals and aspirant artists coming from the former East African colonies whose take on questions of racism, exile, and diaspora within the British urban context reflected previous experiences of cultural and geographical displacement. As these young artists started to perform in fringe venues, community spaces, temples, and private houses, the intent to bring a new dimension to the creative exploration of Asian multiple identities became immediately evident. A good case in point is offered by the Terra Arts Group, founded in 1976 in response to the racist murder of an Asian teenager in Southall. Registered a radical, political stance became its hallmark for some years, with plays focusing on colonial paradigms, the tensions between communities and the changing roles assumed by Asian women within the new cultural environment. Historical connections between the subcontinent and Europe were also elaborated through a distinctive theatrical vocabulary. In particular, the process of cultural negotiation, which Asian communities would experience in their everyday life, was effectively enacted on stage by the actors who could draw from their double, or sometimes multiple sensitivity and creatively engage with several cultural traditions. This unique position enabled the group to devise a specific formula of theater for all, aiming at communicating with Asian, African, Caribbean, and the indigenous white communities. Questions of identity, cultural hybridization, and race relations were at the heart of plays like Sacrifice, by Rabindranath Tagore, staged in 1977 at the Battersea Arts Centre, Relationships, a poetry recital, produced in 1977, and Fuse, the first original production presented in 1978 at the London Drama and Tape Centre in Holborn. By the mid-1980s, Terra's political perspective had started to be filtered through a theatrical language increasingly concerned with stylistic experimentation. Between 1983 and 1989, the company focused on a distinctive aesthetic research based on the study of Indian and other non-European theatre techniques, alongside Sanskrit drama and mostly anti-realist trends in theatre and cinema, for which Bombay movies provided an important source of inspiration. Much of this work entailed the rewriting of Western theatrical classics to evolve a sophisticated counter-practice to racist assumptions, while imparting new viewpoints on received stories and histories. The phase reached its maturity with the production of The Government Inspector in 1989 under the direction of the visiting theatre director from New Delhi, Anuradha Kapoor. Unsuspected similarities and cross-fertilization between Eastern and Western theatre traditions emerged, leading the company to a provocative fusion of different styles, as they resonated throughout the streets of Birmingham, Leicester, London, and Britain's other multicultural metropolises during the 1980s. A number of other theatre companies also progressed, their ways uncovering cultural, historical, economic, and artistic connections between Europe and its former colonies which history had so often overlooked. These included the Hounslow Arts Cooperative, the Asian Cooperative, Madhav Sharma's Actors Unlimited, and the British Asian Theatre Company. The groups variously pushed forward the boundaries of social theatre by exploring the linguistic and cultural universes of the South Asian diaspora both for their communities and their mostly white, young audiences. Kaur, 2000. Some of them told their stories in a variety of languages where myths intermingled with scenes of real life, bringing to the stage a new generation of young people born or brought up in Britain and therefore claiming their fair share of the cool Britannia. Registered in this respect, drama became an exceptional medium to convey the changing modalities of British Asian identities well before the film industry would take an interest in this area of British urban life. The work of playwrights such as Farooq Handi and later Mirasil, Rukhsana Ahmed, Parv Bansal and Tanika Gupta seemed to contribute to challenging Eurocentric views on British Asian life by freeing their characters from the stereotypical roles of shopkeepers, restaurant, or post office employees. Finally, with companies like Tamasha, Kalya, Shandika Theatre, Moti Roti, and venues like the Waterman's Arts Centre in London, the Haymarket Studio in Leicester, the Drum, and the Birmingham Rep in Birmingham. A nurturing space has been provided for newer generations of playwrights, directors, and actors to engage in the exciting dialogue between times, cultures and theatre traditions that South Asian theatre artists had been pioneering in Britain for the last 2 centuries. Comedy. One more important area to consider in our exploration of the performance arts is comedy. As is its promiscuous wont, comedy is a component of virtually all dramas, dances, and other types of performances, whether it be spoken or through mime. Many of the films produced by the Asian diaspora also rely strongly on comedy interspersed amongst the high drama and novel scenarios, for example Baiji on the Beach, Dir Gurinder Chada, 1994, East is East, Dir Damien O'Donnell, 1999, Bend It Like Beckham, Dir Gurinder Chada, 2002, and Anita and Me, Dir Meetin Hussein, 2002. As with the professionalization of dance and theatre, comic stand-ups began to take on a prominent role as a force to be reckoned with on their own grounds around the 1990s. Cornerstones of contemporary Asian diasporic comedy include a dialogue with colonial narratives premised upon essentialisms and stereotypes, where age-old assumptions are turned on their head. As the art critic, Mainak Govinda, summarized for the 1980s, these include, d. Asian wooden tops in EastEnders, Exotica in the Far Pavilions, Asians as barbarians and savages in Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom, Asians as silly Pakis in Mind Your Language etc. Bazaar, Spring 1988. Once British Asians began to fine-tune their comedic acts, the exotic, the barbaric, the effeminate and the holy or sacred were ripped apart with abandon. It is not incidental that the title of one of the more successful comedy television programs, Goodness Gracious Me, invoked reappropriating British comedian/actor Peter Sellers' trademark quip on the Indian accent. Subject matter also strongly revolves around astute commentaries on the parent generation, as well as observations on the contemporary British socio-political milieu. The uses and effects of this type of comedy are multiple. First, as we have already mentioned, comedy's uses as a socio-political weapon inverts age-old truisms and clichés based on South Asian culture, ethnicity, and associated concepts. Second, it serves as an indirect means of deflecting potentially aggressive or uncomfortable situations in the diaspora context, which then can be translated for the staged performance. Third, it provides a lateral narrative of diasporic consciousness, rewriting the assumed and taken for granted by jettisoning it into the orbit of the ludicrous. A set piece by the stand-up, Saudi Punjabi, invokes these themes with characteristic panache. You know the British, they look after their minorities. For example, the British have a service that takes the minorities off the streets and puts a roof over their heads. This service is called the police force. Bloody brilliant service. But the only problem of living in England is that it costs too much to telephone India. So I tell you what to do, you get drunk, you get arrested, and when the police give you your one telephone call, you call your family back in Bombay. The old bill, pay your phone bill. Bloody brilliant service. Saudi Punjabi, 2000, from the performance This Is Your Life Mr. Punjabi. Clearly comedy has the potential of transgressing normative categories of thought. It highlights the phenomenon of a surplus of meaning and the crucial catalyst of excess, which disrupts totalizing analytical schemas with moments of madness and ludism, a trait symptomatic of the comic enterprise. Using techniques of inversion, subversion, irony, exaggeration, and exposure of taboo subjects amongst others, comedy encapsulates the dynamic nuances, contradictions, and contestations of British Asian life, which defy straightforward sociological or anthropological parameters of analysis. One Nation Under a Groove, in it was a regular event at the Middlesex-based Waterman's Arts Centre and became a banner for several British Asian performers in this trade. The unit became a production house for comedy dramas, such as Arrange That Marriage, Don't Look at My Sister, in it, and Papa Was a Bus Conductor, which all explored the history and cultural mores of British Asian life in 1990s Britain in a parodic fashion. Several of the comedians also had parallel careers as straight actors, Nina Wadia and Sanjeev Bhaskar to name but two. Even musicians such as Nitin Soune had a part to play in the comedy group Secret Asians along with Sanjeev Bhaskar. With an alliance between Bhaskar and actress Meera Syal, already known for her Asian input into the multiracial television comedy show The Real McCoy, the seeds of the award-winning Goodness Gracious Me, produced by Anil Gupta, phenomenon were firmly planted. The show was first transmitted on Radio 4 catering to a largely white middle-class audience before it was broadcast on television in 1998, viewed by a broader constituency of people in Britain, and then overseas via BBC World. Rather than being seen as subjects to be treated with caution, British Asians have been compared to the Jewish diaspora in America for their irreverent sense of humor. In 1996, when the BBC producer Anil Gupta first broached the subject of an Asian sitcom, the reaction was, "What? Asians have a sense of humor." A few years later, British Asian points of reference have entered firmly into the national narratives of viewing audiences. As with dance, theatre, and poetry, British Asian comedy also grew directly from the drawing room or parlour. A good example of this process started with the social club for young adults called the Young Putoharis, where young British Asians got together to have a laugh and eventually led to the formation of the comedy group The Punjabis in 1996 under the inspiration of Saadi Kalan. Other comedians had more mundane backgrounds, people realizing that they had a flair for comedy and leaving their trade altogether to do the club circuit, a case in hand being the ex-structural engineer Jeff Mirza. Many of the comedy acts touch upon subjects familiar to Asian diasporas but also, bar the occasional Indian phrases, accessible to mainstream audiences. Some have chosen to amplify controversial subjects. Shazia Mirza is a Muslim comedian who, clad top to toe in burqa, lampoons orthodoxy in a deadpan style. Television has injected oxygen into live performances, and one-off shows such as Asian Megamela Malaya, The Cream of Comedy, 2003, have showcased a wide variety of multiracial performers. Along with other performances/media offerings, British Asian comedy has contributed a lot towards bringing together several arms of the South Asian diaspora. Some of it has looped back to the subcontinent where comedy programs and films have met with enthusiastic reception. Dance, theatre, and comedy have been the key focus of our inquiry here. Having said this, we have seen how easily these art forms would link with other expressive arenas articulating the many facets of British Asian identities long before mainstream media began to take an interest in their self-crafted stories. Moreover, while their critiques and subversions of dominant stereotypes of diasporic Asians have come more to the fore towards the latter part of the 20th century, it is to earlier precedents underscore that one must turn to find the seeds of their counteracting strategies. Throughout we have noted how it is not only the performative arts that have defied reification as distinct activities but also the identities associated with them. We have tried to still the constant waters of change to highlight some exemplary moments in the history of South Asian performing arts in Britain. The description of South Asian performance itself needs to be put under erasure. Are the arts described in this chapter South Asian or even British Asian by virtue of their motifs and/or their practitioners? Indeed, should these performances be indexed or evaluated in terms of any ethnic associations at all, or should they be judged according to the level of excellence reached by the artists in their chosen art form? Degree. Of course, such an idea of artistic excellence panders to a dominant and rather romantic and often self-serving view of an artist as a heroically gifted individual standing outside society. By the 1980s, diasporic artists increasingly had begun to voice their disagreement of being hemmed in by the expectations and assumptions laid down by racial/ethnic associations. They appealed for the liberty to express their artistic visions however they wished, as cultures of origins can be shackles just as well as they can be resources. Indeed, it seems that while cultural associations offered themselves as creative pools to draw from, problems arose when they became categories to fall into according to funding criteria set up in a context severely tipped towards mainstream white culture. However, the difficulty for British Asian, as well as other ethnically marked performers goes beyond mere questions of the funding policy of various governmental agencies. Rather, it goes to the way the liberal discourse of performance interacts with the racialist context in which British Asians find themselves. Thus British Asian performers often find themselves fated as a representative voice of the British Asian condition, while the British Asian condition continues to be treated as being particular and parochial. As Toni Morrison is supposed to have ruefully commented, her novel Beloved is a novel about enslaved African Americans, while James Joyce's Ulysses is not a novel about a summer day in Dublin, it's a story about every man. For the most part British Asian performing arts continue to be located within an ethnographic and exoticist context. Vasco da Gama. Abdulkarim Vakil. The history of this expansion of England, Sir John Seeley stated in his popular and enduringly influential lectures on the expansion of England, must necessarily begin with the two ever memorable journeys of Columbus and Vasco da Gama. Seeley, 1883, 123. The reason being, as Edgar Prestige, the Cam 6 Professor of Portuguese at the University of London's King's College, spelled out on the occasion of the 4th centenary in 1925 of the death of da Gama, that our Indian Empire grew out of Bombay ceded by the Portuguese as part of the dowry of Catherine of Braganza when she married Charles II, but it derives indirectly from the voyage of Vasco da Gama, and the Union Jack now waves over many lands which his countrymen were the first Europeans to find and govern, especially India and Ceylon. It is therefore fitting that Britishers should honor the man who opened the way of empire for them. Prestige, 1925, 2-3. Da Gama, as H. Reed had somewhat more succinctly put it at the special session of the Royal Asiatic Society of Great Britain and Ireland held to commemorate the 4th centenary of his landing at Calicut, was the man who gave India to Europe and to England. Reed, 1898, 589-90. Little is known about Vasco da Gama, nor, in truth, does it much matter here. Even Seeley, whose book and whose vision of history and empire shaped generations of British statesmen no less than pupils, has no more interest in da Gama or even in his voyage than the bearing of its pregnant possibilities under and for the English. For the point about da Gama, even for this imperial historiography, is rather the event it names, for all intents and purposes exchangeable with the date 1498, or the discovery of the sea route to India. For Hume, Adam Smith, and William Robertson, from a 17th century Enlightenment perspective, da Gama's voyage, together with Columbus, made up the greatest and most important events recorded in the history of mankind. Smith, 1776 1976, 141. Alexander von Humboldt writing in the 19th century dates the global impact of the West and the crucial period during which the balance of power tipped in its favor to the 6 years between Columbus and da Gama's voyages. Humboldt, 1837, 20-1. For Serge Latouche, towards the close of the 20th century, echoing Paul Valéry's reflections from the abyss of the 1930s, the time of the finite world began with Vasco da Gama and Magellan. Lan, Latouche, 1996, 8. To paraphrase an aside of Samir Amin's on the occasion of the 1998 quincentenary of da Gama's voyage, 1492 or 1498, Portuguese and Spaniards are welcome to argue it out, we can split the difference. The point is the consequent formation of a polarist mercantile capitalism. Amin, 1998, 43. Each of these, and many others besides, encode different readings of da Gama's voyage. See Vakil, 1998a, 1998b, but what they share is its privileging in the historiographical narrative constitutive of the discourse of the West and the rest. In the same year of 1925 that Englishmen were invited to honor da Gama's memory for opening Britain's route to India and Empire, and British immigration officers were busy abusing the newly passed special restriction, colored alien seamen, order to keep Indians from making the reverse journey into England. Visram, 2002, 205-16, km. Panikkar visited the beach of Balam from which Vasco da Gama set out on his fateful voyage. There, as he later recalled, as he marveled at the momentous changes unleashed on the world by that trivial event, Panikkar, 1977, 242, the idea came to him for the study that would eventually result in his Asia and Western dominance. The book and its presiding architecture, however, owed less to that day in Balam than to his involvement in the protracted process towards Indian independence, or, symbolically more pertinent still, his witnessing the departure of the European warships from Asia following the evacuation of their bases on mainland China and the declaration of the People's Republic in 1949. For it is this closure of the cycle, rather than its 1498 origins, that more significantly structures his survey of the Vasco da Gama epoch of Asian history, 1498 to 1945, as its subtitle describes it. And for all that the opening line of Panikkar's first chapter does describe Vasco da Gama's arrival at the port of Calicut on the southwest coast of India on May 27, 1498 as marking a turning point in the history of India and Europe, Panikkar, 1953, 23, and despite his insistence on the unity of the Vasco da Gama epoch, it is only from the 19th century, in the wake of the Industrial and French revolutions, that he sees Europe as indeed coming to challenge the basis of Asian societies. Contemporary historiography reinforces this view. The world economy of the 15th century, when da Gama arrives in the Indian Ocean, was a polycentric regional system dominated by Asia, which Europe entered on Asian terms. As the, likely apocryphal, story has it, when asked upon his return what commodities were to be found there and what they wanted from us, and told by da Gama that pepper, cinnamon, ginger, amber, and musk was what was to be had, and gold, silver, velvet and scarlet cloth was what was to be paid for it, the Count of Vimyaso quipped, "It seems to me then that it is they rather who had discovered us." Cited in Fonseca, 1998, 122. The economic and political hegemony of the West can only be dated from the Industrial Revolution. The story the West tells itself, though, from the chronicles of the voyages of discovery and the enterprises of conquest, through the formation of the discourses of history, geography, and the social sciences, is the narrative of the rise and triumph of the West predicated on the exceptionality of Europe. It is the discursive triumph in instituting a representation of the relation between Asia and the West dominated by the West that British Asian genealogy disrupts. British Asians unstitch the national narrative of Britishness. British Asian history gets back to basics, it brings the empire back in. British Asian, too, is a genealogical construct, but one which undoes the immigrant genealogy of descent with its focus on the second and third generations, and on a contemporary South Asian presence traced to its point of origin at the moment and place of arrival on British soil. Like Enoch Powell's Citizens of the Commonwealth who, in his infamous pronouncement of 1972, have no more connection or affinity with the United Kingdom than with China or Peru, cited by Marshall in Gardner, 1990, 82, Asians come into British social history much as their fathers and grandfathers came into Britain in the 1950s, as immigrants, aliens, in perception, if not, yet then, in law. The immigrant genealogical perspective reproduces and enshrines the amnesiac amazement of the white British faced with the arrival of these poor, benighted people who, in Stuart Hall's bitingly witty depiction of 1978, for reasons which the British sometimes find it hard to bring to mind, picked themselves up out of their villages, and, quite uninvited made this long, strange, and apparently unpredictable journey to the doors of British industry which, as you know, out of the goodness of their hearts gave them jobs. Hall, 1978, 24. The critique of this immigrant genealogy begins, as Bhikaparek did in his follow-up talk in the same 1978 BBC TV series on multiracial Britain, by firmly placing any discussion of the relations between the Asian immigrants and native Britons squarely against the background of their colonial encounter and the unequal economic and political power relationship generated by it. Parek, 1978, 37. Though confronting the collective colonial amnesia head-on, Parekh's remains, as it then perhaps could not but remain, an immigrant critique of the immigrant genealogy. Extending the relation back in time and onto the empire, it leaves Britain to the native Britons repatriating the Asian through his immigrant genealogy back and beyond the geography of the nation-state into the realm of a, still white, British history made elsewhere. A British-Asian approach shares with this critique of immigrant genealogy its preoccupation with the constitutive role of the colonial in the analysis of the post-colonial. But it takes Parekh's riposte to the resentful racist, that he cannot accept the benefits accruing from Britain's occupation of other lands, and deny their inhabitants a right to benefit from Britain, Parekh, 1978, 51, and reinscribes it with Fanon's reminder that the entire Third World went into the making of Europe, cited in said, 2000, 480. The British Asian critique is post-colonial in its conception of the colonial and its constitutiveness. It is concerned not merely to reinscribe colonialism and its legacies in the post-colonial, but to critique the very distinctness of the categories of home and empire, metropolitan center and colonial periphery which projected the imperial into the confines of the empire, and structured the imperial narrative through the discourse of discovery and expansion. Planet Bollywood. Rachel Dwyer. In 2002 the hotly contested term Bollywood became a buzzword in Britain as London's Bollywood Summer saw a whole range of events connected with Indian popular cinema, from museum exhibitions to film festivals, department store-themed promotions and exposure in several publications. Given these events were not engineered to coincide, their occasion rather shows how an awareness of the cinema, hitherto known only as vague exotica, had penetrated public awareness in the early 2000s. This cinema is known in Britain as Bollywood, a term which, despite its being contested in India, especially in the film industry, has entered the Oxford English Dictionary, 2001, and is now here to stay. This chapter focuses on the dominant form of Indian cinema, the Hindi cinema produced in Bombay. Hindi cinema is unique in the world as a national, popular, independent cinema, free from much state control, which has enormous domestic audiences, its popularity threatened only occasionally by Hollywood's global reach. Hindi cinema has been part of the life of British Asians for several decades, and it is no coincidence that the events of 2002 took place at a time of increased visibility of British Asians in all walks of life. This chapter looks at Hindi cinema in Britain, tracing the complex dynamic between the Indian producers and British Asians in the wider context of British culture. Historical background. From its beginnings, Indian cinema was international. Developing from 19th-century Indian public culture, itself a product of the imperial encounter, cinema's hybrid nature combined Western technologies and modes such as melodrama with indigenous visual and performative traditions. In the early period of silent cinema, American cinema was the most widely screened cinema in India, thanks to good distribution and its relatively low cost due to the economy of scale. Furthermore, from the early days many foreigners have worked in the Indian cinema industry, often as technicians although also as directors. Notable figures include the American Ellis Duncan who, despite not knowing the language, worked in Tamil cinema for 17 years, introducing the actor MGR, several Germans, who worked in Bombay talkies, including Joseph Weerschung, who was later the cameraman for Pakisha/The Pure One, 1971, and Franz Ossen who had earlier directed several silent films including Light of Asia/Prem Sanyas, 1925 who directed several of their most famous films including Akut Kanya/The Untouchable Girl, 1936, and the Australian Fearless Nadia, who was India's first stunt queen. However, the first entirely Indian film was made as early as 1913, immediately establishing some of the distinctive characteristics that are a part of Indian cinema. Indian cinema soon devolved into many cinemas, separated by language and style as well as production, distribution, and audience. During the silent era, language was not a divisive issue. Although the films had title cards, usually in 2 or 3 languages, they were of little significance since, given low levels of literacy, the films also had presenters to explain the action, or rather to embellish it, given that the narratives were often already familiar to the audience, in local languages to musical accompaniments. Lip reading reveals that sometimes the actors were even speaking English. However, with the coming of sound in the 1930s, language became an important issue as the producers aimed to reach as large an audience as possible rather than confining the films to local language areas. The obvious choice was Hindustani, lingua franca, which comprised many dialects understood over much of North India. It can be loosely identified as the colloquial form both of Hindi, which became the national language of India after independence, and of Urdu, later the national language of Pakistan. However, during this period many films were made in two versions, one in the local language of the studio and one in Hindi. India's major film centres in the 1930s were Bombay, Mumbai, Calcutta, Kolkata, Pune, and Lahore, with Bombay, despite lying outside the Hindi belt, becoming the centre of the Hindi film industry. After independence and partition in 1947, other popular national cinemas evolved, notably in Pakistan, based in Lahore, Lollywood, and important local cinemas, notably in South India. Hindi cinema remains dominant in South Asia, finding major audiences across the region, even where there have been attempts to prevent screenings, such as in Pakistan where pirate copies of Hindi films are widely available. In addition to the various popular cinemas made in a variety of languages, other cinemas emerged in India in the 1950s, see Nandi, 1995, 1998, Rajadhyaksha, 1996 A and B, Prasad, 1998, Dwyer, 2000 Chapter 3, Dwyer and Patel, 2002, Chapter 2. The first of these was an art cinema, typified by the films of Satyajit Ray, one of the world's most acclaimed directors. Art cinema has limited distribution in India but is seen worldwide, including in Britain, though largely within the Arthus and festival circuit. South Asian art films are mostly in Bengali, with Calcutta remaining the centre for much art cinema, although strong traditions exist in other regions, notably Kerala. Cinemas other than the popular are also produced in Hindi, including the 1970s avant-garde cinema of Mani Kaul and Kumar Shahani and the middle cinema, new cinema, parallel cinema, typified by that of Shyam Benegal. Since the 1990s a new younger generation of filmmakers, such as Kayajut Gustad and Deb Benegal, has been experimenting with films in Hindi and in English, often called Hinglish, intended also for an international audience. These cinemas have production and distribution circuits different from the popular Hindi cinema and are seen in the West but only by selective audiences. Bollywood and the South Asian diaspora. Hindi cinema is also a global cinema, though different in scale from that of Hollywood, see Dwyer, 2000b. It is hugely popular outside Western Europe and North America, often more so than local and Hollywood cinemas. Some films have proved to be massive international hits, such as Awara/The Vagabond, 1951, which was remade in several languages worldwide. One of the reasons for the appeal of Hindi cinema in many countries is its cheaper ticket prices, the result of being cheaper to screen than Hollywood cinema. But it is also celebrated as a non-Western form, upholding other traditions and values, suitable for family viewing and concerned with issues such as westernization, nationalism, and so on. Although Hindi cinema was screened occasionally in Europe and North America in the 1930s to the 1950s, it never found large audiences or international recognition, even after the vastly popular Mother India, 1957, received an Oscar nomination. Only one mainstream Hindi film has been shown at the London Film Festival, V. Shantaram's Duankan Baraath/Two Eyes, 12 Hands, in 1957. Thus Hindi films came to be screened in the West only for the diasporic Asian markets and, despite their popularity with people of South Asian origin, have yet to reach the mainstream audiences in Europe and America. It was several years after the first substantial groups of South Asians settled in Britain in the 1950s that Indian films began to be shown in Britain for Asian audiences. Sardar, 1998, gives a vivid account of his childhood recollections of watching Indian cinema in Britain. This was mostly on Sunday mornings and other off-peak times at cinemas that screened mainly English-language films. Occasionally stars coming over from India appeared in specially organized events, but although these attracted large British Asian audiences, they were few and far between. Hindi films, then, provided one of the few arenas for entertainment which was not in English, in which the first generation of early migrants had varying levels of competence. However, the 1960s saw the presence of British Asians increase with major migrations, this time from East Africa. These twice migrants arrived having already acquired the skills necessary to develop infrastructures for maintaining their culture in alien environments, religious organizations, education, community organizations, media, theater and, of course, cinema, which they had screened in East Africa, and which had also found an African audience. At this time the British media made no provision for ethnicist minorities. Although the Indian media were set up along the lines of its British counterparts, notably radio and the print media, and the BBC World Service Radio had been broadcasting in South Asian languages for several decades, these were not intended for British audiences and no provision for such programming was made. With the increasing South Asian presence in Britain, the BBC began making a few Asian programs for radio and television in its, tellingly named, Immigrants Unit, founded in 1965. This later became the Asian Unit, hosting entertainment and debates in Hindi-Urdu as well as focusing on English language learning. In the late 1980s the programming switched to English with the establishment in 1987 of Network East, now renamed the Asian Network. Importing some Asian dramas and screening the occasional Hindi film, with subtitles, quiz shows, news reviews and so on brought it closer to the mainstream BBC. Meanwhile the first new television channel for almost 2 decades, Channel 4, went on air in the 1980s with a brief to give more coverage to minority programming, which included seasons of Indian films, although usually shown after midnight. Film 4 later began producing films made by Indian directors and British Asians until its demise in 2002. See Dudra, this volume. The lack of programs in South Asian languages in mainstream media was compensated for by the rise of independent media, notably Asian radio. The most popular of these was Sunrise Radio, which began in 1989. It was 24-hour, available locally in several areas of Britain with large Asian populations, then across Britain and Europe by satellite. Sunrise offered a unique combination of community programs, such as phone-ins and family introductions, aiming at marriage, alongside a mix of news, music, and other features. The video revolution. The advent of the VCR in the 1980s had a massive impact on the South Asian community's consumption of media. Video shops mushroomed in the high streets, and films and religious programs as well as other items such as video news magazines became available. This was the first time that British Asian audiences had access to such a wide choice of both the ever-popular Hindi movies and films in their mother tongues, mostly Gujarati and Punjabi, which quickly found audiences. Coupled with a general fall in cinema audiences in Britain during this time, Indian films were no longer shown in cinema halls. Another drastic change in media for British Asians took place in the 1990s with the arrival of cable and satellite Asian programs, simultaneous with their arrival in South Asia. Various channels have come and gone in Britain, with the main channels at present being Zee TV, launching as TV Asia in 1992, changing its name in 1995, Sony TV, Star TV and B4U. Much of their programming is composite, consisting of programs made for several South Asian countries by private and government channels, mostly in Hindi-Urdu with some English and other languages, alongside programs made locally for the British Asian market. Although soap operas are gaining more airtime alongside news, lifestyle, and other programs, as with television in South Asia, film, and film-related shows form a significant part of the programming. While most film material concerns the Hindi cinema, Pakistani serials, which were heroine-oriented and quite naturalistic, were widely regarded as more interesting than their Indian counterparts, although the slicker, more glamorous Indian serials of the last few years, notably Kyunki Saas Kabhi Bahuti, have become hugely popular with British Asians as well as in India and Pakistan. Surprisingly, this new television, rather than reducing cinema audiences, began to act as a major marketing tool for films, just as it did in India. The practice of video holdback was begun in India in 1994 by Suraj Barjatya for the release of his film Hum Aapka Hain Koon, What Am I to You, which broke all box office records. It is hard to say how much the return to cinema of the British Asian audience was due to this video holdback and how much part of the general trend in the West at the time, partly due to new technologies. Old cinemas reopened with new names, screening only Indian films, although the video shop, also selling the new cheap audio cassettes and film magazines, continued to prosper until the advent of the DVD, usually pirated, at the end of the decade. Perhaps the most surprising aspect of this return to cinema though was the change in audience composition. Often supposed to be comprised of bored housewives and the elderly, who watched Hindi films to while away the time and because their English was not good enough for them to enjoy British television, audiences now included a new group of Hindi film goers emerging from the British South Asian diaspora. The Brasian market. British Asians are mainly Punjabi or Gujarati speaking, with a significant number of Sylheti speakers from Bangladesh. See Peach, this volume. There are very few mother tongue Hindi speakers in this diaspora, although many people of Pakistani origin learn Urdu. The audience, however, is drawn from all sections of the British Asian community, and many young British Asians are encouraged by their families to watch Hindi films in order to learn the language, which they might otherwise not do. British Asians who have mainly been socialized in Britain, through schooling, through work, and living in large metropolitan areas, have grown up with Hollywood and British cinema and British television and other British media. For many of them the mainstream public sphere is mostly white with, hence, only a limited British Asian presence. The British Asian public presence is marked out mostly in religious places, shopping streets, and cinema halls. Their private sphere consists of a dynamic mixture of South Asian and British elements, creating a wide spectrum of interaction with different cultural possibilities. It is possible that a specifically British Asian civil society, which is neither the mainstream public sphere nor a private one, may be emerging around the sites of the new British Asian public culture of fashion, music, clubs, and so on. The signs of this are not clear nor is the future certain, but this certainly seems a likely development. The overseas market has long been of vital importance to the commercial Hindi film industry, which recognizes it as a territory for the purposes of film distribution and exhibition with equal, or even superior, status to any of the distributional territories of India. The recent expansion in the overseas market has led to its subdivision into new territories, namely Britain, the largest market, North America, and the Gulf, with the rest of the world labeled the general overseas territory. In some cases, success overseas can make the difference between a film's financial viability and disaster. For some top-ranking Bombay producers, the British territory alone is reckoned to yield as much as, if not more than, a top Indian territory. For example, Yash Raj films reckon to earn more from Britain than from the Bombay territory, while the North American market is somewhat smaller. Even though the audience is smaller in these areas, the ticket prices are higher, sometimes 10 times the top Indian ticket price. The producers are also keen on hard currency, making it easier for them to take their units overseas in future productions. The Bombay underworld has been quick to notice this, and it is said they usually demand the money from the overseas territory as protection money. Some films seem to cater particularly for the diaspora by showing that members of the diaspora understand Indian values and that however foreign they are by birth, language, and so on, their hearts are still Indian. These films place wealthy Indians, whether diasporic or Indian residents, on an equal footing. Even when a film is set in Europe or the United States, interactions with white people are limited, and racism is rarely encountered, perhaps providing a fantasy of how the West should be for young British Asians. These films may appeal to Indian audiences for different reasons, perhaps because of their display of consumerist possibilities, travel to foreign locations, expensive fashions and glamorous houses. Indeed, the diasporic audience does not favor Indian action movies, or gritty urban dramas, preferring the big-budget romances, typified by the cinema of Yash Chopra, which has inspired younger filmmakers such as Aditya Chopra and Karan Johar, Dwyer, 2002. Nevertheless, although many filmmakers are thought to tailor their films towards the diasporic audience, there is little evidence to support this. The presence of a British Asian may be thought to interest the British audience, but while the Indian audience's reaction to this character may be different, it is not necessarily more or less successful as a marketing ploy. The British Asian in the Hindi film speaks English with an Indian accent, lives in a house that looks like an upmarket Indian metropolitan house, or just a film set, and lives a lifestyle that would not be recognizably British Asian to an audience in Britain, but maybe to audiences elsewhere. The Indian filmmakers visit London regularly where they watch Hollywood and other cinemas, but they do not carry out market research on this audience or indeed on their Indian audience. However, they do find the tourist boards very helpful in finding locations and arranging permissions, and some producers claim it is cheaper for them to shoot overseas as they have the stars' undivided attention while out of India. With the increased importance of the diasporic market, the Bombay producers' big ambition is now to reach beyond the Asian market, which is large enough to get films into the top 10 but not to earn serious amounts of money. The largest grossing Hindi film to date, Kab Hai Kushi Kab Hai Gum / Sometimes Happiness, Sometimes Sorrow, Dir Karan Johar, 2001, made £2.5 million, while Gurinder Chadha's Bend It Like Beckham took £7 million in the first weekend. This is still small compared to a Hollywood blockbuster. In response to this potential, the producers are becoming distributors and making efforts to get films shown in mainstream cinemas, screening subtitled prints. However, at present Asian audiences for Hindi cinema are said to be falling as the DVD, often pirated, is a cheaper and more attractive option with the flexibility of the video but greater quality, boosted by the rising popularity of home cinema systems. So although Indian films are often very popular in the rest of the non-Euro-American world, Nigeria, the Gulf states, Turkey, and so on, they are still not attracting non-Asian audiences in Britain. The glamorous stars, fashion, and music have great appeal, but the stories and acting are often regarded as unintentionally comic, an attitude often promoted by British Asians, for whom the problems are tempered with nostalgia and for whom the films provide sufficient attractions to override these misgivings. Even today, although Bollywood is a familiar word in Britain, when Hindi films are shown on British terrestrial television they have a unique status in that they are always shown in the early hours of the morning and listings do not review them as they do all other films, whatever their language. Even an Oscar nomination for Lagan / Once Upon a Time in India, 2001, did not help to open up the mainstream markets. There is no little irony in that within India in recent years Hollywood has become increasingly popular while Hindi films have mostly done badly at the box office. As budgets and production values increase, the cost of failure becomes more serious. Yet when Hindi films are hits in India they return ever-increasing amounts of money from the box office. Furthermore, Bollywood has become a recognized brand of filmmaking. This is undoubtedly because of the cultural significance it has to so many British Asians, who are now taking major roles in the British media, as they are in many other walks of life. Brasian films. One of the first British Asian films was My Beautiful Laundrette, Dir Stephen Frears, 1985, with a screenplay by Hanif Qureshi. It seemed to appear as a rebuttal to the Raj revival films, Heat and Dust, Merchant Ivory, 1983, A Passage to India, David Lean, 1985, and the television epic serial of Paul Scott's Raj Quartet, The Jewel in the Crown, 1984, discussed in Rushdie, 1991. Laundrette, featuring a gay relationship between a British Asian and a white skinhead, presented a new subjectivity and image of the British Asian, away from the exotica and romance of colonialism. Although Qureishi's subsequent film scripts were less successful in their depiction of British Asian gritty realism, his novel adapted for television, The Buddha of Suburbia, was an excellent British Asian view of London and suburbia in the 1970s, taking a serious and subversive look at post-colonial themes of the diaspora, exotica and interracial sexuality with a new stylish glamour. Among key figures in British cinema is the British Asian director Gurinder Chadha, whose Beji on the Beach, 1994, a day's visit to the seaside by a group of British Asian women, raised many serious social issues affecting the communities, offset by comic moments and a warm sympathy, while her international hit, Bend It Like Beckham, 2002, showed the life choices of a young Sikh girl in Southall, who wants to make a Lagobi when you can bend it like Beckham. The film did well in the United States, although no one knew of the British footballer, David Beckham, and in Indian metros, while the Hindi-dubbed version, Football Shutball, Hey Rabba, found its own audience. Chadha's latest film, Pride and Prejudice, 2004, is an adaptation of Pride and Prejudice with Bollywood's Aishwarya Rai as an Indian in a relationship with a white Englishman. Another great success was East is East, Dir Damien O'Donnell, 1999, scripted by Ayub Khan Din, the story of a family whose father tries to teach his reluctant children about Pakistani culture, resisted and supported by his English-Irish wife. Mirasil, best known for her television comedy, Goodness Gracious Me, and The Kumars at number 42, and 4. Scripting Lloyd Webber's Bombay Dreams, also scripted a film, Anita and Me, Dir Meetin Hussein, 2002, adapted from her novel about a British Asian growing up in a white community. In 2002 Asif Kapadia's The Warrior, made with Indian actors, and with its minimal dialogue in Hindi, was put forward by Britain as a British film for the Academy Awards, Oscars, but was disallowed on the grounds that it was made in Hindi, although films made in the older minority languages, Welsh, Gaelic, are allowed, thus raising serious questions about how British are British Asians. These filmmakers are mostly great fans of Bollywood films, notably Gurinder Chadha, who regularly views Hindi films, but their cinema draws on a more British style of filmmaking with occasional tributes to Hindi film, often in their soundtracks, which may use Hindi film songs alongside British Asian music. They are less Indian than films made by NRIs, non-resident Indians, such as Deepa Mehta and Myra Nair, whose films are akin to the Indian new or middle-brow cinema and use Indian film and theatre actors. Kapadia's film is unlike any of these, a more international art film, emphasizing the visual component with its striking images and shots and its defamiliarization of landscape, time, and place. While few in number, these films form a major part of British cinema in the 2000s, and British Asian actors, Archie Punjabi, Parminder Nagra, Sayyid Jaffrey, are becoming more visible, while Indian actors, O.M. Puri, Aishad Harkar, Anupam Kher, are becoming increasingly familiar to British audiences. Clearly, British Asians are very much located in a South Asian mediascape, the transnational media flow between South Asia and the diasporic communities, Apaturi, 1997. Indian film producers are increasingly aware of their importance as consumers of cinema towards whom they market their products. British Asians consume Indian films and other media as part of their new culture, for which markets are now being found among the non-Asian community. British Asian films have yet to find the wide audiences in South Asia that British Asian music has, but this is perhaps because the issues that these films depict are not regarded as part of the pleasure of film viewing to many of the Indian audiences. Nearly all British Asian films refer to racism, whether overt or insidious, the negotiation of new British Asian identities by young and old, of gender, sexuality, and so on, the way in which the hero/heroine persuades family and other community members to accept these new identities, and the criticism of forced marriages, domestic violence, and other private matters. None of these issues is discussed in Hindi cinema, although similar themes are found in the non-commercial cinemas. Nevertheless, these films are making significant inroads into the audiences in the large metropolitan cities, notably those who consume the new youth films made in India. 37. Writings. Yasmin Hussain. British Asian women's imaginative writings were initially published alongside other black women writers, in particular during the 1970s and most of the 1980s. The anthologization and taxonomy of black British cultural production is telling in this context. Publishing houses were reluctant to publish literature from minority women. Collections of stories and poems in anthologies were typical of the way in which black British discourse has been gathered in the post-war period. It was symptomatic of a publishing industry that is reluctant to commit itself financially to minority authors. Anthologies such as Charting the Journey. Writings by Black and Third World Women, 1988, edited by S. Gruel et al. And Watchers and Seekers, Creative Writing by Black Women in Britain, 1987, edited by R. Cobham and M. Collins, became appropriate outlets for the women to publish their work. These anthologies recognized the diverse diasporic conditions under which black British cultural production took place, whether African, Caribbean or British Asian, yet they all signal the hyphenated, the cross-cultural and the post-colonial. The issues of migration, race, and gender are fundamental to the minority experiences, as it is specific to diasporic communities. British Asian women's subjectivity as a migratory phenomenon exists in multiple locations, and by adopting such a stance the manner in which their presence traverses geographical and national boundaries becomes apparent. Therefore, British Asian women's writing should be read as a series of boundary crossings and not as a fixed ethnically bound category of writing, thus redefining identities away from the exclusion and marginality which exists within mainstream British literary production. Creative writing by British Asian women as a collective is intricately connected with the development of British black feminism. British Asian female authors articulated a perspective within their texts which mirrored their socially experienced grievances. Bringing together these disparate voices in a common forum was to some extent a polemical act. Many writers explored the workings of a black identity which was, at the same time, imposed and embracing. Lena Dingra's essay, Breaking Out of the Labels, provides a brief narration of what she terms the label-fitting fighting game. Dingra, 1987, 105, as she describes the labels of identity imposed on her and the subsequent racism she encounters: a girl from India, an Indian girl, a colored, a Paki, a black, a Wag, an Asian, and recently graduated to becoming a member of an ethnic minority. Dingra, 1987, 103. Dingra's experiences of being denigrated and the problems of asserting her own identity are echoed in many other British Asian women's texts, as in those of African Caribbean women. Dingra reminds the reader that access to Indian culture has been strengthened and given direction by the writer's understanding of themselves as part of a wider black community. Cobham, 1987. She describes the black identity embracing herself and others as a fellowship, seeing reflections in each other and sharing a whole new world of common experience and history, and calls this a shared reality. Dingra, 1987, 107. Within the body of writings by British Asian women, it is possible to focus and modulate the critical approach these women bring to their work by looking at several of the shared thematic concerns and characteristics of black literature. These are not only thematic for the literature but also central concerns within black writing. British Asian women's literature is strongly marked by the encounter of two or more contrasting cultures and their interaction within the diasporic communities. These literary texts explore the intersections of race, gender, class, ethnicity, and generation in different discourses, practices and political contexts which become defining features of experience. The women mirrored their social and personal grievances within their literary work, and discussed their experiences of living in Britain. In the mid-1980s, British Asian women began to publish under the label of Asian, instead of black. For instance, Debjani Chatterjee, Was That Woman, 1989. They also began to publish as a collective under this category, for example Flaming Spirit, Stories from the Asian Women Writers Collective, 1994, edited by Rukhsana Ahmed and Rahila Gupta. Conflict between individualism and communalism is at the heart of British Asian women's literature, written as the women's struggle for independence and self-reliance while clinging to traditional requirements of the minority culture. The women focused upon within the texts are new women because they recognize themselves as individuals, and choose a strategy, no matter what the outcome, to overcome the pressure to conform to the role or category others want to see them enact. The strategy used by the new woman within the texts involves a journey into herself within both a psychological and a geographical context, questioning conventional and traditional assumptions. This process forces her to display characteristics that show an obvious shift from the ideal traditional woman that is desired to the one which is criticized and rejected. Journey had previously strongly structured the literature written by immigrants as the writers recounted the transformation of migration, its effects and problems. Journey continues to be central to British Asian women's writing, it gives structure and pattern to the narrative, but changes occur in its use. The journey of immigration has been closely followed by the journey into settlement and now the journey into self. Writers treat journey as a means of self-knowledge, not only through re-entry into a collective historical experience but also through an exploration or rediscovery of personal experience. Farhana Sheikha's The Red Box, 1991, and Ravinder Rana Was a Wicked Old Woman, 1987, begin with their main protagonists embarking on a journey, thus establishing immediately each novel's preoccupation with place and displacement. But British Asian women writers, like Black African Caribbean women within the diasporas, use journey largely for a specific critical approach, generating a growth of consciousness where voyages over geographical space become a metaphor for the journey into the self. The journeys, whether real or in the imagination, may enact the retrieval of the collective past but are essentially about exploration and discovery of the self. The novels succeed in documenting this process and trace the self-discovery of their main protagonists. In essence, the emphasis is on story as a means of fixing identity. Movement in and out of time frames is also used. This movement in time and space, in the conscious and the unconscious, offers a means for conceptualizing this process of dislocation and displacement. This displacement is not purely physical, the movement of bodies in space and time, it also has a representational component, suggesting the process in which the narratives of belonging have to be rethought and retold. The experience of displacement has been central to the formation of contemporary South Asia and its diasporas. Sayyid, 2003. The journeying of British Asian women writers can be seen as a metaphor of the experience of displacement of past and present, of South Asia and Britain, of self and society. Metropolitan Borderlands. The formation of BRASIAN landscapes. Noha Nasser. Borderlands refer to spaces of cohabitation and exchange between the British urban tradition and the South Asian settlement paradigm, resulting in hybrid cosmopolitan neighborhoods. South Asian settlers transferred their own particular conceptualizations of space, built forms and functional requirements to the new context, modifying British urban forms to their own designs. How they have adapted, utilized, and given new meanings to the built forms of an established British urban tradition is the subject of this chapter. Borderlands also draw attention to the political context of post-colonial British hegemony and the negotiations between identity and locality that have given rise to British Asian urban landscapes. This chapter examines the distinct way in which British Asian presence has marked itself architecturally and in the urban form. First encounters. The first modest architectural exchanges between Britain and South Asia date back to the colonialist period, when the meeting of Timurid, Mughal, and Western influences created new nuanced hybrid architectural styles of striking originality. On the subcontinent, vernacular forms and decorative motifs were fused with neoclassical and neo-Gothic styles to produce such stunning examples of syncretic architecture as the Government House in Calcutta, the Victoria Terminus in Bombay, and the Albert Hall in Jaipur. These buildings signified an assertion of British dominance over the local vernacular as testimony to its imperium. At the heart of empire, however, the motives for importing non-indigenous architectural styles were of a different nature. The increasing infatuation with the mystique of the Orient brought exoticist fads to the architecture of imperial cities. King, 1990. Some of these buildings were monuments to the triumphs of imperialism, but many were constructed to indulge the imperialist fantasy. For example, the Brighton Pavilion, 1823, portrays an exuberant theme park reconstruction of a Maharaja's palace as an object of exotic consumption. Here the architect John Nash uses the playful forms of Timurid architecture, domes, filigree screens, and archways to echo the most elaborate stonework found in the colonies. Similarly, the construction of the Shah Jahan Mosque, 1889, in Woking, Britain's first purpose-built mosque, is a simple geometric form styled in Indo-Saracenic fashion. The central arched portal and two flanking doorways on the facade reflect an overall richness of detail, embellished with color, surface textures, and elements of decoration, such as four green chhatrai, cupolas on white column turrets, representing miniature minarets, as well as a parapet lined with distinct motifs. A large green central dome spans the prayer hall. To a large extent, the selection of this particular stylistic vocabulary owes its origins to European Orientalism, which reduced the regional diversity of architectural traditions found in the subcontinent to the simplistic imagery of the dome, minaret, and arch. This form of imagery was considered mysterious and irrational in contrast to the rational European rectilinear identity, creating a fictive polarist view of the Orient. Dodds, 2002. Postcolonialism in British cities. Space and its politics of identity and power have always been considered a fundamental part of colonialist, and more recently, postcolonialist discourse, said, 1989, 1993, Vidler, 1992, Jacobs, 1996. The city as the main spatial arena of encounters between the self and the other is therefore the most obvious site of appropriation, contestation, and resistance. It is the place where legacies of imperialist ideologies and practices can still be seen through processes of segregation, reterritorialization, marginalization and displacement of migrant communities described by Jacobs, 1996, 87, as managed multicultural cohabitation. The nature and outcome of this spatial politics relies in great measure on the arrangement of power under which various coalitions express their sense of self and their desire for the spaces that constitute their home. The varying results arise from a protracted struggle in which the other might be ordered or harnessed, or in some cases domesticated, through self-conscious gestures of reconciliation. Jacobs, 1996. The evocation of identity in cities is largely the result of inter-ethnic encounters in which ethnic boundaries are demarcated as contested realms of identity. Vidler, 1992. The melange of British Asian communities in Britain, of diverse ethnic, national, and religious origins, creates a complex geography of identities which are activated within particular conditions and circumstances and for particular purposes. Sayyid, 2001. The various origins of identity, whether the nation, ethnic origin, faith, sect, or even the religious movement, have manifested themselves in the establishment of places of worship in Britain and the adoption of distinct symbolism and imagery as a display of assertiveness towards the community at large, amongst competing British Asian communities, or amongst competing intra- and interfaith communities. However, these boundaries are not given, but constructed, manipulated, subject to change and situational. Columbigin and Erdentug, 2002. Spatially, these sites of encounter and cohabitation have been described metaphorically as borderlands denoting a condition between two extremes, a place of mutual transformation and exchange between British cultural dominance and the South Asian paradigm. According to Sayyid, 2001, borderlands are sites of resistance in which differences are emphasized, temporary boundaries are drawn, and social networks are formalized, but they are also sites of cultural production. Rosaldo, 1989. If encounters between the self and other shape the migrant experience and redefine identity, then where do these encounters take place and how can they be defined? Metcalf, 1996, has argued that borderlands are most likely to be found in built or altered environments infused with new meanings in the new setting, which may be distinguished by markers of symbolic expression. The visibility of this expression, however, has an inverse relationship with the nature of inter-ethnic relations, Columbijan and Erdentug, 2002. Therefore, in places where relations are good, ethnic symbols are over-communicated and can be associated with functional, visual, or spatial markers which help delineate the ethnic boundary, Nasser, 2005. In British towns and cities, British Asian borderlands are found in heterogeneous neighbourhoods where changes to the homes, shops, buildings, and streetscapes are a result of the ongoing relationship between expressions of identity and existing built forms, but also where there is an emergence of new forms, Nasser, 2003. The formation of BRASIAN borderlands. At the time of settlement of large numbers of British Asians in Greater London and in the industrial cities of the Midlands, West Yorkshire, and Lancashire, an outmovement of the British middle class from the industrial inner and middle ring neighbourhoods to the outer suburbs was already underway, Whitehand and Carr, 2001. This movement left a significant percentage of the industrial-built heritage largely redundant and open to adaptation, conversion, and transformation by the new settlers. Simultaneously, the increasing secularization of British society left many of the picturesque churches available for appropriation. Thus it was largely the industrial urban heritage that the British Asian communities inherited. The highly regular and well-differentiated layout of the industrial urban landscape of the late Victorian and Edwardian, 1875 to 1918, period offered a morphological frame governing future urban change. These neighbourhoods also offered a number of advantages for the early settlers. The High Street, a major thoroughfare of commercial ribbon development connecting the neighbourhoods to the city centre, made these areas readily accessible to the central business, commercial and industrial districts. The major neighborhood thoroughfares were also traditionally a social space where shops, public buildings, chapels, churches, and schools, as well as local government buildings, created the main visual features which were later appropriated by the incoming settlers. Chadwick, 1978. The commercial area contrasted with the residential neighborhoods characterized by regular streets, long street blocks, standardist plot sizes and repetitive two-story terraces. Kostoff, 1991. Occasionally the monotony of the long blocks was interrupted by a corner shop serving the daily needs of the residents. The terrace houses had a basic plan, 2 floors, with 2 rooms each. For variation and enlargement there was the cellar and the attic, and a back extension, or lean-to, for the kitchen-cum-scullery. Muthasues, 1982. Outmigration by the British middle classes had left many of the terraces vacant and ready for occupation by incoming settlers, and as a result the housing stock was both cheap and non-competitive. Daya, 1974, Slater, 1996. This housing type also had the advantage of being capable of absorbing large numbers of male workers. With the arrival of families came greater diversification along the residential streets in owner-occupied terrace housing in close proximity to the commercial thoroughfares. Since the 1960s the urban character of these industrial neighborhoods and streets has gradually changed, suggesting that these communities have responded and adapted to local conditions. The urban segregation of these communities has received considerable attention, in which racial politics, discriminatory practices, and policies governing housing and settlement are believed to have created ethnic ghettos. Rex and Moore, 1967, Peach, 1975, Smith, 1989, Bowl, 2000. Although this has been demonstrated, Peach, 2000, has argued the term ghetto is not necessarily negative, but that in many cases ethnic communities segregate voluntarily as a means of maintaining social cohesion, cultural values, and social networks. In Glasgow, for example, Bose et al. 2000, have shown that one of the major deciding factors for Pakistani families has been their preference to live in areas in close proximity to Asian shops, the mosque, good schools, and transport. The preference to be well connected to areas of British Asian services places increasing importance on transport networks acting as corridors of ethnic expansion. In the case of northwest Greater London, British Asian settlements have been established in Southall, Alperton, Wembley, Kingsbury, and Golders Green along a corridor following the number 83 bus route connecting the major British Asian high streets of Southall and Ealing Road. The ability of British Asian communities to adapt to the local urban tradition and its associated building types in order to attain their social, cultural, economic, and physical aspirations suggests a degree of integration. However, such integration is distinct from state-directed projects of assimilation which, to consume the settler, transforms their identities in such a way that they become indistinguishable from the host community. Such assimilationist policies are belied by the logic of racism which continues to mark the host/immigrant distinction as another variant of the West and the rest dyad. In other words, the racism that establishes and institutionalizes the host-immigrant hierarchy, making it possible to think in terms of assimilation, is also what prevents erosion of the host-immigrant hierarchy and prevents assimilation being realized. Sayyid, 2004. Adaptation also determines hybridity or the mutual transformation that takes place between the new context and British Asian aspirations and lifestyles. The degree of hybridization is ultimately conditioned by shifting positions of power. Al-Sayyid, 2001. Which in the case of Britain has been influenced by the growth and organization of British Asian communities from small nationalist groupings to more established diverse sectarian communities with a stronger economic and social position. 2. The weakening of both Western supremacist discourses and Britain's place within the world. This post-colonial condition makes it more difficult to articulate an unquestioning cultural hierarchy in which white British society is considered to be superior to British Asian settlers, and 3. The development of British anti-racist and multicultural discourses which have influenced the ability of British Asian communities to express themselves in different forms. In the built environment, these changes have shifted from the appropriation and adaptation of dwellings, to the transformation of more diverse and dispersed building types within British Asian settled neighborhoods, to the creation and reproduction of architectural idiom and symbolism in new cultural forms. In the following sections, these ongoing processes in the metamorphosis of parts of the British urban landscape into distinct British Asian borderlands are discussed with particular focus on the homes, shops, and religio-cultural buildings. The discussion sets these processes in the context of the challenges, both spatial and temporal, that British Asian communities have faced in creating a home for themselves. Filling out the borderlands. The settlement of families in the mid-1960s created a major impetus for urban transformation. Earlier attempts by mainly male congregations to consecrate space for ritual were relatively few and widely dispersed. In many cases these spaces were informal and temporary, making it difficult to trace their origins. Nevertheless, the first mosques are known to have been founded in Liverpool, 1887, Woking, 1889, and London, 1924. The earliest officially listed Sikh gurdwaras were located in Liverpool and Newcastle, 1958. And the first two Hindu mandirs believed to have opened were in Birmingham and Coventry, 1967, Naylor and Ryan, 2003. However, large-scale conversion of space for religious and cultural use accompanied the settlement of women and children and the sudden increase in size of congregations. The need to establish places in which cultural values and religious practice could be perpetuated became the primary concern. The difficulty in securing financial support from local authorities and community relations councils, CRCs, placed the onus on the communities themselves to raise sufficient funds to purchase property for their use. As a result, the relatively affordable terrace house offered the most readily appropriated vernacular building type. As a space, the building was capable of internal modification and integration of religious and educational functions. Modifications included the demolition of internal walls and additions to the rear. Barton's, 1986, description of the first Bengali mosque in Bradford, 1969, highlights processes of adaptation and functional differentiation of a residential building type, and the constraints that this carried in response to the spatial requirements for Muslim ritual and cultural elaboration. Bradford's first Bengali mosque comprised two adjacent terrace houses on Howard Street. The dividing wall between the properties was retained, although the internal partitions between the front and back rooms were removed in order to create two large rooms for children's classes and prayers. The orientation to Mecca for prayer, the Qibla, was located in the corner of the inner room, imposing awkward and oblique prayer lines to the walls. The other necessary functions, such as a place for ablution, were accommodated in the cellar along with the kitchen. The toilet was located outside in the backyard. The attics, comprised of two bed-sits, were used to accommodate the leader in prayer, the imam. Although the terrace house was relatively adaptable, spatial constraints were most acute during celebrations, and in many cases communities would hire public halls in which to hold their functions. The sharp rise in the number of worshippers during these occasions also created strong opposition by neighbors and local authorities to convert dwellings into religious sites. This resulted in the widespread issuance of enforcement notices on the grounds that these changes constituted material change of use as accorded in town and country planning legislation, Gale and Naylor, 2002, and presented a loss of amenity to neighbors, Barton, 1986. Nonetheless, communities remained adamant and appealed against the planning authorities to the Department of the Environment, Barton, 1986, Gale and Naylor, 2002. In the late 1960s, expanding congregations were outgrowing the existing residential spaces that they had appropriated. In the built environment, this created an impetus for claiming more territory and visibly shaping a British Asian presence in the city. There were a number of initial conceptions to construct purpose-built places of worship, such as the Central Mosque in Birmingham or the Hindu Shikhar Badam Mandir in northwest London, but varying obstacles of land acquisition, construction costs, and planning permission slowed down their realization. Communities turned to the acquisition of the more commodious buildings of the industrial heritage which had fallen into disuse. In particular, churches, warehouses, schools, community halls, even cinemas and clubs were building types that were converted to cultural use. The most convenient to adapt were those buildings that had a previous religious use, resulting in the widespread conversion of churches, synagogues, and other building types of religious affiliation by these communities. Any other building type required engagement with the formal processes of planning application. The antagonistic nature of inter-ethnic relations at this time had a direct influence on the outward expression of all appropriated buildings, residential or otherwise. Modifications were restrained to interiors with no extravagant indication of the use of the building nor the application of religious symbols or motifs except the odd banner or sign aimed primarily at signifying a place of worship to the faith community. The objective was to ensure the building was under-communicating its function and blending in with its surroundings. The most significant aspect of the process of diversification was the emergence of the Temple-cum-Community Center, which was specifically intended to provide additional religious, educational and social functions such as a conference hall, library, kitchen, and welfare services. For the most part, the rehabilitation of redundant buildings was an important means of tackling the functional and physical obsolescence of the industrial built heritage, imbuing these buildings with new cultural and functional meaning. The rehabilitation of structures once attributed to British culture and society has been contentious, particularly amongst conservationists seeking to preserve the heritage of a distinctly British nation. The politicization of heritage as a means of constructing and redefining Britishness and national identity has evoked widespread dissent over the reuse of listed buildings by the other, Ed. 1996, Jacobs, 1996. In Spitalfields, East London, the declaration of an urban conservation area based on its Georgian heritage in 1969 and the listing of most of the Georgian buildings in 1976, led to a managed displacement of the Bengali-based garment manufacturing industry based on a nostalgic return to its historic, white, English roots. Jacobs, 1996. The revival of nationalist sentiment by conservationist opposition was particularly strong at the time. The Bengali community needed to construct an additional floor to the Brick Lane Mosque, an appropriated 18th century listed Georgian building. The changes were internal modifications which did not require planning permission, but for many non-Muslims the mosque building was a physical expression of both a local English heritage and a gentrified, Georgian present. Eid, 1996, 220. To overcome the threat to Georgian Spitalfields by the Bengali community, the opposition directed its efforts towards spatially regulating and controlling their presence through a discreet and genteel gentrification of the area. Jacobs, 1996. A reverse movement of ethnic gentrification was taking place on the high streets bisecting British Asian settlements. This process was marked by a significant increase in the number of Asian-owned businesses. In Bradford, for example, Daya, 1974, records a total of 5 British Asian-owned grocers/butchers and cafes in 1959, 133 enterprises in 1966 and 260 in 1970. Economic expansion was attributed to businesses run by family and kinship networks and specialising in the service industry and manufacturing of goods catering for a British Asian clientele. Initially the corner shop, grocer/butcher and the cafe were established as venues for social interaction and exchange. However, over time services diversified, catering for all aspects of everyday life. The services that emerged were of 3 types: local enterprises catering for South Asian traditions, businesses that served the wider British Asian population, and those businesses that helped British Asians interact with formal institutions of British state. The introduction and proliferation of a distinctive service industry established a familiar environment to its British Asian clientele, gradually transforming the character of the streets. Figure 1. The high streets have since become vibrant commercial areas, teeming with people buying and selling their goods in elaborate window displays and on the pavements. Signs and notices on the fascias of shops in Urdu, Hindi, and Gujarati indicate their specialization, whether it is a bookstore, jeweler, butcher selling halal meat, restaurant, or Muslim bank. Colorful displays of saris and fabric shops, jewelers, and bhajia houses jostle with grocers selling tropical vegetables, exotic spices, bakeries and shops selling Asian sweets piled high in the shop windows. Interspersed amongst the accountants, income tax consultancies, importers and exporters, immigration and advisory bureaus, driving schools, insurance firms, real estate and travel agencies are British Asian community organizations that act as community mediators. For the most part the buildings still proclaim their Victorian and Edwardian origins, but the ambience of the street is distinctly different from its non-Asian counterpart, both visually and audibly. This suggests that the changing character of these commercial areas is the result of spatial and functional, rather than morphological transformations. The active use of the pavement as an extension to the shop space for the arrangement of displayed goods and produce reflects a different conceptualization of public space by the incoming community, originating from the traditional market economy in which trade takes place in all parts of the city. The commercial revival of many of these areas has had a positive effect on dealing with economic obsolescence. By establishing a secondary economic base in the city, British Asians have successfully converted rundown buildings into marketable property and revived the shop house concept, contributing to the overall urban regeneration of these areas. This phase in the development of British Asian borderlands is the South Asian response to the hegemonic imperialist legacies that have been manifested through processes of segregation, gentrification, and the politicization of heritage. It reflects an ambivalent stance towards anti-racism and multiculturalism in the 1960s and 1970s by the state and local authorities, during which coexistence with the other was both ordered and harnessed. Within these spatial constraints, British Asian communities re-territorialized the industrial neighborhoods by claiming space for their specific needs and lifestyles. The most significant developments are the growth in importance of religious community centers and the high street as venues for community life. These developments demonstrate an adaptation to the new context through processes of appropriation, conversion, dispersal, and diversification. Nevertheless, the nature of inter-ethnic relations influenced the outward representation of these communities, in which symbols and motifs were both discrete and undercommunicated. But more positive, adaptation also demonstrates how the incoming community has economically and physically revitalized substantial parts of the industrial urban landscape. UN/settled borderlands. As Britain's ethnically marked minorities began to make inroads into the political arenas of large conurbations, local authorities began to shift in the 1980s to a more pluralistic model of welfare provision, which recognized that life opportunities of ethnicist minorities were adversely affected by notions of racial disadvantage. The assertiveness of ethnicist minorities also led to the conclusion that policies of assimilation in which ethnically marked communities were to erase their identities and histories as a price of admission into the white host society were no longer tenable in a world in which notions of white superiority were increasingly difficult to sustain. The effect of municipal multiculturalism was the provision of financial assistance for ethnically marked communities to engage in cultural activities deriving from their ethnicity. The planning profession also underwent a multicultural conversion, a change marked by the publication of the Planning for a Multiracial Britain Report, RTPI/CRE, 1983, which emphasized that local and structural plans should be sensitive to the development needs of different groups. But the absence of national guidelines has meant there have been wide-ranging regional variations in the report's adoption. Gale and Naylor, 2002. The ability of some British Asian communities to succeed in their struggle for place is attributed to them becoming sufficiently established and well organized to negotiate with public bodies on their own terms. Vertovec, 1996, Gale and Naylor, 2002. With respect to the built environment, an assertiveness of British Asian communities has led to the emergence of distinctive forms of architectural expression and co-opting by some local authorities and national development agencies in matters of finance, land acquisition, and the granting of planning permission for new cultural forms. Gale and Naylor, 2002, for example, have noted that since the late 1970s Leicester City Council have actively demonstrated their positive action initiative by co-opting the construction of sites of worship such as the Conduit Street Mosque through the sale of land to the Leicester Islamic Centre for a quarter of the market value, and by making available local and national grants to the Jain Samaj for the establishment of the Jain Centre. Similarly, in Birmingham, the City Council made available grants for the refurbishment and conversion of Green Lane Mosque, 1980, a listed Victorian public library and swimming baths, to serve as a community centre with a library, offices, prayer hall, school, and car park. National development agencies had also by the 1990s come to accept that the establishment of ethnic community projects were desirable forms of urban development, such as the financing of the Gujarat Hindu Society Temple in Preston by English Partnerships and the Millennium Commission. Gale and Naylor, 2002. The late 1970s and early 1980s also saw planning authorities permitting the conversion of dwellings into religious use. The house mosques/temples were being established by smaller groupings of residents of a particular religious sect or movement who required localized places of worship and a community center serving their immediate neighborhood. These sites tended to be on corner lots, allowing them to be extended to the rear and sides. At the same time, these groups felt compelled to create a visual feature by virtue of the building's prominent location in the neighborhood, but, more important, by the remodeling of the elevation as a form of religious representation. Rectangular fenestrations, such as windows and doorways, were framed by arches, religious motifs lined the parapets, and vestigial domes and minarets adorned the corners of the building, signifying the building's use and its users. More recently, many local communities have raised sufficient funds to construct purpose-built premises on adjacent sites in accordance with architectural styles expressive of a specific religious identity. The conscious act of remodeling elevations with ornamental features and decorative motifs has been a major development in the metamorphosis of the British urban landscape as a means of redefining the presence of the other. Not only were localized community centers in the heart of residential neighborhoods undergoing this form of transformation, but more prominent sites as well. In Birmingham, for example, the Soho Road Guru Nanak Nishkam Swark Jatha, located on a major thoroughfare that winds its way through a Sikh-settled area, was converted from a Polish ex-servicemen's club to a Gurdwara in 1978. Over the ensuing 10 years, residential property adjacent to the club was acquired along with land to the rear, allowing the construction of considerable extensions accommodating educational and social functions. In the early 1990s, the Gurdwara Committee made a planning application for the remodeling of the exterior to add a grand entrance surmounted by a dome and other ornamental features. According to Gale, 2004, there was little objection by the City Council on aspects of style which he argues reflects the Council's growing acceptance of such projects as potential landmarks. Today the Soho Road Gurdwara is an imposing landmark on the urban landscape. It occupies almost an entire street block and is 3 stories high. Many of its features have been inspired from the model of the Golden Temple of Amritsar. The extensive use of 3 different types of colored marble on the elevation has been used for embellishment and for delineating prominent features such as the grand entrance, fenestrations, and the parapet. The main building is set back from the street, accentuating the impressive 3-story Diori, or grand entrance to the Sanctum Sanctorum. At the 3rd level of the Diori, a central projecting window is framed by arches and crowned by a shallow elliptical cornice. Above the 3-story entrance, a large ribbed central dome creates a strong visual feature, topped by an inverted lotus symbol and a golden Kal. At the base of the central dome are 4 smaller cupolas, or chhatris, on turrets, one on either corner. The roofline is defined by a heavily decorated parapet of repeated smaller chhatris and turrets. The overall effect is rather elaborate and by no means discreet. On the contrary, it employs a stylistic vocabulary that is inspired from the Indian subcontinent and intended to over-communicate a Sikh identity in the area. The introduction of a repertoire of exotic forms such as the dome, chhatris, shikhara, beehive-shaped dome, arch and minaret has created a new cultural urban landscape in Britain, figures 2 and 3. The traditionally rectilinear identity of the British skyline, dominated by the pointed church spire towering over the highly regular swathe of low-rise brick buildings and pitched roofs, are today vying with the new addition of distinctly sinuous forms. But to what extent have these forms been accepted as being part of a new British urban landscape? In Preston, for example, Gale and Naylor, 2002, have demonstrated how the planning process has been the lens by which the creative stylistic expressions of British Asian communities have been domesticated in order to preserve the Britishness of the urban landscape. They describe how a proposal for constructing the Gujarat Hindu Society temple in a residential neighborhood received strong opposition from locals on the grounds that the building was alien to the area and that it would generate large volumes of traffic. Planning permission was granted, but under the condition that the building had to comply with the character of the area in terms of scale, materials, and style of the surrounding terrace houses. Faced with the challenge, the Gujarat Hindu Society was able to creatively combine local forms with elements from Hindu temple architecture as a self-conscious gesture of reconciliation. In the process, a stylistic hybridity between the two traditions created an innovative fusion of brickwork and slate roofing with a shikhara and marble entrance supported on 4 ornately decorated pillars. Examples of architectural hybridity in new cultural forms can be found across many British cities, the result of negotiations between locality and identity that have been part of the struggle of British Asian communities in expressing their sense of belonging in an urban context. A particularly stunning example is that of the Edinburgh Central Mosque, which represents a meeting of 2 rather different traditions, Highland Castle architecture inscribed with an Islamic sensibility, figure 4. The massing of the building suggests its strong Scottish architectural language, articulated by the location of 4 stone-clad octagonal towers at either corner of the building. The towers are imposing features contributing to the overall fortified look of the building, clad in a stone finish encircled by large Arabic script inlaid in red brick, small slot windows and lead-covered pinnacles. One tower has been used as a base for the minaret, an octagonal stone-clad shaft and abstracted balcony capped with a lead-clad semi-dome. A central Iwan-like portal frames the entrance, pierced by a series of recessed pointed arches marking a recognizable feature of the Islamic tradition. The Iwan is also clad in stone, adding to the overall heaviness of the building, separated from the Fig. 4. Edinburgh's Central Mosque represents a meeting of two rather different traditions, Highland Castle architecture inscribed with an Islamic sensibility. Two flanking towers by a narrow strip of glazing. The pointed pinnacles of the towers create a disharmony with the curved forms of the domes, creating a language of confusion, an ambivalent aesthetic. The ambivalence associated with the interpretation of these new cultural forms opens up the debate between tradition and modernity in architectural expression. On the one hand, the indiscriminate use of historic or extant design features and models by British Asian communities in their cultural buildings reflects an emotional tie with the past and the meanings and value that these architectural conventions ascribe. On the other hand, a more avant-garde approach attempts to reinterpret various aesthetic themes through exploration based on the setting, form, function, and use of technology to create a new semblance of architectural identity that does not violate cultural principles. The Sri Swaminarayan Mandir in Neasden is a stunning example of the former approach, a reproduction of a traditional Hindu temple, literally imported from India and designed according to ancient Hindu Shilpashastras, texts on architecture. The Mandir and adjoining cultural complex occupy a 3.85-acre site at the heart of a London residential suburb, but according to Naylor and Ryan, 2003, 179, the proposal to construct the Mandir was marked with conflict and controversy as local residents developed new senses of territoriality to what they considered a visual intrusion and invasion of a predominantly white British space. Planning permission was granted as the construction of the temple commenced in India. It was carved out of limestone and marble by 1,500 sculptors, then shipped in massive pieces for assembling. Visually, it is a stunning example of the grandeur of North Indian religious architecture, characterized by a spectacular assemblage of 7 shikharas made up of layer upon layer of architectural elements such as capotas and gavaxas and fluted domes, 3 over the gopurams, entrance, and 1 over the sanctum sanctorum, figure 5. The temple is raised on a high platform to add to its grandeur. The use of traditional building techniques, like the post and beam and corbelled vaulting, pilasters and brackets, are heavily embellished and intricately ornamented with interlaced forms and carvings of deities. The adjacent cultural center stands in stylistic contrast, using the more domestic Ev/I aesthetic. An intricately carved 2-story timber gallery defines the entrance. It is decorated using elaborate traditional wooden craftsmanship. A series of timber posts, beams, and ornate brackets support an arched gallery above. The ground floor of the cultural complex is finished in white marble in contrast to the brick red-colored plaster finish of the top floor. Here a series of bays are defined by exposed timber posts, beams, and brackets supporting a timber overhanging canopy. Observed within the urban landscape, the idiosyncratic treatment and usage of architectural features, forms, materials and ornamentation in the Sri Swaminarayan Mandir in Neasden bears no relationship to either time or context, but evokes a strong visual image to the users and to non-Hindus alike. A more modernist, avant-garde approach, on the other hand, has been adopted in the Glasgow Mosque. In this building, first opened in 1984, the architects have made an attempt to move away from a strictly traditional approach by exploring the use of modern technology, materials, and abstraction as a means of reinterpreting various aesthetic themes associated with religious architecture in the Muslim world. The steel frame structure of the building allows the external fabric to be articulated freely between brick-clad solids and glazed voids. Light penetrates the interior through a glazed dome and a series of brick-clad buttresses that lean outwards from the building, freeing the sides. The buttresses function to control the intimacy of the building's internal functions whilst still allowing light in. The dome is an outstanding feature of the building, created through the fusion of a traditional architectural element with modern materials. It is raised on a metal drum, angular and onion-shaped in form, with tinted glass panels. The main entrance, however, is a protruding light frame brick Iwan-like portal framed by a pointed arch that tapers out as it meets the ground. From the ceiling of the portal hang large symbolic muqarnas or stalactite structures that can be seen from the outside. A single-story arcade of pointed archways adjoins the main building from which springs a minaret. The form of the minaret is both simple and abstract, functioning as a spatial landmark. The Glasgow Mosque still communicates its function through the use of abstract reinterpretations of Muslim imagery and symbolism, but at the same time employs local materials and modern technology to arrive at an innovative expression. The numerous examples of hybrid post-colonial architecture that have arisen in Britain over the past 20 years is a reversal of the exchanges during the colonialist period, when British hegemony was expressed through the fusion of neoclassical and neo-Gothic styles with the local vernacular. The reproduction of this language in the heart of the ex-empire is a way of redefining and reasserting a South Asian paradigm over the local British vernacular. Most significant is the revival and reanimation of the imagery associated with Orientalism, which is both recognizable and understood in Britain as representing a specific identity. Hence, the utilization of motifs, symbols, and elements are in effect a subverting force playing on an essentialist and commodified cultural image, giving British Asians an outward expression and meaning to their presence and a way of redefining their identity in Britain in no uncertain terms. The recent construction of a Disneyfied British Asian identity has become a major determinant in the placemaking of British Asian borderlands by local authorities. The growing importance of tourism as a generator of income has been a significant factor in this trend, as essentialist, romantic notions of South Asian culture has increasingly become a commodity for consumption. Both Leicester and Birmingham city councils, for example, actively sought to co-opt landmark projects in the 1980s and 1990s, particularly places of worship along major urban thoroughfares, with the dual intention of attracting tourism and ensuring that they are being seen as co-opting a multicultural city. Gale and Naylor, 2002. To a large extent, British Asian communities have actively encouraged and promoted such consumable notions of culture. For example, in the case of the development of Brick Lane as a Bangla town, Jacobs, 1996, 100, notes that local businessmen traded on an essentialist notion of their culture as a component part of a broader plan to control redevelopment in their favor, acquire land, ensure social amenity and establish opportunities for Bengali youths to enter the city workforce. Similarly, the invention of the Balti Triangle in Birmingham or the Curry Mile in Manchester have been examples of tourism-led redevelopment projects by city councils. In Birmingham's Ladypool Road, the heart of the Balti Triangle in Balsall Heath, substantial funding was allocated to the enhancement and theming of the streetscape to promote the area's British Asian image. On the City Council's tourist website, the Balti Triangle boasts 50 Balti houses offering a distinct Pakistani and Kashmiri cuisine, as well as shops selling everything exotic from colorful saris to Balti cooking pots. It is no surprise that the City Council are keen to promote the area, since the restaurant turnover is estimated at generating in excess of £7 million. Part of the Council's place-making strategy was to commission Prasada, practice, research and advancement in South Asian art and architecture, at De Montfort University, Leicester, to design the street furniture, street lamps, benches, rubbish bins, and bollards AC. According to a British Asian aesthetic, Figure 6. The result has been a project based on the repackaging of difference, structured by commercial interest and the need to present an attractive South Asian ambience. In the process of representing these areas as exotic landscapes of attraction, the area has shifted from a place of production, serving the needs of the British Asian community, to a place of consumption, by the larger society. Lakai Tusidaris, 2002, Hester, 2002. Behind the visible face of a consumable South Asianness are the less conspicuous residential neighborhoods, which have seen gradual, incremental, and small-scale transformation. The nature of these transformations has been the result of a number of factors, such as the growth in affluence of households and the above-average size of extended families. Morphological changes, such as additions to the front, side and rear, as well as the conversion of the attic and basement for additional living space, suggest considerable modifications to the density of built-up area within the plot as well as the volumetric expansion of the building's fabric. Smaller and less formal alterations to window frames from timber to double glazing, the installation of a distinctly floral pattern glass paneling and doors are most probably the combined effect of increased affluence, the adoption of technical innovations and the tendency for imitation amongst neighbors. The general robustness of the terrace house to adapt to the changing needs and family size of its occupants is one reason why there has not been a trend of outmovement from the late Victorian and Edwardian neighborhoods. Not that there is not a substantial presence of British Asian communities and buildings. 1 and the suburbs, Naylor and Ryan, 2002, but by maximizing and extending the terrace house, sufficient space has been created to fulfill their cultural requirements. Civilizations sign their names in monuments and in bricks and mortar. Such writing leaves its traces even when the civilization that gave it birth has disappeared from memory or even history. If tomorrow British Asians were to disappear from these islands, the signs of a British Asian civilization would be discernible. The betwixt and between nature of built form which contains British Asian settlers of these islands should not stop us from recognizing the emergence of a distinct way of life and how it is etched in bricks and mortar. This tension between relative fixity and apparent permanence of the built environment and fluidity and mobility of the form that combines traditions of South Asia and Britain, is itself testimony to the post-colonial context of British Asian borderlands. The post-colonial points to the intermediate, a recognition of the passing of one way of life and the not completed establishment of another way of life. Thus British Asian built environments can be seen as mirroring this transition, and perhaps the British Asian civilization is itself a transitory way of life. ZTV. Rajinder Dudra. ZTV Europe is the most popular non-terrestrial channel in the European South Asian diaspora. ZTV Europe broadcasts from its studios in Nordholt, Middlesex in West London and is distinct from the specific workings of ZTV in South Asia. Its emergence in 1992 and its development since it took over from the TV Asia channel in 1995, Dudra, 2002, 166-8, can be seen as responding to the historical marginalization and misrepresentation of European South Asian audiences in the mainstream audio and visual spheres. It can also be viewed as providing an outlet for diasporic South Asian audiences to engage with their local and global senses of selfhood. The mainstream media of the European Community member states have been shown to disseminate and construct problematic images of black minorities, thereby fueling Euro-whiteness, see for instance Ross, 1996 and Malik, 2002 on the representation of black people in the mainstream media in Britain. Also television programs aimed specifically at non-white groups tend to be constructed as minority programming, see Cohen and Gardner, 1983, Gilroy, 1983, Ross, 1996, Chapter 5, Cottle, 1998, Malik, 2002. The way in which mainstream television in Britain responded to the supposed needs of black communities must be understood in the specific historical context in which they originated. 1.e A policy atmosphere which was dominated by the race relations issue in which race not racism was seen as the problem, and black communities were thought to be in need of assimilation into the white British way of life. Issues of poor representation and lack of access to the means of media production were at the forefront of demands from black communities and campaigning organizations who argued for change, and, as Karen Ross puts it, public service broadcasting, so-called, became the target for dissatisfaction and viewed as part of the same oppressive structure which operated against black autonomy in the real world. Ross, 1996, 120. In Britain at the time of writing, February 2004, a number of such minority programs are shown, in magazine formats, documentary series, and as film and drama imports from South Asia which are shown intermittently as part of a season or series of programs throughout the year. The current composition of regular minority television in Britain includes BBC 2's I-20, Black Britain, Network East, and Central Television's Eastern Mix. These programs are presented as being by and for minorities others and not part of the mainstream of British broadcasting scheduling and its concomitant identities. Other programs such as the BBC's comedy sketch show Goodness Gracious Me, 2000, the BBC's comedy chat show format of the Kumars at number 42, 2001, and Channel 4's television adaptation of Zadie Smith's novel White Teeth, 2002, have been interesting achievements in British television that have articulated a more complex sense of British cultural identity through television address. However, such programs have only been possible as a result of the ongoing struggles by black media professionals for access to the means of production for more elaborate black representation, cf. Cottle, 1998, Malik, 2002, Chapter 1. With these latter programs being few and far between, there still appears to be little space available in the British broadcasting schedule for programs that offer Black British identities, hybrid or diasporic ways of thinking about identity that can encompass both the British culture in which these audiences are living and the original homelands to which they wish to retain a sense of connectedness. It is in such a context that ZTV Europe appears. ZTV's schedule in Europe combines South Asian and Western program formats. In addition to feature films from Bollywood, see Dwyer, this volume, its programming includes popular South Asian films from Bangladesh, Pakistan, Sri Lanka and other parts of India. These, together with a range of other news, current affairs and business programs, religious, comedy, film review and health shows, drama serials from India and Pakistan and South Asian sports, form the basis of the ZTV schedule. The schedule, which is uniform right across Europe and can, therefore, be seen to offer possibilities of an audiovisual pan-South Asian European identity, is available on ZText, accessible on television sets throughout Europe with teletext service provided by the non-terrestrial channels, in the British South Asian popular press in Britain and some European national and local mainstream newspapers. ZTV in Europe is now in its 10th year of operation. Since its initial European broadcast, the Z network has diversified into 4 main channels: ZTV, Z Music, Z Cinema, and Z Alpha Punjabi. The first 3 in particular continue to broadcast predominantly Hindi language programming. The Z Alpha Punjabi Reasonanticles, which, as one would expect, broadcasts its programs primarily in Punjabi, is part of the umbrella group of Z's Alpha regional channels from South Asia that also include Alpha Gujarati, Alpha Marathi, and Alpha Bangla. The Z network is obviously keen to capitalize on the variety of linguistic and cultural traditions within South Asia and its diasporas. Alongside the broadcasting of ZTV in Europe and more globally, a number of other channels have come and gone over the past few years as part of other media networks. Those broadcasting in 2004 included Sony TV, Sony TV Asia, the Bollywood 4U network, B4U Movies and B4U Music, the Star TV channels, Star TV and Star Plus, Aeri Digital, Akushe TV, PTV Prime, Asian Television Network, Vectone TV, Vectone India, Vectone Urdu, Vectone Tamil, SAB TV and the South 4U channel. Channels such as Channel East and the Reminiscent Television Network, RTV, having been on air for a year or two, had to withdraw their services due to the lack of sustainable viewer subscriptions and competition from other channels. Also of interest here are the kinds of adverts aired on these channels. Increasingly, cultural and social services, e.g. Black British immigration and criminal law services, and diasporic South Asian products, e.g. subcontinental foods and stores, and retailers such as jewelers, are being advertised. In part this is due to the rates offered by the non-terrestrial channels, which are much more competitive than their mainstream counterparts, but primarily because these channels are viewed as an appropriate vehicle to relay messages to South Asian audiences. Clearly this is a fast-changing mediascape in which ZTV and other channels are in intense competition for similar South Asian audiences and advertising revenues made available by the increasing liberalization and deregulation of the international audiovisual. Asterisk.